Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. We have a Tuesday edition in the house right now. That's because it's a Tuesday. Welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, man, that little hour and some change that I had between my streams here, because if you guys do not know, I am also on a little thing called This Space, where we do like a little workers collaborative, I guess is the best way to put it, where we're all working class streamers and we all stream on the same platform, and it's kind of we keep it running all day like a open channel, and we just have a lot of good collaboration there, I have to say. Different types of shows too. It's really cool. So if you guys can do me the solid, check out This Space. Also, hit the like button on your way in, double tap that screen, and hit the subscribe button if you have not already subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that. I know that we on YouTube tend to do that, and trust me, as somebody that used to either fast forward or, back out anytime that I heard somebody start doing that kind of, stuff, I just have to say, I feel bad for that. You know what? I really do. Because, God, it is, once you know the game, it's a different story. So now I kind of understand why they do it. So if you guys can help out. Hey, what up, Steven? How's it going? X, I've never seen you before, but happy Tamil New Year. Hey, happy New Year, man. I'm happy that you guys are getting to celebrate something. Go Steelers. Sure, I guess. Ew. I don't know why. Pittsburgh Steelers. I think maybe it's like your logo sucks or something, but I've never been able to just get behind the Steelers there. Like I don't dislike them. They're not like a rival team by any means, but I'm just not. I don't care. I don't care about the Steelers at all. Go Bears. Da Bears. Da Bears. Da Bears. But yeah, you know what time it's not? Football time. It is. We are actually going into playoff time. With some hockey coming up. Hopefully the Blackhawks might be able to squeak it out. We'll see. I don't think they're going to. I actually have not been paying attention to any of it. So yeah. I'm not even sure if they're out of contention, to be completely real. I'm just like, maybe, just maybe. Have not had time for hockey this season at all, and this is the first time that I think that I have not had the ability to watch the Blackhawks in at least 20-something years. They're out. Crap. Well, never mind. I guess it's just another year for the Blackhawks. Oh, God, it really is the Wirtz era. As the Blues. As are the Blues? Wait, are the Blues out? Really? Okay, well then, I'm happy about that. Preparing to take over. Oh, yes. Well, Dixon Pizza. You're going to take over the U.S. with some Dixon Pizza, I guess. What's up, man? Good to see you. Fridge Makara. I can't wait for China's masterful counter move. Third blockade. Yeah, dude, this blockade situation is wild. It's wild, but you know what? We're the ones that are going to have to deal with it because we're the ones seeing the increased prices and just, I don't know, the stock market kind of rebounded today and oil futures kind of dipped. So there might be a deal. And what's actually kind of funny? The fact that there isn't a bunch of just news about this, and I do think that there might be a deal, and I think that they're hammering it out and somehow leaking it out. But who knows? Who knows? It's the Trump administration, dude. Like they just do so much fuckery when it comes to just blatant corruption. Like it's insane. It really is crazy. Like just how they have absolutely no worry. And then you got Trump out there just saying, you know what? It's fine. Well, I'll blanket pardon you all. Once it comes time, you guys will get your pardon. We really need to do something about the presidential powers. We do. It's insane. So here's the thing. Even if it doesn't affect Trump himself, we do need to kneecap the shit out of, I don't care who it is at this point. I don't care if it's a Republican president. I don't care if it's a Democratic president. The fact of the matter remains, we have got to do something about this because I just do not understand how the Supreme Court thought that was a good idea, but boo bears, go Pats. Ew. Dr. Jesus. No. I'm Dr. Ganj. Oh, man, I just realized that our buddy from Hawaii hasn't been here in quite some time. So, yeah, we got a chatter that's from Hawaii that loves to say smoke 'em up kind of thing. And, yeah, Dr. Ganj. I remember saying that, and then all of a sudden he's just like, hey, look at that. It's Dr. Ganj. Dr. Ganj. I can't say it without having like a little theme song, so just so you guys know. How long has the presidential pardon existed? I don't even know. You know what? Let's see. That's an easy enough question. Let's see. How long presidential pardon existed? 1787. George Washington first used the power in 1795 to grant amnesty to those involved in the Whiskey Rebellion. Interesting. It was derived from English common law. Well, I think that most of our stuff pretty much is. I mean, didn't we even wear like the stupid wigs for a while there? Like I thought we had like that whole like pomp and circumstance, and then we just kind of slowly but surely got rid of it. Yeah, I think we did. Because now I think about it, like you see all those like old pictures from like old timey judges, and they had the wig. At some point, I think it was like the 1920s or something that they like got rid of. Here, next question. Let's see. When did judges get rid of the wigs in America? When did judges stop wearing wigs in the U.S.? 19th century. There was a huge shift in the early 1800s. Wow, actually, I was wrong. Oh, I guess it wasn't that long. You know, okay, so that kind of makes sense because think about it. Like the Revolutionary War, about 20 to 30 years separated from that. Well, 76, 30 years. Yeah, early 1800s. Yeah, I could see it. Because, like, think about it. If you got a bunch of, like, these people reminding you of what you left and, like, how you guys are still kind of tied to their law system, even using that common law system, it does kind of like make more sense to just be like, you know what, the robes, fine, the gavel, fine, the wigs, stupid. Is this the wait, Bob? Oh, Bob, you're back. It's the Bob's back, guys. I'm not sure if you're hanging in horizontal chat. Bob's back. What's up, Bob? I'm not sure if you know this, but your little segment there has now become part of my lore. We call it Pep lore, and yeah, dude. I'm not sure if it's for the reason that you would want, but yeah, dude. I don't know. How do you feel getting cooked? Like, dude. Terre Haute, but yeah, Terre Haute Bob. You just stop with the Bob Seger thing. You're not Bob Seger. You're Terre Haute Bob. Like, you should really change your name. At this point, you have been dubbed Terre Haute Bob. We need to give Trump more power. Biden was the most corrupt president in history. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. Wait a minute. This isn't like, you're not like the Bob from fucking that one show that like the kids that totally give their parents way too much rope to I'm not even going to say the other part of that, but you know what I mean. They get caught up in their own rope. That's how I'll say it. Seriously though, like, what the fuck makes you think that? Like, dude, Biden was a milquetoast motherfucker. He did things that were so milquetoasty that, like, how do you even equate it to corruption? Most corrupt in history? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're actually kind of genuinely stupid. Like, Bob, I already knew you were stupid the way that I cooked you and, like, proved your own gas prices again. Like, I used your own gas prices against you. But Bob, I have to say, that's a special one. Like, you came in here, you're just like, you know what? Maybe I didn't prove myself stupid enough in the last go around. I'm gonna go back to this here pep talks fella, and I'm gonna make sure that he knows just how stupid I truly am. I don't see Bob in horizontal. You're not going to, because the horizontal and the vertical chats do not mesh. Honestly, guys, I really have been toying with just dipping on the horizontal stream. It doesn't do much for me. The VODs don't really have any traction. Honestly, I get 100 some odd viewers. Like, I get my regular viewers on there, which is fine, but it splits the stream. So it's also splitting engagement from one of the streams. So I think that starting on Monday, it's going to be horizontal is still going to be around on Twitch, and then we can do vertical on YouTube, because it makes no sense. It makes no sense to be splitting the audience like this. And then I get stuff like that where it's just like, I don't see Bob. I don't do this, blah, blah, blah. I only like it because I can close the screen while I'm at work. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that you can. That's right. That's one of the drawbacks. Well, can't you do that with the vertical too? I don't know. I feel like you could, though. Does the shorts feed kind of like limit that? You know what? I have never actually tried. Here, let's see. Let's try this in real. Man, we're doing an experimental show today. We're getting asked questions in real time and answering in real time, and then we're going to ask this question. Check out the live. Here we go. Here's the live. Whoa, that's my voice. I don't like hearing that. Okay. And then, no, I can totally put this in the background. Wait, can I? Yeah, you can totally put it in the background. What are you talking about? Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it, except for the fact that, yes, I have actually put some thought into this. Because, again, right now, I'm sitting with 6 concurrent viewers and the other thing is I can only have YouTube Studio open for one stream, and it always prioritizes my horizontal, and I'm kind of over it, guys. I really am. Because this is where I'm seeing the growth. So I don't know what to tell you. Also, it does kind of, I noticed that my Twitch was gaining more traction because I had some of y'all that wanted to go watch the horizontal, and that's where you guys had to do that. No, you can't close your phone and play vertical in the background. How come I'm doing it right now? Here we go. Hey, I'm talking to myself. Wow, that delay is pretty bad. I'm talking to myself. All right, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Is it because of YouTube Premium or something like that? Is that the reason I can do that? I can't for whatever reason. I have YouTube Premium too. I don't know then. Do you not have an iPhone? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's iPhone exclusive. What up, Fred? How's it going? But this is also part of the problem, is I now have 3 active chats open, and for some reason, my chat likes to skip over a whole bunch of them. So logistically, guys, this sucks. I kind of wish I had the traction. Like, let's put it this way. If I had the traction that I did from the shorts feed with everybody coming on to the vertical stream, I wouldn't have this problem at all. Actually, you know what would be really fucking nice? If YouTube could figure out this thing where I can dual input the way that I am with my OBS, but if you turn your screen, then you get the full screen. But then if you turn it back, it gives you the whatever. I think YouTube is having server issues lately. It is. The thing is, I got made aware of that from YouTube themselves, which this isn't, I'm not breaking any TOS here. Like, they sent out an email just saying that the servers have been overfilled, and that they're starting to roll out a new, and I think that this is what happened to me. They started rolling out something where you had to prioritize one, because I wasn't able to go live with both for, multiple days. So Or better yet, you could go work for YouTube and change everything yourself. That's not how that works. You ever tried to get a job at somewhere like that with just what I'm doing? The fuck? Yeah, go get a job at YouTube when you're a content creator. Like, you do understand, like, I don't care if you want to make fun of, like, me doing this, but I actually make money doing this. Like, I am a professional YouTuber, despite what anybody here thinks. No, I'm doing more than most YouTubers do. Most YouTubers are scared to talk about this shit. I don't get it. Like, I've read the TOS. I know exactly what I can and can't talk about. I can't talk about, like, the ins and outs of everything, but I can at least give you a little behind the scenes on the stuff that's kind of just out there. Like, anything that's essentially posted onto Twitch or onto Twitter, I can tell you. And this was posted on Twitter. So, if you have a degree, I don't have an IT degree. I don't have a fucking degree. I didn't even graduate high school, motherfucker. I am a fucking entertainer. I'm a fucking comedian that likes to talk about politics, and I can gain an audience, but thank you, you are bewitched. The thing is, I'm also in a little bit of a pissy mood, just in general, because I hate people like that. I hate people with your stupid fucking advice. Get fucked. Sorry. Why don't you go work at YouTube? Why don't you have an IT degree? Why aren't you changing things? Sorry, that was rude. That really was rude. You sound like I don't know. You sound like nothing but a loser. Oh, cool. Well, I guess I am then. I don't know. What do you offer besides just something? Well, I don't even know what you're doing here. I'm not here crying about YouTube doing what YouTube should be doing. Yes, I'm crying. I'm so sad. I'm so sad that YouTube just, I don't know, can't make sense. No, I get to have 2 streams open. I mean, if you're not listening, but if you have all the answers, then go work for YouTube. It's literally just a suggestion on what they can do to make things a little bit better for us. But I don't actually know the logistics, and I'll just admit, I don't know the logistics and why they do this. I don't understand why they separate it the way they do. I don't understand how this works either, where I get put into like the shorts feed, but I am a long ass show. Like I do about 6 to 8 hours, so I don't know, whatever. But I just tried to close vertical and it doesn't work for me, and I'm on Android, so I think it might. Yeah, I think it's just a. Yeah, that must be a Android thing. Huh? Interesting. Just walk in with your resume and best handshake, and you'll get the job if you believe in your heart of hearts. Yep. No, I mean. Yep. That's how it is. That's how every boomer has told me that it works. That you could just go get a job by asking. Like, dude, have you had somebody tell you that recently too? So I had a friend that was looking for a job, right? And without missing a beat, my fucking dad starts going on about that. Like, did you show up? Did you did you put in, did you make yourself seen? That's what you need to do. Meanwhile, we're trying to explain how this modern job market works, where if you don't have a LinkedIn, then you're essentially just not going to be found and you're not going to get a job. So, you can get a job by putting in effort. Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. What I do put effort into, believe it or not, the show. So, yeah. But do you like wieners? I mean, are you talking hot dogs or are you talking dick? I mean, I like some hot dogs. Not a big fan of dick. But I don't hate anybody that does think dick is tasty. If it's for you, it's for you. All right. You do you. You can only get a job if you exert an insane amount of effort, and that's not a guarantee. Dude, jobs are seriously. This is one of those assholes that's also probably I've worked for the same corporation for 30 plus years and I've never missed a day of work. And then, sure as shit, Like they get sick and they're gonna get fired, and then they're just gonna be like, oh, there's no loyalty. It's just like, yep, that's how that works there, buddy. That's not true at all. I worked as an electrician for 2 years with the LinkedIn and made more money than I ever had than I ever thought I was going to. Ah, cool. Good for you. Honestly, good for you. I'm happy for you. Job market is cooked right now. An electrician. If you have work experience and keep each job you have experience at these jobs, you can build a good resume. Yes, but that doesn't matter, dude. Because I don't want to go work. You understand that I don't want to curate YouTube? That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. And I actually am like making my way in doing this. So I'm going to just say it. I'm at like the worst part of being a content creator. I really am. Where I'm right at the precipice of breaking through as like a full-time creator. And, I only need, that's what really sucks is I need like 300 fucking more subs to get there. So yeah, it is dude, it sucks. Like that's the one thing is it's not for everybody. I can tell you right now, if you got a full-time and you want to do this and you started as a hobby and then you try to make it full-time, I can understand why only a certain amount of people even kind of start breaking through. But you're better off working at Walmart. I have a second gig, you dumbass. I'm one of those ones. I'm one of the hobbyists, but I'm almost there to make enough. You understand that you're kind of you're missing the mark here because you're trying to make me feel bad, but you're just kind of reminding me that I'm like, oh no, actually, like I'm one of the fucking lucky ones. I'm one of the doing this. Like I'm one of the ones getting to do this and make money and actually get revenue. Like, yeah. Why do idiots assume that the person doesn't have a job? Because they're dumb. That's realistically what it is. They're dumb. He's a dumbass. He thinks he's smarter than everybody. He's coming in here being condescending. Usually to be this like level of condescending, you also have to be like a certain level of retarded. Because realistically, the most confident people I know are retards. And I'm just being fucking as nice as possible, but they're the dumbest fucking people I know. Yes, that was by choice. That was like, I was done. What's the point? I wasn't going to college, dude. I wanted to be a stand-up comedian. That's what I went and did. To a degree. To a degree. Was I successful? No. Did I gain that experience? Yeah. Also, you know what's funny? I didn't even have anybody check. Because I went to a fucking community college program for TV and radio. I did a, communications course. I did the 2 semesters. You're a sit-down comedian. Yeah, actually I am. And I like this a little bit better. Yes, it doesn't have the instant gratification as much as far as like just hearing the laughter, but yeah, no, this is fun. I love doing this. Oh, you're talking about Pep. Even so, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. That's okay. Sylvie's just like, oh, wait a minute. I mean, no, my biggest thing here is like, what's your fucking problem? Like, what's your deal? Why are you coming in here just kind of being a prick? It's not like you said, hello, what kind of show is this? You just came in here just being an asshole. It's almost like you're insecure that somebody is doing something that they enjoy with an audience behind them. Whether it be, a large audience or not, I don't give a shit. Dude, if I had one person in here, I would still be fucking doing this, and I'd still be doing it with just as much gusto as I do every day. Every day, bro, why do you think that you're better than everyone and have all the answers? You're just assuming things and being a dick. Yep. Like I said, and he's probably he is probably stupid. Like, there's a reason that he's an electrician. It's probably the only job that he could have done. He doesn't have a creative bone in his body. He doesn't understand how to do anything like this. He probably thinks that he's one of these guys that doesn't like a single video. He's never contributed to a YouTube creator because he thinks that YouTube entitles him to this creation. Yeah, 0 special powers. Nah, I mean, dude, literally. Oh my God, you're in a trade that anybody could literally do. Okay. Bro, you're in his stream commenting. You're not doing, I mean, realistically, that is kind of the fact. Like, this guy is spending his time in here trying to prove how cool he is. Oh, we're scumbags? Oh, now you're saying that everybody in here is a scumbag. Cool, 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 cool. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not doing anything different. Yeah, I am different. I'm what's different, motherfucker. Yes, do I talk about, the news, politics of the day? Yeah, you know. Does the Daily Show probably do this a little bit better with some structure? That's debatable. I think that those shows suck. I like watching, I personally, when I started finding like streaming, I was kind of like, all right, I kind of get it. Certain guys out there. Um, here you go. Watching his son get as big as he did, that was one of the things where I was just like, oh shit, damn, I think I could do that because I happened like this is where my confidence will at least show through. I know I'm funnier than his son, and I know that I actually have like I'm not sure if it's my manners, but I have like better structure than he does. Like my show is structured better than his, plain and simple. I do believe that. I don't leave when I leave my chair. I literally have a fucking timer going on where I'm just like, if I hit that 90 seconds, then then I know I done fucked up. I don't think I've ever done that though. But some nobody sit down comedian trying to roast essential workers. Essential. Dude, you can literally be dust tomorrow and there's somebody that's going to be there to take your job. Like, that's how this works. Now, in this case, no, that's not how it works, Although, maybe they're training the AI and you guys will be surprised. Like, if I pass from this mortal coil, you guys might have a digital AI pep talks. Like, wouldn't that be fucking weird? I mean, Lord knows I've done enough content. I'm not good at streaming, but when I do stream, magic seems to happen. Been a while. My stream basically died with Windows 10. That sucks, Ghost Dog. That really sucks. Yeah, RIP Windows 10, man. God, when I first started this, it was like seamless. I don't know why. All of a sudden, with the advent of Windows 11, everything fucked. Like everything got fucked. My OBS got fucked. My connection to YouTube got fucked. My connection to Twitch got fucked. Like everything. Are you an AI right now? I don't know. Is this real? Am I real? I don't know. Oh God, your job doesn't make you worth more as a person. No, they think it does. No, because it's all he has. It's the only thing he has as an identity, and that's where I'm like, I kind of feel bad about that because, like, I knew comics that were electricians, and I knew some of that were day traders. But the thing that I will say that all of us had in common was that none of them would identify themselves as an electrician. They would say that they're a comedian because that's what they truly knew they like, or that's what they wanted to be. What you did was you found your job. You realized that look, I made a little bit of money here. Cool. Comfort. And then you realize that you also have nothing else to offer the world as far as, you can't make anybody laugh. You can't make anybody cry. You can't really do much, can you? Except for just, I don't know, figure out which wires go to what with your numb ass hands. I'm assuming that you got numb hands. Most of y'all do. That's because they're scumbag losers. Is that all you got? Like you've said it twice now. Someone feels bad. I don't know, guys. And the funny part is this guy, like, wait, is this Bob? Bob, did you switch your name? Hey, Sparky, move along and go to another stream. All right. I was born an artist and I will die an artist. I am what I am and I am what I'll be. Get some spinach in there. Artists are usually broke ass drug addicts. Oh, that's fun. Because I would call my wife an artist, and she ain't no fucking broke ass drug addict. She gets to make a lot of money. Well, not now, but did he leave? No, not yet. But honestly, whatever. Apologies to anybody in the trades. Just want you to know that I'm specifically talking about how useless this guy is, not you. I am my paintings, Van Gogh. Well, I mean, at least they had more meaning, in their lives. I would honestly argue that, you know. Well, if you depends on what you define as meaning, but like I said, this guy wants to come in here ripping on me. You literally just shat on the trades. Yeah, your trade. I'm shitting on you because you're a bad tradesman. No, you're propping yourself up above everyone else. No one's trashing on trades. No. Electricians are literally the most essential workers in construction. Yeah. And that's why, again, you're just one of the many. Like I said, you can pass from this mortal coil and no one would probably know the difference. Whatever shitty housing development you're putting up and probably doing a piss poor job because I have seen that new construction tends to have major electrical issues. Wondering if you're behind any of them, but whatever. Yeah, sitting on your pseudo bravado shocktrition. This guy is just trying to feel better about himself by draining you and the room's emotional energy. Yeah, I know. And I had that yesterday, obviously. But also, fuck him. He's here. Yeah, because of all your construction experience, right? Don't need it to know when I don't need construction experience to know when a shitty job's a shitty job. But I also happen to know when you see some, bad electric. I have, when I got this house, there's some bad electric. Had to take care of some of that. And here's the thing: I'm not even a certified electrician. Somehow figured that one out. But yeah, like I said, of what, a shitty job on a sub panel. Hey, what do you know about sub panels? Top viewers, that's Stream Boo. Ew. Dude, what is it about Twitch? What is it about Twitch? Does this happen? Like, guys, do you see that on every other, like, Twitch streamer? Is that just, like, something that I need to, like, put, like, a block or a blanket ban on? I tried to do that, where I'm just like, nah, I don't want any of that fucking traffic in here. But whatever. Looks to me it's making a lot of effort to me. I mean, the guy's still here trying to, again, I don't even know what he's doing outside of what Pinkerbell was saying, where he's just trying to drain us. But I can also do this thing where I can just ignore him. So oh, somebody trying to prove their worth in a chat with only 12 people in it. Oh, buddy. I think that you're not feeling very good about yourself. You might need therapy. Let us get targeted with this shit, and then we all go and refuse to ban them. Huh? Yeah, well, there are certain things where I'm kind of just, some homosexual with stuffed animals in his room talking about men work. Yeah, sure. Bewitched needs a hug. Yeah, I think he does. Don't hug, but if you're a man, he's homophobic, guys. He doesn't hug other men. He only stares at them longingly and thinks about what's in trans people's pants. Oh yeah. Trust me, we know what this guy does. Pep, dude, you're letting your anger of the past few weeks bleed through or something. Well, it's almost like I've been going through a whole lot of shit, and just in general, Kind of sick of everybody's shit, including yours, Steven. I mean, I'm not mad about yesterday, but yeah, I will just say this one where it's just like, no, dude, I think that you also, you still got some problems in your corner there where you take shit way too seriously and you just don't know how to fucking, cope with it. But let's get back into that. Shitting on you isn't shitting on a trade, dumbass. That's the thing that he doesn't understand. But like I said, buddy, anybody can do your fucking job. I could do your job, literally. It's fucking easy as shit. But you know what else I can do? Because you are actually kind of annoying me. Sit down. Now, here's the thing. I don't ban people. I have you have to do something pretty egregious to get banned. But you start doing that shit where you want to derail my stream, and also just like, he kept repeating himself, where it's just like, dude, okay, we get it. You think that you're special. We know that you don't like hearing that you're just one of the guys. You're literally just part of the mold. Nobody gives a shit about you. That's why he comes to YouTube and has to go on to some other creators, other creator, insinuating like he's a creator. Sparky went bye-bye. We'll see if he comes back. Okay, washing dishes now. I'll just listen. Go. Sparky. I mean, that's fun. Like I said, one thing I want to preface is that was not shitting on the trades. If you guys are in trades, I actually do recommend going into trades because, yeah, they usually do end up paying a little bit better. It depends on, if you feel so forced into it. But yes, trades are essential. I was going to say that electricians are essential. He isn't. There's a difference, but essential to the stream. Yeah, sure. Nah, this is kind of like, dude, they did this with the fucking stand-up shit too. It's just your average hecklers when you start saying some shit that, number one, they think everything is like Facebook broke these people's brains where they hear something that they're just like, I don't like what this guy's saying. I'm gonna go tell him how much I don't like what he's saying. Hit a macho man Randy Savage line. Cream of the crop always rises to the top. Yeah, I'll go for the basics. Alrighty. Anyway, we need more young people in aerospace tool trade. Yes. I actually, dude, I do have I think I mentioned him when we were watching the space capsule thing, where I just was mentioning how, dude, I think just turned 40, and he has a patent on a part that is in every single 747. That's crazy, man. Like, you want to talk about actually, like, I kind of told him, like, man, you kind of did, like, you did everything you need to do. You have, like, a legacy part. And he's just like, but I must keep working. I'm like, oh. You think Sparky has sand in his vagina? Oh, what is he, like wait a minute. He's a Pokemon. Oh, dude, that's what we were dealing with in Angry Pikachu. He wasn't an electrician. He was an electric type. And then he got hit by a sand type. Oh, it makes sense. And then, electric's not really that effective against sand types. Makes sense. It makes sense. Anyway. I was talking about something before that douchebag came in here, specifically about how I am going to start prioritizing the vertical stream over the horizontal on YouTube specifically. I'm sorry, guys. I know that this is one of those things because there's a few of you that like to close it out, listen to it in a, and I'm sorry that your Samsungs apparently don't work, especially if you're a YouTube Premium user. That's kind of insane. I will just say this, though. It doesn't make sense. Like, I'm using, like, too much bandwidth. Also, that is a problem. But just so you know, a new talking point going around is that the 2019 whistleblower colluded with Democrats before reporting and that the impeachment was fraudulent. Oh, okay. Okay, is it a talking point? Is there any merit to it? I know nothing about it. Wow. Losing my touch here. Apparently, I don't know something. We ride with Pep regardless. Yeah, see? Some people watch for the personality. Oh, God. All right, let's do this. All right. Wait, 2019 whistleblower. I don't even remember what you're talking about. What, about the... Oh, wait. Are we talking about the Russian collusion thing? And that, like... I don't care. Whatever, dude. Trump's gonna pardon everybody. He's gonna get away with everything. And that's why I was getting so mad yesterday, where I was just like, dude, we're sitting here arguing about, like, semantical bullshit. It is semantical bullshit. While this motherfucker's out there subverting our democracy and just telling us that he's going to do so. But we're just like, well, I don't know who I can throw my vote behind. It's like, you might not even have the privilege to vote anymore. That's the reality we live in. Like, you do understand that he is just going for it too. And we're all getting, like, I know that I'm just fucking kind of burnt out about it, where I'm just like, if he does it, he fucking does it. What else are we gonna do? We actually gonna fucking take the streets? I don't think so. I genuinely don't. I'm sorry that I'm a little more pessimistic on this shit, but it's insane. It's fucking insane. This guy literally is doing everything to piss everybody off. And he's the only one that seems to be fucking just meh. Rosy posy. What the shit is this? Oh, someone just... Okay, that's weird. Give me one sec. Recent reporting from wait, okay, so here we go. Recent reporting from transcripts that they didn't mark the box that said they contacted Democrats, and the guy in the hearing said that yes, he did make contact before reporting, but what they omit is the person that the person they contacted was a staffer, so they knew procedurally what to do. I don't even get it. What's the problem? What's the actual fucking problem? So, what are they saying now? I just don't give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. The fact that we're not out there just saying, okay, so the 2020 election rigged under Trump's FBI, DOJ, and he had control of all that, right? 2024, not rigged, but Biden had all the time to rig it. It's almost like he's full of shit and everybody should know that. Hey, look, Sparky's back with his alt. Yeah. Sparky. I like the fact that he has a new nickname, too. Tinkerbell. Yes. All right. That's a proper way to use the Pika Pika. Wait, do I still have that over here? Yeah, we'll do this one, too. Oh. Sorry, guys. Full disclosure. I haven't insulted someone either. So in the news app that I have in the comment section where they are all shitting on Dems, I just keep posting the 2029 article. trying to say that he colluded with Democrats before whistleblowing and Trump did nothing wrong. You know what? Then this is on them to fuck. I'm not fighting their battles anymore. I'm not fighting for the fucking Democrats. I'm not fighting these assholes. I'll just ignore them. It's so easy. You do understand that this is like you want to know the secret to just completely defusing MAGA and Donald Trump? You don't give him any you don't give him any attention. You take the attention away, then he's just, hey guys, I'm about to start a war. Okay. I said I'm about to start a war. Yeah, we heard you. I'm gonna steal the elections. Okay. Why is nobody paying attention to me? That's how I see it now. Sorry. Wife's being funny. Like his general's not blocking the strait. Yeah, right? We used to call Sparky, Sparky's get a broom, clean up your mess. When people started ignoring Democrats for bashing Hassan, then Ezra Klein started giving up his back to the true left. It's the right move. Yeah. No, it is. Just, dude, I get it, man. As somebody who does this, like, in the political field, which, I don't know, man. The future of my content is, just know that I'm not going to just blanketly stop doing news and politics or any of that, but also just know that, yeah, I might be doing more comedy-focused stuff and just, like I said, too, just being real about this, where I'm like, who cares? Who the fuck cares? I don't care what Trump has to say. Like, you guys remember when I first started using, like, ground news, and anytime that the article would start with Trump says, I just ignored it. And you know what? It worked. Because those stories that we were freaking out about and that I would have freaked out about like during that day turned out to be nothing. Now, I'm not saying like everything is to ignore, like again, the Iran war, all that shit. Because yes, we do need to point out just how much of this is his fault and how he screwed the pooch on this one. You know? But realistically, Sylvie, you do understand that, like, even just the idea that, oh, did you see that they're coming out with these talking points? And I appreciate that. Thank you for, like, making me aware of that. But we know it's talking points, so why, what am I preparing for? What am I supposed, is this like a debate prep? Am I supposed to fucking just be like, nuh-uh, here's the proof? I don't care. I genuinely don't care. He was impeached twice. He's not going to fucking reverse it. And if he does, guess what? What's the point? It's not like he was removed. You do understand that this is all just to placate his fucking ego. You missed Bob, damn it. He was only here for like a hot second. Then he decided to drop one comment. It's just so that you're not blindsided. No. Sylvie, I understand that. And I'm not saying to not tell me. I'm just, okay. No, I appreciate that. I'm looking a bit too deep into it. And back to what fucking guy said. My God, I forgot his name already. Shit. Where is he? Steve? Yes. Stefan. There we go. Stefan. Yeah, kind of going to the Stefan point where I'm just like, after dealing with that yesterday, I kind of started really thinking about it where I'm like, oh, yeah, it's a lot healthier to just ignore these assholes until we, you know. Actually, hold on. Because I don't want to give you guys bad advice and say just completely ignore them. There's got to be a healthy middle here where it's just like, okay, you can totally be aware of it, but also not give Trump what he wants. Because what Trump wants is for all of us to lose sleep over this shit, to fucking literally lose energy, just to get run down. That's the whole point. I mean, they told us this. This is what's driving me fucking insane, is the more that the Democrats do nothing and that's their strategy, the more that it really does feel that we have been abandoned. And I have a feeling that this is going to backfire on them. Like, bad, man. Selective hearing, Pep. Yes, it's called, yeah, I know. That's exactly what it is. Jokes are always funnier the 10th time. Yeah, it depends on what room you're testing them in. Now, was this a room that you didn't technically work before? Because that 10th time could have been a charge, or could have been the one where he figured it out. By talking it out is, or wait, talking it out is the answer, not splitting people. Yeah. No, I think we did a good job. I'm not calling you an asshole, by the way, and I didn't. Ren said it doesn't matter if they hate you, if they all say your name. Trump just wants, yeah, and that's exactly it. No, he's literally the any publicity is good publicity, any publicity, and like I kind of when we were talking about Lisa Fleischman in the Trump store, like this is the way that they all think. Which, the fact that there's like that's out there, and it does kind of like it does work to them. At least they see it that way, where they're just like, oh shit, people are talking about me, I'm relevant. Oh god. 10 is the magic number on telling the joke in a room of geriatrics. I mean, to be fair, Trump has been running the same materials since 2015, so, you know, his audience still says, you know, they play the hits, fake news. There's also some people, you know, they don't care about the facts, and it's like, I'm not going to talk to you. Yeah. Like, that's why I don't mind some of, like, the engagement with the, you know, the trolls, but, yeah. It is, like, notice how, had I just ignored that fucker, he would have just gone. Which, in hindsight, probably the better thing to do. But, also to Stefan's point, or Steven, I don't know why I keep calling him Stefan, sorry. Steven, to his point, yeah. Like, I kind of did let, like, a little bit of my anger get to me. I think that's what, like, doing this stream, it kind of, there is a weird thing where I'm like, oh, I have to, like, do this in a healthy way. Oh, shit. Sometimes I fail. It's okay. He's been doing You're Fired since circa 2020 or 2006. Yeah, I know. No, he's been literally just doing... And the thing is, people love him for it. You know, that's the craziest part, is people absolutely love him for it. He somehow did, like, he controls the media now. He controls the fucking, like, the narratives. He controls everything, man. That fell to the dark side a little bit. Not saying that this is, like, a permanent thing, but I am going to just say, like, dude, my life, honestly, I got so much other shit going on that none of, like, Trump shit is fucking... It's not important to me. It really isn't. I don't give a fuck. I don't. All I give a fuck about is trying to get to... Like, here's... You want my goal? My goal is supporting every fucking Democrat that is going to take over a state... or a state seat. A House seat or a Senate seat. And we turn both of those fucking... both the House and the Senate blue. Then we can start arguing about who's left enough, progressive enough. We can, you know, start arguing all that bullshit. But until then, I have absolutely zero interest in attacking anybody that's a fucking Democrat right now. I don't care. Because you ever think that we're getting worked? We're sitting here complaining about fucking Democrats. Well, this motherfucker, just on the daily... like, fuck. Like I said, sometimes I think that people just want to be mad at Democrats because they are the easier opposition. Because it's safe. keep repeating myself with that one, but I think it's true. Which, with that mentality, yeah. I would find out who he contacted in what position, and from now on say he contacted this person in. Who cares? See? Right there. Steven just bought into it. Whatever, man. Have fun. Have fun being miserable for the fucking next, half year? What sort of stream you got planned for our holiday? May the 4th be with you. Well, May the 4th, maybe I'll do like a Star Wars theme. I do want to talk about Maul. Like, dude, the Maul show is so fucking good. It's actually, I would dare say it's better than Andor. But, Andor's a little more poignant. Just gonna say. It feels a little more, yeah. That's why the Hassan quote sticks in my head every day. You don't hate Republicans enough. Yeah. Not to sound like a broken record, but the left is so concerned with leftist orthodoxy that we... Wait. Hold on. My chat just froze. There we go. I'm going to just start this one again. Not to sound like a broken record, but the left is so concerned about leftist orthodoxy that they get walked on by anyone who says abortion is bad. Bukowski said, the problem with the world is that intelligent people are full of doubts while stupid ones are full of confidence. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do this. I was going to save this for the fun half, but since we're talking about this, here we go.
Kids are the purest form of philosophers. They don't just accept the world, they question it. They are driven by curiosity.
Wait, this isn't one.
Curiosity, raw, untamed.
What the fuck?
That's been analyzed by BBC Verify, showing that
Yo, dude. Okay. Every once in a while. All right. Well, that sucks. Where the fuck is my the actual video I wanted to play? Give me a second. Oh. There we go. There we go. Finally.
Someone once told me that winning an argument with an intelligent person is difficult, but winning an argument against stupid one is impossible.
Yep.
And this is just so true. Stupid people carry a strange kind of arrogance. They don't argue to understand, they argue to win.
Yep.
And in doing so, they unknowingly create traps in every conversation. You step in, thinking logic will guide the discussion, but instead, you find yourself...
This is almost like every time I get invited to a debate.
...pulled into frustration, confusion, and eventually regret.
What's up, Jehu?
And somehow,
how you doing,
they
guys?
seem to win.
Good to see you.
Not because they are right, but because they drag the conversation to a place...
You're not sure what you walked in on? We're learning about just interacting with stupid people and just not falling for the fucking traps anymore.
Where reason no longer matters.
Because too many people really give in to Trump and his bullshit and just, in general, MAGA and their bullshit.
The other person walks away angry, drained, and wondering why they...
Shit, I argued too long. I got to get riding my bike to work. Oh, no.
...even started the argument...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, be safe.
...in the first place. But why does this happen? Why is it so hard to win against them? And more importantly, is there a way to protect ourselves from falling into this trap? In this video, I will explore exactly that through some uncomfortable insights of the pessimist thinker Arthur Schopenhauer.
That clip sounds like Sam Harris. It's not. Even if it was, this would still matter.
There is a painful truth that most people learn too late. Some people cannot be changed, not
specifically on the topic of dealing with idiots,
because they refuse to listen, but because they genuinely cannot see what they are missing. This is where the real danger begins. Psychology calls this cognitive blindness, often explained through the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea that those with the least competence are often the most confident.
I mean, it literally explains our entire fucking political system right now, so.
People with limited knowledge tend to overestimate how much they actually understand. They are not pretending. They truly believe they already know enough.
Am I related to the actor Barry Pepper? No.
And that is what makes them unreachable. You cannot guide someone who is convinced they have already arrived. Arthur Schopenhauer understood this divide deeply. He observed that men of very great capacity find the company of very stupid people preferable to that of the common run.
Yes, we are.
What he
Actually, I
meant
forgot to add
was
the ones from
unsettling.
yesterday.
The intelligent and the foolish often live in completely different realities. One sees complexity, nuance, and contradiction. The other sees a simple, fixed world and clings to it. You cannot fix someone who cannot even perceive the problem. But it goes deeper than ignorance. Human beings
But this is also like the one thing that he's not talking about is how we also have that thing where we want to save them from their own stupidity.
are not
And we
wired
think that like because we're coming at it, you know, wanting to understand and wanting them to understand that it's technically, you know, with good
to
faith.
seek truth
That
as
your wife
much
is
as
doing
they are
better.
wired
She's doing okay.
to defend what they already believe. Modern
Doing better
cognitive
today.
science shows
Just,
that reasoning is often
tired.
just a tool for justification, not
She's resting
discovery.
right now.
We don't think to understand. We think to protect our existing beliefs. This is why foolish individuals become masters of what is known as confirmation bias. They actively search for information that agrees with them and reject anything that threatens their worldview. Even when presented with clear, overwhelming evidence, they will twist it, reinterpret it, or dismiss it entirely. Their mind is not a place of learning. It is a courtroom where every fact is forced to defend their pre-existing beliefs. This is why arguments with such people feel exhausting and pointless. You bring logic. They bring resistance.
It's literally like every time that
You bring
know,
evidence. They bring
you've watched any of like the debate shows, you can see it.
reinterpretation. And in the end, nothing changes. Psychologist Leon
Stacey.
Festinger
How's it going?
demonstrated this through the
By
concept
the way,
of
I just saw
cognitive
that you were the one who was asking about my wife. My bad.
dissonance.
Just read the comment.
He
didn't see
found
the
that
name.
when people are confronted with proof that they are wrong, they often double down instead of
Also,
reconsidering.
Corn, what up?
The
Yo,
discomfort of
Corn, 1999. Do you see that they want to bring back? Monkey was saying how he wants the family values tour back.
being wrong is so intense that the mind chooses denial over growth. They would rather protect their ego than accept reality. And that is where ego enters the battlefield. For many, beliefs are not just ideas, they are identity. To challenge what they believe is to challenge who they are. This is why foolish people
I ever
often
heard of Crowbar? Is it like a band?
respond with anger, mockery, or dismissal. It is
You look
not
like
just
a rocker. Oh, thank you.
disagreement, it is self-defense. Admitting they are wrong would feel like destroying a part of themselves. Schopenhauer captured this brutally when he said, "The
I'm
person who
guessing it's a band.
writes for fools is always sure of a large audience. People do not seek truth as much as they seek comfort.
Yeah.
They want to be reassured, not corrected. They would rather live
But the thing is, guys, this is where you also have to recognize your own stupidity sometimes. Like I have recognized myself doing exactly that. I'm like, oh, it's literally falling into the trap.
in a pleasing illusion than face an uncomfortable reality."
Yeah.
Even Martin Luther King Jr. warned about this danger when he said,
Your husband,
"Nothing in
they've
the
been all over TikTok.
world is
Oh,
more
nice.
dangerous than sincere
check 'em out.
ignorance and conscientious stupidity." The key word
I
here
mean, if I get permissions, I'll also play them on the show.
is sincere.
I have absolutely like no quarrels about playing anybody's music in like, you know, but I have to have permissions.
These people are not always malicious. They believe in what they are saying with complete conviction, and that sincerity makes them even harder to reach. Finally, there is the problem of mental rigidity. Foolishness often comes with a closed mind, a refusal to expand, question, or reconsider. Schopenhauer noted that such
Yeah, it's the assumption that others will be persuaded by an intelligent argument.
individuals
Yeah. That's why, honestly, sometimes what I do here, like, dude, every once in a while, I know what I'm doing. Just as far as like trying to speak to the idiots. 'Cause
cannot see the
I can speak idiot.
interconnections between things. They perceive fragments, not the whole. And because of this, they often retreat into oversimplified or even irrational explanations.
Stacy, so for this one, just email peptalkstv@gmail.com. And yeah, I will totally
Their world is
playing his
smaller.
music. I just need to.
But to them,
I need it in written form from one of the band members, who actually, like, whoever's the admin on their channel needs to just say yes, he has permissions for this.
it feels complete. When you combine all of this, ignorance of one's own ignorance,
For instance, if I like do get like a strike or something, or they try, they even say like, it's kind of like I have to appeal it, but then he does nothing, and then it just, then I'm able to use the music.
information bias, ego protection, and a closed mind, you arrive at a harsh conclusion. You cannot fix them. Not with logic, not with evidence, not even with patience.
Doesn't this sound just kind of eerie?
Because the problem is not a lack of information.
You know, like we've seen this in practice for the last 6 years in our politics to like a scary degree.
It is the structure.
Debate bro, like the uprising of debate lords, the fact that most of the fucking like political commentary space, they are kind of like this as far as the, like right-wingers
of their thinking.
That's also, like I said, like it's not even our fault. Sometimes it really is just they don't know. They don't know how this, like, that this is just how their brains work, that they will never budge.
Itself. And that is the moment you must understand something crucial. The goal is not
his use of the art, by the way,
to change them. The goal is to protect yourself. And if you are trying to change them, there is going to be a cost, which I will discuss now.
Oh, geez. A nice little handful of you guys in the horizontal chat today. Yes, the hidden cost. Here's the part that I really wanted to get to, because this touches on exactly what I was talking about with Donald Trump and just in general dealing with these MAGA idiots.
There is a cost to engaging with foolish people.
Yeah.
A cost that is rarely visible at first, but slowly eats away at your life.
Yeah.
It is not just about losing an argument. It is about losing your energy, your time, and eventually a part of yourself. One of the most overlooked consequences is stress. Dealing with stubborn, irrational people creates a form of chronic psychological strain.
Yeah.
Your mind stays.
Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I've just finally fucking had it.
Alert, irritated, and tense, even after the conversation ends, and your body follows.
Facts aren't as effective as you'd hope. Nope.
Research has shown that negative social relationships, those filled with conflict, hostility, and frustration, can actually accelerate biological aging.
This is why Trump started attacking facts and calling sources fake, so people would doubt sources to change opinions. We used to value their where sources came from.
Terms.
The thing is, they technically do, because they'll ask immediately, well, where'd you hear that? They're just retarded, and they just want, like, they hear, CNN? Fake news.
Surrounding yourself with the wrong people doesn't just feel exhausting.
They don't care to understand media bias. They don't care to understand just how, like, any journalism works.
It physically wears you down. Your body reacts to these.
Like, that's where I'm at today. I'm fucking physically tired. I mean, I did do a 2-hour show earlier, too.
Interactions as if they are threats. Stress hormones like cortisol rise.
I definitely fucking had it this morning. Hey, Ravy.
And over time,
right there with you.
This constant tension begins to damage your health. Every moment spent arguing with a fool is a moment you will never get back. Time is your most valuable resource.
Yeah.
Yet
and this is honestly, I do need to get better about this. That's where just disengaging with that prick would have been easier.
It is the easiest thing to waste when you believe you can fix someone who refuses to change.
Yeah. I didn't think that, though. I don't ever think that I'm trying to change their minds.
One more explanation will work.
It'd be nice
One
if I
more
did,
example
but I'm
will
not,
finally
that's
make
not my
them
goal.
understand.
I don't care.
But it never does.
Sometimes it is
There
just
is
to
an
get them
old
to feel
warning.
bad. But
Do not cast pearls before swine. Not because the pearls lack value, but because they will not be recognized. When you give your time and intellect to the wrong person, you are not elevating them. You are devaluing yourself.
Yeah.
That time could have been spent learning, building, creating, or simply finding peace. Closely tied to this is emotional burnout.
I really like this video specifically
Repeated exposure
because it does
to
remind you
ignorance
of
and
that.
stubbornness drains your patience. At first, you try to remain calm. Then you become frustrated. Eventually, you become exhausted. Conversations that should have been simple turn into battles.
No, they didn't. They didn't change their minds just 10 years ago.
And over time, you begin to carry
No, they always felt this way. The thing is, this is the reason he even got to where he is. He spoke to their baser impulses.
that frustration into other parts of your life. The danger here is subtle. You start to lose your
Never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you down. Yeah, beat you with experience. Yeah, that's a great fucking quote.
empathy. You become more irritable, more cynical, and less willing to engage even with people who deserve your attention. What began as an attempt to correct someone else slowly begins to damage your own character. When you argue excessively with foolish people, observers do not always see intelligence. They often just see conflict. And worse, they may not distinguish between you and the person you are arguing with. As the saying goes, never argue with an idiot. They will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Yep, there it is.
Carlo M. Cipolla captured this reality with brutal clarity when he argued that humanity consistently underestimates the destructive power of foolish people and pays the price for it.
What I do without hope. Kafka. I mean,
Wars, crises, and disasters are often not just the result of evil, but of unchecked stupidity combined with influence. And that is the most dangerous part. When you start taking a fool seriously, you unintentionally strengthen their position. But how can we prevent ourselves from all this? This is what I will discuss now.
Christianity has facts. It depends.
Now that
It depends on what you're classifying as facts from the Bible. Because honestly, the problem with the Bible is that no, it really doesn't. Like, here's my problem with the history of the Bible specifically, and I'll just wrap it up in just one quick story. The Book of Luke. The Book of Luke is essentially like they admit that it's kind of a copy of the Book of Mark, which then you get down to it, and it's all the inspired word of God that they can't even pinpoint to one person. So, yeah, facts, what? And then you look at the fact that these are the Gospels that kind of omit some of the things that were in the other Gospels.
it is clear that
Yeah, it's too easy to pick apart, especially for a divine book. So there are like specific parts where they'll talk about a historical battle, and then archaeologists go to said battle site and they find nothing. No proof that a battle had ever happened. And I mean, trust me, these people, they know how far to dig to kind of like get to that.
foolish people.
So at that point, it does kind of just turn into, I don't think this happened. Or you do the Christian thing where you just go, technically it was another field, like geographically this was different. It's just like, well, I mean, they actually had it, like even for the Bible, some of them actually gave like precise coordinates.
People cannot be fixed, and that engaging them comes at a heavy cost. The only rational response is withdrawal, not out of weakness, not out of fear, but out of discipline. This is not surrender. This is strategy. The first step is awareness. You must learn to recognize who in your life consistently drains your energy with ignorance, stubbornness, or unnecessary conflict. Once you see them clearly, the next step is boundaries. And boundaries are not about
Stacey,
controlling
thank you for the
others.
$10 donation.
They are about
Appreciate that.
controlling
Stace of
access to yourself.
$22.10. Smiling face with hearts.
Thank you. Also, thank you for using the link.
This
I really
means
appreciate
learning to
that.
say no. It means limiting how much time,
If
attention,
you guys want to donate to the stream, I do also recommend the link. If you,
and emotional energy you give. Not every conversation deserves your participation. Not every opinion deserves your response. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is nothing at all.
Yeah.
You can
Just walk away.
excuse yourself politely.
Yeah.
Change the subject.
Yep.
Shorten interactions.
Yeah.
Create invisible rules for your own peace. No pointless debates. No late night
Yeah.
arguments.
I mean, honestly, this is what I've been practicing for a while. I have been failing as of late, and I have been engaging with more of this. And now that I'm getting this little like refresher, I feel better. Like, I think I need to watch this, or just in general remind myself of this every month or so.
No engaging in topics that always spiral into chaos.
Give you prime.
You are not
I
obligated
appreciate that, man.
to attend every argument you are invited to. And more importantly, you must understand this. Protecting your peace is not selfish. It is necessary. But withdrawal is not only external, it is internal. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed." This is the essence of mental detachment. Foolishness only affects you if you allow it to. Their words only disturb you if you internalize them. So instead of reacting emotionally, you begin to observe.
Yeah, except here's the thing. The attacks on free speech have come directly from the right wing now. So if we value that, our Constitution, our rights under the Constitution, then we have to protect it and the idea of,
Instead
the democracy behind
of
it.
arguing, you acknowledge and move on. You stop trying to correct every false statement and
This
start
is where, again, the most effective thing you can do to a Donald Trump is just ignore him.
protecting your inner state.
Just want to say, hi, have a good stream. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
You can even imagine a mental barrier,
Assuming you're going to go game.
a filter that lets words pass through without impact.
Little jealous.
Over time, this becomes a habit. You still value truth, but you no longer sacrifice your peace trying to enforce it. Another powerful tool is indifference.
Why do I
Or
feel
even-
like this video is calling you out? If it's for the same reason that I did, it's because you engage with this too much and we lose
In
clarity.
humor.
Hey, you.
Not everything deserves seriousness. When a foolish claim is made, you don't have to dismantle it with logic.
got a $10 donut.
Sometimes a light response, a smile, or a simple interesting is enough. Other times, ignoring it completely is even more effective. Because here is the truth. Foolishness feeds on attention. The more you engage, the stronger it becomes. The less you react, the faster it fades. This is why silence can be more powerful than argument. A fool cannot argue with someone who refuses to play. And then comes perhaps the most important strategy of all, choosing your environment. Arthur Schopenhauer observed that those who think deeply often find themselves disconnected from those who do not. There is a natural divide between meaningful
Ebru?
conversation
Hello.
and empty noise. And you must decide which side you want to live on. Surround yourself with people who challenge you to grow, not people who trap you in endless, meaningless
Inglés?
debates.
I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Seek out curiosity, depth, and humility.
Me stupid American. Me only speak one English.
When your
One
environment
language,
is
bad
filled
ball,
with
too.
thoughtful
English and
individuals,
bad English.
you no longer feel the urge to argue. You feel the desire to
Development.
learn. And when you cannot avoid foolish people, whether in family, work, or society, you adapt. You keep interactions brief, neutral, and controlled. You engage when necessary, but you never immerse yourself. Finally, redirect your energy inward. Every moment you stop wasting on trying to fix others becomes a moment you can invest in yourself.
Yes, and this is the biggest one.
Read more, learn more, build something meaningful, grow in ways that actually matter. Because here is the quiet truth. While you are trying to change a fool, you are standing still. But when you focus on yourself, you move forward.
Are we meditating? Pretty much.
There will always be people who refuse to think, refuse to
I think that this is going to have a lot of
learn, and
impact
refuse to change.
on the audience here, because I think that if you guys didn't already know this, which no shame, not all of us are fucking, have studied philosophy in any way, which is fine. Yeah, this simple explanation of just like, don't give in to the fools, because honestly, they're just sucking your fucking, they're just sucking your energy away. Sucking your fucking
That is not
energy
your
away.
responsibility. Your responsibility is to protect your clarity, your time, and your peace.
Yep.
So do not descend into their chaos.
Yeah. Also, because what it ends up doing is it makes you essentially like run into the whole just battling them all the time while not being able to plan, a better future. Like in our current political system, I think that's why I was reacting the way I was yesterday. Also, cheers. Hell yeah. They're emotional vampires. Yeah, but that's exactly. Don't feed the trolls. That's exactly what it really comes down to. Which every once in a while, like what I do, I kind of see it as like sparring, you know, which even that, yeah, it may be like, okay, all right, so I might just create an excuse so I can just go interact because I guess that's what it is. It is just like it's just kind of sparring at that point because it's not like I'm gaining anything from it. Like thinking back to it, like even debating Andrew Wilson, it's not like he was never going to concede and just see my point of view on something, and I was never going to like change his mind on anything. It's kind of where all those debates go. That's why I'm just so over it. Oh, Stacy, again, thank you for the kind $10 donation.
Staceb $22.10. Keeping you in my prayers, folded hands heart.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And also, thank you for keeping me in your prayers. Like, again, I may not be religious, but I do always appreciate when people put the vibes out there. I'm a very, very big believer in the vibes, at least, you know. This is also why I don't, like, just say, I don't know, energy's not transferable. Okay, what's going on here? The thinker dies many times before his body does. Yeah. The thing is, like, some of these philosophers, this is what I always liked about pointing out to, like, some of, like, the people that were in really deep into philosophy, was how fucked up Nietzsche was. Or Nietzsche. And just, like, how fucked up some of these philosophers were mentally. Where it's like, yeah, they got some good ideas, but also, just remember that they were flawed humans too, and there was some shit there. So, that guy laughing my ass off. I can never remember. Nietzsche, yeah, or as your average American will call him, Nietzsche. Philosophers were emo before it was cool. I mean, yeah, Nietzsche was 1000% that. Like, dude, he was also like the proto incel. Like, dude, incels love quoting Nietzsche. But doesn't mean that he didn't have some good ideas. Nietzsche. I thought it was I've done the phonetic spelling on it from Google. It's Nietzsche. Chad Marcus Aurelius. Anyway. You know what really pisses me off is that I can see people talking shit about me because I have I am in horizontal and I went over to vertical and I can't see them. Yeah. Pap, you look so stressed. I am. I'm also dealing with a situation right now, so just give me a minute. Just It's whatever. Give a yell. It helps sometimes. I do that. I've done that. Yeah. That doesn't get annoying because it's like they're just being mean for the sake of being mean. I can't even be like how I know you are, but what am I back? Who gives a shit? Steven, let it go. My God, watch some Frozen or something. Listen to that song on repeat. Let it go. Let it go. I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound like that, but I don't think it's being mean. People are in charge of their own social media experience. Yes. Yes. You know what? You use yourself a heavy bag. Yeah, you know, I think I need to hit the range soon. That's what's gonna have to happen. I need to go blow off some steam. That's definitely a that's for sure. That's for sure. It's definitely been a little stressful lately. That's cool. What up, Kois? How's it going, brother? Hope you're doing well. You offered, don't forget. You offered what? I might have already forgotten. What did I even say? I'm tired. You guys created your own little chat room, and when I say something, you talk shit about me, and you get to say it to each other, and I don't get to see it. Dude, they blocked. Oh my God, now you're on that shit. Like, get over it, dude. Yes, people can block you on things. That's just how it goes. Either interact with the people that you can still interact with. You can still say your stuff, like, make your peace. Like, dude, stop complaining. Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, the range. Yeah, no. You know what? No, Kois, I'll hit you up with that. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Anyway, I'm not asking her name. Anyway. All right. God damn it. Yes, we get to create our own space. Shocking, I know. Yeah. That's what this is. I mean, honestly, like I said, it's also the split chat. Yeah, I'm making the executive decision. I'm actually going to fast forward that to tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is going to be vertical exclusive on YouTube and then horizontal exclusive over on Twitch. And I'm going to just toy with doing that because honestly, I'm getting tired of fucking splitting the audience. I'm getting tired of all the bandwidth. I'm getting tired of it all. I'm also really tired of my fucking OBS splitting my chats. So what ends up happening is you think that Steven, you think you're mad? I don't see half the fucking chats. I have to go to the fucking I have to click on the actual YouTube video and there's the chats. All right? You think you're dealing with problems? Fuck off. Needs a festival. I do. Ooh, some doses. Ooh. That'd be nice. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Soon. Anyway. Steven, I'll talk to you, buddy. Yeah, dude, again, you got people that are willing to engage with you. The problem is, dude, you're trying to antagonize people that don't want to interact with you. You're trying to force interaction with people, which is not what this is. That's not what any, social media is. Any platform you can block somebody. That's just, it is how social media works. You're not entitled to keep pissing people off just because. All right? He's at horizontal if you want to go for it. I mean, it really depends too. Like, if you guys want, and the other thing is, it's the interaction part too. It's this splits the interaction. God damn it. Ghost Train, what's up, man? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Just hit the like button on your way in. That's just the one thing I'm gonna ask everybody. No, I'm upset that they are talking about me still. How do you know they're talking about you? If you can't see their chats, how do you know they're talking about you? You've been unplugged for the last 4 weeks. What happened? Go. What, you want to speed? Watch my latest video, or my latest short that I just released. You want, the news given to you in a speed read. Oh, by the way, Kois, are you in one of the zones for the tornado warning? Because I am. I got myself a tornado warning. Oh, actually, I think it changed. Flood warning. Oh, son of a bitch. Again with this flooding bullshit, dude. We keep getting these flood warnings. You don't know exactly? You should check. Use WeatherWise. Just check WeatherWise. You don't even need to type in your address. You can just go to your area. Did you learn nothing from that video? Wait, are you talking about me? No, I don't think you are, but... Alright, let's play a video. I gotta figure out something here. People will mod you for no reason sometimes, but sometimes there's good reason. I don't have... Listen, I haven't had mods do nothing, like anything for no good reason. Dude, if you guys weren't here for it, I blew up on a mod for that, okay? Like, it caused issues. Because I do not want my mods just fucking blanketly getting rid of people. Sometimes, and this is where it is the fine game. Like, after watching that video, it's just like, okay, what is the balance of letting these idiots fucking do their thing and just then, like, usually if we ignore them, they take themselves, like, out of the chat. But every once in a while, like, it is also, part of this is engagement. Like, I am stressed today. God damn it, I need something. I'd pay for a members only video of you jamming out to some good music. Oh, well, I mean, you'd have to become a member. Actually, let's see. I could probably do that. Now that I think about it, I could do that on a short video. Just has to, see, that's the one thing that I don't like is the fact that you can use magic in shorts, or music in shorts. I almost gave up the game. Oh, you are a member. My bad, dude. Anyway. Steven, it's a cool, man, yeah, it's cool, man. No one's talking shit. The thing is, Steven, that's my biggest thing. My biggest gripe is I'm going back through these chats now. I can't find anybody talking shit about you. So, yeah. Like right now, nobody's talking shit about you. You do seem stressed. Yeah, you know what? I am stressed. I'm fucking stressed. Yes, I'm fucking stressed. My wife is still going through cancer treatment. I'm also like doing caretaking responsibilities while also doing this, while also having other responsibilities, and then on top of it, I have other stuff going on in my life. You know, we got the boo over here, who unfortunately, yeah, I'm still worried about him. Like, yes, I have stuff going on. That's why, like, yeah, I can see it definitely coming out today. But also, realistically, like, I did 2 hours over on this space. God, I hope that, you know what, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I might be going back to 1 hour. Can Jake just come back? Can Jake just do his hour? I liked doing my hour, and then I got Primetime Propaganda tomorrow that, yeah, use Hang Your Hate. He can play that. It rocks. Hang Your Hate does rule. Most owners don't talk shit. We fling it back and then forget right away. That is true. That is very true. How many times have I literally, like, flung an insult or just said something and then I'm just like, what the fuck was I talking about? Show us your poop knife, Mr. Comedian. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, Isaac.
98 $5. Show us your poop knife, Mr. Comedian.
Don't worry about it. They know you at the end of the day. No, I know. And that's the thing, guys. Like, I know. We all cool here. All right, fuck it. Let's get into some of this bullshit. All right, let's do the news on the U.S. sanction. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do the proper news segment, and then we'll get to the fun. Because I got two Piers Morgan things that I do want to get to today. And then, yeah, I got some less serious videos. And then I got a Josh. We're closing out the show with Josh Johnson because, yes, I need to laugh today. So, I'm going to watch one of his newer videos. Stan's like, I think I'm owed treats. Oh. Good call. You are. Bye. Right. What? What? Good boy. You shut your... God, I love you. Oh. Yeah. Honestly, and that's part of it, man. I'm worried about my dog. All right. He's had a good few days, but I noticed today that he's not exactly putting on the weight that he should be, and yeah, I'm a little worried. So he's a storyteller. We all wish we could be, but couldn't emotionally handle being because of the life he had to live with to get those stories. Oh, him? Are you talking about him, Josh? Yeah. Or if you're talking about me, sure. Let's just pretend for a second you're talking about me. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's one thing that I've known. Like, dude, I kind of brought this up to, God, I hate to admit this. So, all right, I was talking to my stepmom about my brother. And it was so funny because at one point, she kind of it was like the way that a mom would kind of insult like a kid, but not try to insult because, you know, she kind of insinuated that he's got the personality of, you know, drying paint, and I was like, oh, so even the mother recognizes this. I see. And yeah, I kind of did just bring up how not only do I agree, but it kind of I was like, that stems from the fact that he had a happy upbringing where he had both his parents, you know, like out of all of us, because he was the only one that like came from, you know, my dad and my stepmom. So ew, I said game. Steven, the vertical chat has moved on. Please move on yourself. Dude, for real. Like, you're still going on about it, bro. You're not... You're fired up about nothing. Calm the fuck down. Josh Johnson always has a way of deconstructing a joke so perfectly. I'm genuinely, like, jealous of the, like, way that he can do that effortlessly. And the, like, dude... I kind of wish that this was the way that, like, comedy was. Like, the Josh Johnson, being able to go out, just film whatever show he's doing, and that's his new special. Like, dude, the fact that so many comedians did you have to go do at least 100 different shows to work out the material, because then you got to get a clean hour, you got to get your clean out. Do you know how many comedians feel like assholes for that? Because their hours still turned out kind of like shit, even with all that work. And then you got guys like this that are just going out there talking, you know, just talking half the time. But you can join my all right, let's get to the news. Let's fucking do it.
Linked tankers have crossed the strait despite Washington's naval blockade. 2 of those ships had visited Iranian ports. That's according to Marine Traffic. Its data shows a bulk carrier, the Christiania, crossing the strait on Monday, having called at the port of Bab el-Mandeb. China, the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, describing the U.S. restricting access to Iran's ports as irresponsible and dangerous. And what we've been hearing from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, as well, reports that the next round of talks may take place this week or early next week to extend the current 2-week ceasefire. So far, neither Washington nor Tehran have made any formal comments on this next round of negotiations, but we're watching out for that and we'll bring you any comments as soon as we get them. Well, James Parkin is a retired Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy. With Iranian-linked ships managing to get through the Strait of Hormuz, he told me what he thinks is going on the strait.
I think the most important thing for your viewers to note is that this is a blockade of Iran's ports rather than a blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. And as a result, much of the action and activity in that area of the world is going to be calibrated by how ships try and escape the blockade. And the 4 ships that have gone through the strait today indicate that perhaps it's not being as enforced as strictly as might otherwise be the case.
So what we're seeing at the moment is a policy from the US Navy of deterrence, James, rather than enforcement.
Well, it's an interesting analogy because one of the things that has been apparent in the last few weeks is that despite quite a lot of the rhetoric, the Strait of Hormuz is not actually blocked. It's not blocked physically. There's no evidence of any mines being laid. But what has happened is that civilian shipping companies have been deterred from transiting the Strait of Hormuz because of the danger of attack from Iranian forces in particular. I see no evidence that that deterrence has been dialed down at all. And merchant shipping companies who are perhaps connected with non-Iranian ports and non-Iranian cargoes have so far been extremely reluctant to go through the straits because of both the shipping insurance impact and also the risk of attack or damage to their cargoes. So for a blockade to be legal and effective, it does have to be enforced. And certainly from the first 12 or so hours of the blockade, that doesn't appear to be the case.
What is the biggest danger right now?
I think there are 2 dangers that leap out as to courses of action that may take place. Danger number 1, I think, is that the ships and the assets that the US Navy
Wait, so we're blocking them? Oh yeah, you did just say that you've checked out for 2 weeks. Yeah, now we're blockading them. God, that's got to be so weird. You have to feel like a time traveler. That's crazy.
The blockade are not able
You're
to
like,
do
wait,
that.
what?
Blockades themselves are actually a matter of international law, and one of the elements that has to be fulfilled for this to be a legal blockade is that it has to be effective. And if 4 ships have gone through already linked with Iranian cargoes that have not been stopped, not been boarded, that implies that the US Navy at the moment is struggling to have sufficient assets in the area to be able to enforce the blockade itself. So I think danger number 1 is that the Iranian ships continue to get through and the US forces perhaps slightly overreact in order to counter the narrative that the blockade is not being enforced. Perhaps the second and more dangerous but less likely course of action is that the non-Iranian linked ships, which are free to pass under the US Navy's notice to mariners to non-Iranian ports, when they start to go through and they've been reassured that they are subject to attack by Iranian forces. That would be the worst of all worlds, because it would show that the merchant shipping community is not free to proceed, that the US Navy's told.
Chat. All right. What's one of like the best types of sushi that's like a crab roll?
To do, and the Iranians are reopening hostilities against both ships and potentially
actually use some guidance on this
How
one.
much of the
I usually do a unagi, but I'm not feeling that right now.
Is it, James? And we've talked about it a lot, but if you're actually out there and you're the US Navy, that it's not always possible to identify these ships, that there's false flags, and you don't know necessarily where they're going because they could turn off their tracking data.
Well, that's a really good point from an open source intelligent point of view. But in reality, modern armed forces know very well where every ship has been.
Best white people sushi? I guess, yeah.
And
yeah, because I don't want salmon. Salmon. Man, I've been doing that a lot lately.
Whom it is connected.
Damn.
From your reporting earlier on today, you discussed a false flagged vessel.
I have a lot of sushi options.
With the Comoros Islands, which is actually not a registry that I believe has that ship on its books. But actually, US Navy, the UK Maritime Trade Organization, which is the global leader in tracking merchant marine traffic in that area of the world, they have a very good understanding of which ships have gone where.
Yep. Okay, so if you guys didn't get the crux of that, China just kind of went Leroy Jenkins and just decided to test the U.S. and say, all right, You gonna blow us out of the water? Bet, motherfucker. Yeah, and here's a little bit of a better breakdown. Let's do this real quick. And then, yes,
and
sorry.
is now saying he thought
trying to figure out
he was a
food.
doctor.
Yeah.
So evangelicals are very
Sucker
upset.
roll.
He did delete the image, very, very rare. He also is in a beef with the Pope. That's another thing I'm going to need you to explain to me. Pope Leo is weak on crime. A lot of crime, apparently,
Just
out
an
there in the
incredible
Vatican.
sentence, by the way.
That's right. That one will live on for quite some time. Sohrab Ahmari is going to join us to discuss this Hungary election where Orban officially lost election for the first time, 16 years. A center-right figure has, will now supersede him. But what's more interesting, honestly, is Orban's alliance with the United States. Remember, the vice president, JD, literally flew all the way over there just to campaign for him. Orban got completely blown out despite being endorsed by Donald Trump, I think by Bibi Netanyahu. So big shift there. It's not exactly like a bunch of lefties have taken over, but it's interesting nonetheless. Sohrab has been following that very closely. And then Emily and I are going to discuss Sam Altman and a recent attack that happened on his home. Perhaps what it says about our current society. The FBI made an arrest and raided that person's home who perpetuated the attack yesterday. So we'll have some updates. And then finally, we're going to do an interview with Kristen Bright.
You never thought you'd be on the side of the fucking Pope? Yep.
She is a 9/11 widow. She lost her husband on...
I mean, I have been on the side of the Pope before.
9/11, and yeah, she has some serious accusations
I never thought I'd be back.
against Secretary Howard Lutnick. She alleges that he has not been nearly as helpful to helping 9/11 widows gain access to the funds that they are, of course, they rightfully have, and as well has not aligned a meeting with Donald Trump, which she claims that on behalf of other 9/11 widows was promised to them. We did get a response from Secretary Lutnick, and we'll tell you all about what he said during that interview. But before we get to that, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel, and if you are listening to this on a podcast, please share an episode with a friend, and of course, please hit breakingpoints.com and become a premium
Maybe the
subscriber.
90s were
Emily
great for
and I are
men.
going
I
to
don't
do
know.
The AMA, but with
I haven't thought of it like that, but yeah.
all of that.
You did
a lot
so
Stan could be the
well.
Pope. He should
no,
be the Pope.
this is way harder. This is so
you're
hard.
the fucking Pope,
I
Stan.
haven't even had a sip of that coffee just yet. Let's go ahead and start with Donald Trump and the latest on the blockade. Here he was speaking in front of the Oval Office with a DoorDash driver from McDonald's. Maybe we'll get to that
let's
at one point. Go ahead.
So this was his attempt. It's tax week. So to set the stage a little bit before we roll this out, he's trying to highlight He's
trying to highlight that you're making a little bit more on taxes while negating the fact that you paid damn near $2,500 on average with his stupid fucking tariffs.
Big beautiful bills, tax benefits to average
so sick of
Americans.
this
Hence
asshole.
the DoorDash driver you're going to see in this video.
And his no tax on tips initiative.
Yes, which is a perfect illustration of politically where he is right now. He's
Right.
trying to talk about no tax on tips, and instead, this is what happens.
Let's take a listen.
Round of talks planned with Iran, and if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance with?
Well, he's done a good job, and Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job, and I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly, very badly.
What was the sticking point over? You said it was over nuclear.
It was over nuclear, very similar, yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon.
As far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the strait so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean, both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And the amazing thing is, we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the strait. We don't need the strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it.
If we don't need the strait, why are we blockading it? That's a very good. Why are we blockading the blockade? Look, I mean, the whole thing is crazy, Emily. He is totally in a vice of his own making, and we can even report to everybody this morning that the blockade's not even working. So
no way.
Yeah.
Pope Stanley the Cute.
No,
I'm kidding. It sounds exactly right. It sounds exactly right. I thought they were eager to make a deal. They've been calling President Trump, which is what he just said in that clip, of course. But no surprise there at all. As Trump would say, you don't have the cards.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put A2 up there on the screen as well. We'll take a listen to this where Trump claims that other countries want to help
93 through 95. What are you talking
in the
about?
blockade. Let's take a listen.
Dude, they still had segregated like boys, girls aisles at Toys R Us. What are you talking about?
Your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
So we've been trying to track that down, and so far we haven't been able to find a single one. Well, let's put A3 up there on the screen. Here we have the UK, Keir Starmer, probably the most important naval ally of the United States. Starmer says the UK will not join Trump's blockade of Iran's ports. We also know from the French that they will not join the blockade. Germany has not yet said. Nobody in NATO has said that they're going to be joining the blockade. The Japanese, as far as I can tell so far, haven't said. And South Koreans, which we covered yesterday, how furious they are with the nation of Israel. In fact, they have an opposite tactic, Emily. They have a special envoy in Tehran right now on the ground who's trying to negotiate safe passage for Korean vessels. So there's none of that that is happening right now. And of course, the Chinese also issuing threats against Trump on the blockade.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is an important part of the case for the war that we continue to hear for supporters of the war, which is that it has once again isolated Iran, further isolated Iran, and all of America's allies are rallying around the United States. And that is an actual case that I continue to hear. I don't know about you, but I continue to hear that case too. Well, I mean, particularly with the Gulf allies, but yeah, like the free world more broadly, as people talk about. Now, China, we should bring China into this. A4, let's put it up on the screen.
A4, please.
Yeah, this is a Bloomberg tear sheet here. The headline is China urges restraint as Trump threatens to blockade Hormuz. Sagar, the Chinese reaction to all of this, not surprising, but also, again, undermining the case that this was some type of 4D chess move that was going to isolate China.
Yeah. What's interesting about the China thing here is they urged restraint. They also came out and they warned Trump. They said, you're not going to threaten our energy alliance with Iran. It has nothing to do with you. Remember, they've been buying a lot of Iranian oil over the years. It's not a huge percent to them, but now at this point, they kind of want to prop up Iran and they want to make sure that they're getting money, especially as an adversary here. We do know that they were some of the people who tried to get Iran to the table in the peace deal, which is very interesting. They're one of the people who actually pushed them over the edge. Now, though, by antagonizing China and directly threatening to inspect and to board their vessels, which would be heading to Iranian ports, you're in a whole other universe, right? Like, I mean, imagine, you know, in the United States, if a Chinese vessel, well, or if an American vessel was transiting through the Taiwan Strait and it was subject to boarding and I mean, we're going to war over something
100%.
like that. And a significant amount of our trade moves through either Taiwan or the Straits of Malacca. Either of those could be very, very easily boarded and or inspected by the Chinese, according to their whole 9-line claims, which, you know, I mean, who exactly are we to say whenever we're going to blockade Iran? And by the way, blockade is, of course, an act of war, which needs to be authorized by Congress. Congress is actually back in session. Are they going to lift a finger? Probably not. The other thing, you know, just to allude to the blockade not even working, is let's put A9 up there on the screen. This was from Tanker Trackers yesterday. They said, we spotted a tanker on satellite imagery, which actually departed Karg Island and was spoofing like its signal to show that it had departed Saudi Arabia. We also got multiple reports this morning. Let's put A9B, please, up there on the screen. A U.S. sanctioned tanker, which was linked to China, is actually making its way through the Straits of Hormuz, testing Trump's naval blockade. And we also know that there were 3 separate ships as of yesterday, which were able to get through the Straits of Hormuz. Now, it is unclear exactly what type of ships those are. We do know that some of them are sanctions linked. We don't know whether they're going from Iran or not. It's all very complicated because of this whole spoofing thing where they can claim that they're coming, let's say, from the UAE. Apparently, this is a long tested thing now for Iranian sanctioned oil tankers, but it kind of exploded after the Russian oil sanctions, where all of these, like, they're called like gray tankers, where they're technically like kind of uninsured or, you know, outside of the normal legal system that or sanction system from the United States. But clearly there's a dark network of tankers and of oil which is moving across the ocean, testing the blockade. So far, at least a few of those ships have gone through. All of this almost doesn't really matter because a few ships here or there basically means nothing to the global markets because you need hundreds of ships which are currently trapped, not to mention all of the oil stored in the Persian Gulf and all of the production capacity. OPEC announced yesterday 27% cut in production in a single month of March. That is, millions of barrels. And as Rory, who are a frequent guest here on oil, has said, is that dialing that up just takes a long. So you have a shortage in the amount that's being produced. You have a backlog.
I don't know why that's what I was like
of the strait, and now you have China and others testing the blockade. So this is a very dangerous situation. Ships can fire upon each other. Maybe the Iranians will threaten to close, the Bab al-Mandab Strait and
the
or
only
the Red
way I'll
Sea.
drink soda,
this,
by the way.
This all
It's out
just
of a,
demonstrates serious danger, I think,
that.
for the U.S. Like if you're going to threaten a blockade and then there's no actual blockade, what are people going to think, right? Then it's actually humiliating, and it's very, very much, I think, fitting with the way that this whole war has gone.
No, that's exactly right. When Donald Trump is out talking about the blockade, how successful it is, how wonderful it is, and then it's juxtaposed on the split screen with this news about Chinese vessels going right through.
Well, they're not so this. Let's be careful because they're not Chinese vessels; they're owned. It's very complicated, right? I don't want to give a false impression.
No, you're totally right.
Yeah.
The point that I was going to make is that you have all of these
Chinese
other
flag
countries
ship
involved because of ships coming in, and it's not just a conflict between the United States and Iran.
God, the lack of riz between these two. Fucking A. I thought it was bad with her and Ryan, but at least Ryan, it's not just like two right-wing dipshits just fucking pontificating on, oh, Donald Trump, technically did this, but we gotta be fair here, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I give up. I'm not feeling it. I'm just
joining us now to talk about it. MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai, director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute, Corey Shockey. She's also a former official at the Defense and State Departments and retired four-star general and MS Now military analyst General Barry McCaffrey, also with a senior fellow for Middle East and Africa Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, Stephen Cook. Stephen, Trump has criticized the idea of sunsets from the JCPOA, giving a time frame by which Iran could potentially restart its nuclear activity. Now there's new reporting that the U.S. is arguing for this 20-year suspension of Iran's nuclear program, Iran countering with about 3 years.
Might want to buy fireworks in case they impeach him. Dude, even if they impeach him, he's not going anywhere.
Why would the U.S. at this point allow Iran any latitude on this topic? Doesn't that leave the nuclear program intact or operational in a way that simply crosses Trump's red line?
Yeah, I think everybody has a right here to be confused about exactly what's going on. First, last summer, the president declared that the Iran nuclear program had been totally obliterated. Now, suddenly, when the issue is actually the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the president is
born in '89. Even I wasn't working in the
idea
'90s.
of a nuclear agreement that would put a pause
I didn't get my
on
first
Iran's
job until like
nuclear
01.
activity for 20 years. Presumably, there would be a sunset in that as well. As you suggested, the
That's not
administration
true.
has made a big deal of
If you work in a family business, then it doesn't matter.
also including Iran's support for proxies and its ballistic missile program. But this is why these two sides are so far apart. The Iranians are in no mood to give away anything to the United States as long as they have a potential stranglehold over the global economy by at least partial control over the Strait of Hormuz. So this is
Y'all are old as
strikes
fuck.
me as something the president needs a win, and the nuclear program
It's
is
funny because
something
I read
that,
'89. I'm like, oh, you're
the Iranians
still a little
are at least
kid.
willing to talk about.
Could the Trump administration claim that this is sort of a stopgap measure, the sunset clause of 20 years is a play for time in hopes that the Iranian regime will eventually collapse? And is there any indication that we're any closer to that?
No.
Well, I'm smiling because that was a central hunch at the heart of the JCPOA that the United States left in 2018. The Obama people would never admit it, but I think it was clear that they believed by the time that the restrictions on Iran's nuclear program, Iran would be a different place. Those sunsets were 12 and 15 years. So here we are, the possibility of the president repeating this same hunch, which had really no foundation in reality, but extending the timeline anywhere from 8 to 5 years.
Yeah, there's a thought that the regime is substantially more weakened than it was back in 2015. In Zaman, some ships have been able to get through the Strait of Hormuz despite this blockade. Are we essentially now in a holding pattern while these talks continue?
Oh yeah, YouTube's doing its thing.
I think that's
Right.
probably a fair way to put it, Ariel. But the
glitched out.
confusion pretty much continues on the Strait of Hormuz because there are conflicting reports ever since
dude.
this U.S. blockade
up?
was implemented over
Wanna cheer me
24
up?
hours ago now. Initially, remember, President
You always
Trump
cheer me
said
up.
that he would put a complete blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Then he kind of backed down and said, well, it would just be around the Iranian ports, those vessels going in and out of there along the Iranian coastline. He also had spoken about ships that would be paying toll fees to Iran to pass through. That the U.S. Navy would also
Yeah, cousin that just passed was 77.
stop them. But I say conflicting
1977.
reports because this evening CENTCOM have put out a statement essentially saying that more than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines and airmen, along with over a dozen warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. They said that in the first 24 hours, no ships have made it past the U.S. blockade, and they've said that 6 merchant vessels complied with direction from U.S. forces to turn around to re-enter an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman. And then, on the other hand, you've got shipping
This is so stupid.
traffic
And the fact that the news is just dealing with this like it's business as usual instead of just be like calling it what it is.
data, which actually suggests that there were at least 4 Iranian ships.
News is so neutered now, and they're like, MAGA still won't watch this shit.
Including 2 that visited Iranian ports that crossed through the Strait of
I hope it's working out for them, because honestly, I'm starting to get to the point of just checking out from MS now.
Hormuz today. And there were also another 3
At least
ships.
with fucking CBS and these other places, it's kind of like, yeah, at least we know what they are now. Like, honestly, CNN, I don't want to fucking watch any of their bullshit because we're not sure if they're doing it for Larry Ellison anymore.
That pass through.
At least with CBS, we know,
As
so
well.
we can
And I
just
think
call it what it
importantly,
is.
And this is a crucial note. One of those was actually a Chinese
Like I said,
vessel
though,
that
this is why I watched that video at the beginning of the show.
managed to pass through untouched by the U.S. Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. The dozens of vessels that are there to essentially carry out this blockade. And China's foreign ministry had said that they condemn the blockade of Iranian ports as dangerous and irresponsible. Just quickly on the technicalities of all of this, Ariel, the U.S. technically isn't blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Instead, it's kind of aiming to blockade Iran's Gulf ports by operating all those Navy vessels in the Gulf of Oman and
He's
in
chewing
the
on the
Indian
shelf.
Ocean as well, rather than actually risking sending those vessels near to the Iranian coast. Because if they do get near there, then Iran's still got a huge stockpile of missiles and
Seriously, Pep, if you did a show with no politics, I guarantee the community would still be here.
drones that it could
Yeah, but it's kind of a growth. It's not the politics, guys,
target towards
necessarily.
US vessels.
Because I do have a passion for talking about this shit.
It's also
No, I'm just kind of burnt out. I have to admit, I'm kind of burnt out on it. I'm
Still-
kind of burnt out on the fact that we've been dealing with this idiocy for so long, and that after this weekend, how MAGA's turning on him, and this is what they're focused on.
got some
Instead, like, dude, at least do the at least just fucking lean into it. Talk about how MAGA is turning on this motherfucker. Talk about the economy almost crashing. We are this fucking close. Today, of course, by the way, the day before the 15th, you know, that deadline about how if it didn't get fixed by the 15th, then we were going to be in a landslide, like a steep decline.
Fast boats.
And that we would possibly see inflation get as high as 3.8%.
as well that could be deployed in the Strait
Much love, thanks,
of
man.
Hormuz to head towards these huge U.S.
Yeah, the politics is actually a break from other serious shit. Like, honestly, that's realistically it.
vessels.
Guys, there's nothing that can change this. I'm dealing with some fucking pretty intense shit. You know, even if I took the day off, I would probably just be playing a video game at that point, which I could theoretically just do that down here.
So right now, it seems that the U.S.
I haven't even had the mental capacity to do that.
is staying back away from the Iranian coastline, and so as a result of that, it seems that some ships are being able to pass through.
So I would love, General, if you would react to what Inzamam is just
Why does it taste so much better?
referring to. What does it take for the U.S. military to secure the Strait of Hormuz, to escort ships? What kind of military undertaking is that, and how dangerous?
No, I'm a game a little bit more, and I'm going to be focusing on more cerebral shit
Would
and
it
just
be?
kind of, I don't know, talking to Smoke a Tide Pod today, which if you guys do not already follow him over on Twitch, please do. Smoke is a friend of the show, and he does what I would consider I hope he's not here because I don't want to, it'd be awkward, but he's probably got my favorite show on Twitch. He has the Luminal Mall. He does just fun little bits where he's got a fucking a Zoltar. Like it's so much fucking fun.
There's some very respected voices in national
Those are fire.
security
Yeah, they
saying the
are. I
blockade
gotta
is a
say,
good
yeah,
idea.
this Mexican Coke is like
I'm
it's
not one of them.
hitting, man. Like I'm
For
glad I
the
got this.
US
I needed
Navy
this.
to go into the Persian Gulf and try and directly enforce
They were
the
on
blockade,
sale. I was
or
like,
even on their
why not?
ocean-facing ports.
Shit, the glass bottles were fucking more cheap than just getting a fucking six pack. Like
in a bad position.
a six pack of the bottles was cheaper than getting a six pack of the cans.
Look, we got to back off this whole issue and say it's encouraging signs of progress
expiration date, though.
that both
Hold on.
sides, both the U.S. and Iran, basically want to not end the two-week truce. The Iranians have been smashed.
Zoltar from the big movie?
Their production
Yeah.
capabilities, much of their conventional military power.
I have a picture, actually, with the
hold of
Zoltar.
The IRGC on
Found one in a soda
Iran
shop.
has been weakened. They're in terrible shape. Their economy's collapsing. They don't have enough water. It's a desperate situation.
Is it dentures that starts making you do the whistle like you're the gopher from Winnie the Pooh?
On the U.S. side, continuing the war is
Seriously?
not a good idea. Not just politically, but it also puts us in a position without allies.
I can't do the front whistle.
With diminished
Just realized
capability to
that.
affect the remnants of Iranian power.
Yeah, I can't do
and
it.
with the global economy in a chokehold by the
It's that
Iranians.
real cane sugar.
We ought to be hopeful that in the coming 30 to 90 days there's some extension of the ceasefire and maybe progress toward a stable peace.
Corey, it begs the question, how important is it who is sitting at the negotiating table? Why, in your view, is the White House having J.D. Vance at the forefront of these talks and not Marco Rubio? It seems Witkoff and Kushner have sort of been demoted in this case. Is that sending a message to Trump's more skeptical anti-war base?
I wouldn't presume to judge why the Trump administration's making those kinds of choices, but it doesn't bode well for Vice President Vance, given the inflexibility of terms he proposed in the first round of negotiations and the weakening of Trump's international position after the Hungarian elections, where they clearly attempted to put a big thumb on the scale in support of Viktor Orban, and it backfired. I think what we are seeing in the war with Iran
That was a big tooth bitch.
is a fundamental mismatch of military excellence, tactical excellence that is
Them veneers don't work. Oh, God.
unattached to achieving.
Every once in a while, you see a
strategic
pair of veneers and you're just like, ooh.
because the administration is
They did you
poorly
dirty.
defining its objectives and
Stop
and
trying to chew
pinballing all
on the
over
cord.
the place.
Seriously,
That
dude,
will
come
make
on.
Vice President Vance's negotiations all the more difficult to achieve a successful outcome.
And Inzamam, one of the key variables here is there's another front in Lebanon where Hezbollah is working to subvert the direct talks that could happen as early as today between Israel and the Lebanese government. You spoke to Israel's ambassador to the UAE about this. What did he say?
Yeah, and this is important because you've got to remember, Israel and Lebanon haven't been in the room together in decades. And so these were pretty historic talks that took place in Washington today. They are over now, and they seem to have had pretty positive discussions. But remember, this is Israel's war on Hezbollah as well, directly, a proxy of Iran, as they put it. And I think, the fighting that has happened over the last 6 weeks from Israel directly into Lebanon has hurt many everyday Lebanese people. We know that more than 1 million people have had to leave that country. Thousands have been injured, with many hundreds killed as well.
Why
as a
every
result
fucking day?
of the
I
fighting.
gotta get a spray bottle or something for this motherfucker.
Today
Like,
I
dude,
did
this
speak
is
to the
getting bad, man.
Israeli ambassador to the UAE, the first time he's spoken since this conflict began. And I specifically put to him about the idea of Israel targeting Lebanon on the day that this 2-week, albeit fragile, ceasefire started.
Why did Israel still target
9
Lebanon
out of 10
in
burp. Thank you.
the first few hours of a ceasefire?
First, the ceasefire didn't contain Lebanon. Lebanon is another
This feels like hanging out with a bunch of friends while our mutual friend watches the news and yells at his cat.
another region. It's another conflict.
Hey, you know what? I'm
Pakistan
glad
said
that
it
you're
did, the
enjoying it.
mediators
But
said it did.
Pakistan was they're commanding now what is in the conflict and what outside.
They were the mediators. They were there.
The mediators, that the minister, the secretary of Foreign Affairs said we have to eliminate Israel. This is a fair player. Just listen to this. The Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran.
Bit of a fiery exchange with the Israeli ambassador to the UAE. But you've got to remember, whilst these talks were going on in Washington between Israel and Lebanon, well, Israel was still carrying out their attacks into Lebanon. They say targeting Hezbollah strongholds.
Because Israel,
in,
they're evil and they don't give a fuck.
Because they believe that Hezbollah has been firing
The news is always going to do this thing.
north of Israel. But I think, look, there is a real issue here, is that you've got Lebanese people at the very heart of this conflict who have been struck as a result of these Israeli strikes, hospitals, schools as well. And we're seeing huge damage right across Lebanon. But this is all going on whilst this ceasefire is still at play. So if we do see talks later this week, which the president is suggesting, the Pakistanis also suggesting, then this idea of Lebanon still being involved in this conflict from attacks from Israel has to be very high up on the agenda.
I mean, the fact that Israel, they have healthcare and we don't. Like, I find it beyond insulting. And we just fucking normalize this shit. I'm fucking so over it, man.
The defense secretary facing a deadline from a lawmaker tonight who is asking for the release of 46 videos of what the government calls unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, by tomorrow.
So you have your standard understanding of what would be able to function in this time and
Okay, create another fucking distraction.
space continuum. And then you have these things that are just kind of operating outside of that. And
God, the dumbest people are leading us into the fucking destruction of our country.
what they
And somehow, some way, we were just like, yep, you know what? This is totally normal. These people are totally normal. This is normal politics.
to call these things are interdimensional.
They are.
This is where I do agree with Steven, where it is like, yes, this is where the Democrats did do this to us. They fucking...
Or specific videos with titles like several UAP in vicinity of Columbus,
the consulting class actually did this to us.
Ohio airport, UFOs in formation over Persian
So
Gulf,
glad that we focus
and
on
Syrian
stupid
UAP
bullshit, but
instant
actually,
acceleration.
just
All
fucking...
referenced in a letter from Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Luna explaining her urgency, writing, "The potential national security threat they pose is troubling."
There are many people in government that we come across that will come up to us, some in various high-level positions, that have said, look, we've seen these things, or...
Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares, Anna? Who cares?
We just don't want to be labeled as crazy.
The UFO...
What, the little green man gonna come out and save us? You fucking retard?
To the mainstream.
Fuck, I'm so sick of these idiots. I'm so sick of them.
Technology that we faced was far superior than any.
Every fucking 4 or 5 years we deal with this shit.
We had.
What up, God King?
There's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
In large part after a bombshell
Godzilla.
2017 New York Times report titled "Glowing Auras and Black Money."
Look over there, an alien.
The Pentagon's mysterious...
I'm just... Yeah, what? You want little gray men so you can lock them up and then just be like, it's the ultimate immigrants. Hey, we gotta go to war with this other fucking planet that we just made up.
UFO program that detailed a secret $22 million UFO program in the Pentagon to investigate reports of unidentified flying objects. The Navy
$600 billion. Cool. Still can't have health care.
Videos of aerial phenomena spotted during military training flights,
Man,
including
this
this
Coke
one
really-
of an object that
It's up the
appears
burps.
over the water.
Yeah, you know what that was? This specific one. I've watched this one and I actually broke it down. I watched the breakdown. So watch the water with it. It's not actually going that fast. What's happening is the thing that captured this looked down at it and then saw that it just kind of moved with it. It's because it was a balloon.
At
Oh
Godzilla
shit!
God
Thank
King
you for the
$29.
$29.
4,200 looks better.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that so much. Fuck yeah, man.
Another seen
Thank
in a
you.
mission from the USS Nimitz
Yeah,
of
it
some
does.
kind of object that accelerates out of view. Experts, including career officers, testifying on Capitol Hill that they have seen even more
Oh, you're gonna be
baffling
mad
things
at
they can't
me
explain.
because
And one
I
former
did miss
intelligence
one.
officer
I just
saying the
realized
U.S.
it's gonna
was in
catch up now.
possession of a craft and
It's
beings
technically
that
gonna
were
be
not
4:26.
human.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human. From Hollywood and beyond, the UFO storyline has
Sorry.
moved from the big screen
Yep.
to
Yeah,
real
it's not gonna
life.
let me
We
remove
just
the
had the
6 either.
craziest
Fuck.
orb UFO experience.
Singer Casey
Thank you,
Musgraves
Godzilla.
posting images of what she says were UFOs she recently spotted while on a flight from Texas to Tennessee. President Obama reigniting speculation himself with these comments on a recent podcast. Are aliens real?
What are we fucking doing?
They're real, but I
What
haven't
are we
seen them,
fucking doing here?
They're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51.
But then he walked it back, writing on Instagram, "I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us." President Trump saying Obama did a, quote, really bad thing disclosing this information and then
You said you were gonna fucking do it, you fucking asshole!
ordering the release of the UAP files back in February.
God damn it, you guys remember that? You guys remember? You remember when he was like, I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna release all the files. JFK, MLK, maybe even the UFOs.
As for tomorrow's deadline, the Pentagon telling NBC News in a statement,
Fuck.
as with all
Oh, shit.
congressional
Thanks,
correspondence,
Jesus
we
Christ.
will reply directly
At
to the
Godzilla
authors of the
God
letter.
King
Tonight, the
$44.
big question
Fixed
remains.
it.
If the
Thank
truth
you.
is out there, will they ever release it?
Oh, fuck.
Gotti is joining us now. You're ready. You are ready to see some of these videos. I know that this has been, like, honestly, something you've been reporting on for, like, years.
Yeah, years. And I'm ready to also be disappointed, Hallie, because as I've been reporting this for years, we have consistently been given these deadlines, these dates. There's going to be a hearing. There's this. The president has said, release all the files. And here we are. We don't have much. But the thing that I'm very excited about is whether or not we're going to see some of the videos, because the titles are pretty wild. This is the letter that was sent out to the Department of Defense, Department of War. And Hallie, again, the thing that's been so frustrating is that we don't have good evidence, right? We have sensors, we have all these platforms, but we don't have good evidence. A lot of this is
Now I feel
even
better.
in the descriptions here. United States Air Force,
God, you know,
F-16
it's just
C, call sign Air Sur 11 shoots down UAP over Lake Huron with AIM 9X, a Sidewinder. We know what that one is. That one is going to be, you remember that Chinese balloon spy stuff?
Yeah, a lot of them are not just Chinese balloons. Some of it's our own
What
shit.
was happening back in 2023?
Dude, Pete Hegseth literally shut down the aerospace to shoot down a drone that was ours.
And how they
You guys remember that? You remember how stupid our fucking administration is, and this dumb motherfucker's just sitting here like, yeah, aliens, yay!
shot something down. They labeled that a UAP. That one looks like it's going to be some sort of company that was
Honestly, dude, no. Aliens are fake. The idea of like this intelligent, like an intelligent humanoid life form coming, like it's all, dude, that's too fucking fantastical for even me.
monitoring weather, but then there are other
No, we're pretty fucking stupid, dude.
ones in here. UAP.
No, what the UAPs are is a bunch of fucking experimental aircraft from all over the world because, other governments have other they experiment with shit. Also, we are fucking so up our own ass that we don't even know what fucking China has been doing. Like, dude, we think this is and this is to America's detriment. They don't teach us what China's doing. And China's pretty good at fucking keeping that shit under wraps from Americans for good reason.
Underwater stuff next to submarines. We'll see if we actually see some of that video, but it could be very interesting.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
No. No, I'm not. And honestly, do I care? Do I care? Do I care? I don't care about that. I care about this one a little bit more.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me, I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor.
Yeah, because you're one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet, apparently. MAGA. If you're MAGA in this chat, which it doesn't seem like we have a lot of MAGA in the chat today, good.
And had to do with Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
but if you're in there, how in the fuck you gonna reconcile this one? He's either dumb as shit by his own admission, or he's blasphemous. Which one?
Only the fake news could come up with that one. So
only fake news could come up with that one. Yeah, only fake news came up. You're the one who posted it, you monumental dumb fuck.
Just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor.
He is so fucking retarded. It's actually painful.
Making people better. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case. I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president is that he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communications professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people. You know, when it comes to the disagreements with the Vatican, look, we're going to have disagreements, Brett, from time to time. I think it's a good thing, actually.
Just
that the Pope is advocating for the things that he cares about. But
it was a joke.
We're always going to.
Isn't it funny? I'm so funny. I'm cheeky. So cheeky.
Have disagreements on matters of public policy, or I should say, sometimes we're going to have disagreements on matters of public policy. The Pope has been critical of our immigration policy, but ultimately the immigration policy of the United States is set by Donald Trump. The Pope is going to have disagreements on other
Crying, why are Americans so dumb?
issues. We can respect the Pope. We certainly have a good relationship.
Because the smart people are too busy arguing semantics amongst ourselves and also buying into thinking that we can fix them
with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a totally
I think something broke.
Reasonable thing. It isn't.
I was definitely in a different place yesterday. I can say that. My bad. Haha. Jokey during the brink of World War III. No, it's fine.
That is reasonable. They're going to have disagreements with the Pope.
Yeah, Godzilla, I'm glad that you get it. Yeah, ha ha ha. So funny. It's so funny. It's just so funny.
The Pope. Understand the Pope has his job, and the Pope's job, Willie, is
gas is almost $6 where I'm at, but yeah, sure, hilarious.
To teach the gospel of Jesus Christ to the world.
Diesel's almost
when
$6.
JD's telling him to mind his own business, well,
I don't want to misreport
his own business. One other thing too, if I could just say, JD said, "Oh, it's just a joke." No, blasphemy is not a joke. And if you don't have to take it from me, take it from some of Donald Trump's.
Because I'm a Catholic. Let's see how many times he mentions that in this report.
Biggest apologists in the Christian community, they didn't consider that to be a joke. In fact, most of them consider it to be blasphemy. Rod Dreyer, who is a...
Listen, I'm calling it now by November. Candace Owens, Tim Dillon, actually, not even by November, by August. By August, they're going to fucking walk this back.
Conservative author, a podcaster, writer.
And just be like, he apologized, and he really... they're going to find something.
Right Christian
Let's see.
community.
Let's just ride it out.
Rod said that he's not calling Donald Trump the Antichrist, but he said that it was Rod Dreyer, a conservative writer who attended the Catholic baptism of Vance and loves Vance before he entered politics, went further. I'm not saying Donald Trump is the Antichrist, Dreyer told the Wall Street Journal, but he's radiating the spirit of the...
I'm not even religious anymore. And he is checking off every goddamn box like it is legitimately something he should be doing.
Christ.
It's like he read it and went, sounds like a pretty based guy. Kind of, that's what the kids say, based. They call it based. Well, guess what? I want to be based. I want to be as based as the Antichrist.
No question. And believe me...
Like, he's actually kind of like, I mean, dude, just look at him. Look at him.
Again, that comes from a...
And that fucking, that disgusting neck pussy he has. Can you imagine the fucking crap that gets stuck in there?
Friend of J.D. Vance, a strong supporter of Donald Trump, and something that every single one of these people would have said if Barack Obama had depicted himself as...
It's like when you're cleaning out your car and you find a fucking old stale fry.
Jesus Christ.
That looks exactly the same. Oh, look at that. I had McDonald's. I'm not sure if this is from last week or last night. I don't know, but delicious.
Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, any president that preceded Donald Trump into the White House had depicted themselves as Jesus Christ. It's
it's
not a joke.
That one,
It's
Dell. Hey,
blasphemy.
welcome to the show. Appreciate you being
Joe,
here.
you could play this game 10 times a
I'm
day,
not-
but particularly now.
wait.
What if former President Barack
Throatus
Obama
or
posted a
anti-throatus?
picture of himself as Jesus? Can you imagine?
Very, very much anti-Trump here.
The wall-to-wall coverage on every network that was happy to.
So you hanging around? You gonna hit that sub and like the stream, or are you gonna debate me? I don't know. Either one. I guess I'll fucking take it.
Actually, if you watched yesterday, to turn away
At this
from
point,
this
I'm just
story
like,
because they
I'm here
knew there
for
was
it.
no
Let's
good
fucking
way
go.
out of it, that they couldn't buy the explanation that he was somehow a doctor. Remember when at the 2008 convention in Denver, when President Obama had the columns up behind him, he's acting like he's a Greek god, and there was all this fake outrage about that. What about this? The definition of blasphemy. And again,
Hey, Willie,
we asked this. Yeah.
Willie, the tan suit. How many segments did they do on the tan suit? How many people were shocked that he wore the tan suit? And yet this
Very anti-whiskey
same
keg's breath.
network doesn't
Cool.
do anything of note on Donald Trump saying he's Jesus Christ.
This guy's sitting there like
Offended by the arrogance as they saw it of Barack Obama, but not here. And again, we've asked this of so many Republicans, Speaker Johnson, Lindsey Graham, the list goes on and on. But the fact that the Vice President of the United States has to wake up and be told, we need you to go on Fox News and defend Donald Trump, putting himself up alongside Jesus Christ, an image of himself as Jesus Christ. And the explanation always is, oh, you guys can't.
Oh, guys, check it out. My dog just came downstairs and found the cat in his bed.
Take a joke. That's just
he just Goldilocks your ass.
Trump being Trump. Well, he's not some random guy on the internet. He's not a podcaster. He's not a reality TV show host. He's not a New York socialite in the 80s anymore. He's the president of the United States.
Kick him
but
out?
They always find a
You're
way
gonna lay
to twist
down.
themselves in knots to excuse or defend what he's done. Let's bring into the conversation MS Now contributor Mike Barnacle, politics bureau chief and senior political.
Oh, that was cute. He was just like, just give me my bone.
Columnist at Politico Jonathan Martin.
Look at this. This is so
and
cute.
Washington bureau
Oh,
chief
shit.
of
Here.
USA Today. Susan
There
Page,
you are.
her new book out
Ooh,
today
you get
titled
him.
The Queen and Her Presidents, The Hidden Hand
a good one.
That Shaped History. Great book. We're going to get to that in just a moment, Susan. Mike Barnacle, let's start off with you. Just this back and forth, the pathetic attempt, first of all, by the President of the United States to explain away this image of him as Jesus Christ, as him being a doctor. Of course, no one bought that. But then also the minions around him scrambling to somehow excuse what he's done here.
Well, I think everybody knows that the Pope is weak on crime and terrible on foreign policy. That's the start.
Why can we just, God, walk towards the light? I'm sorry. I'm just so overseeing all these old ass motherfuckers. Their wrinkly, leathery skin just all over the fucking news. Not a 30-something to be seen, and then you got Harry. And if you do, they treat him like Harry Enton. Like, oh, go sit at the kids' table, Harry. Did you bring your little iPad to show us what the polls are?
Everyone also knows that, unfortunately,
You got this cross-eyed jackass that's just like, ugh.
for Donald Trump, the Pope is
Fucking just walk towards the light. Walk towards the light.
not a candidate for anything. He's the leader of the Holy Roman Catholic Church throughout the world. That's more than 1 billion people of faith.
Remember how millennials were treated?
And,
Yeah.
the word that has not been
Yeah, no, I do, because I'm a fucking millennial. And they, dude, they still condescend to me. I get called kid.
dropped here
I mean, okay, so my style might not fucking
today.
help me with
I
that
think
one, but whatever.
The past couple of days, after we've talked about it, and Jonathan was talking about it earlier, the night.
These are the assholes that told us that we can be anything. We can do anything. They gave us the trophies, and then we grew up, and we had pretty high expectations that are just like, who gave these kids trophies? Why'd you get participation trophies?
Spree of texts and
I have 20, motherfucker.
social posts. Sunday morning,
Actually, 28.
13 or 14 of them.
I'm getting close to 30.
2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. And the word that ought to be applied and thought
Pathetic.
about, I think,
Sad.
is stability. What is the President of the
Start your own YouTube channel and see how many you get.
United States' sense
Seriously.
of stability?
Actually, here.
Because we're talking about someone who has done some crazy things. And likening himself to Christ in that post
An
that he put
inactive
up
channel.
and then withdrew.
Look at you, David.
And claiming, well, it's a doctor. I'm supposed to be a doctor.
You're a
in
total
that.
real
That's
person.
Just so it's beyond absurd. And we have a war going on.
It's actually kind of, yeah, it's more pathetic that's like you even took the time instead of just going, nah.
Where it's going to end. And the word stability, I think, ought to be underlined each and every hour of the day in this presidency.
So J-Mart, you have, of course, Donald Trump, some of his strongest supporters obviously come from the evangelical community. I mean, he's president of the United States.
No armchair YouTubing.
Of white evangelicals. Also,
this guy looks like a drunk uncle.
Conservative Catholics also have been a bedrock of his support. And of the Republican Party support going back to Ronald Reagan when working class Catholics first started voting Republican in 1980.
I think he's got a shit or something. He seems impatient, but like
in this case though, it was a 1-2 punch. He
it's
attacks the
like
Pope late in the evening, and then posts a picture of himself
can you
early
wrap
in
this
the
up?
morning as Jesus Christ.
he's either tanked or he's really got a shit.
And again, I will say, if you've ever stepped into an evangelical church, I'm sorry, nobody considers that a joke. Somebody putting themselves up as Jesus Christ. I could name 10 Bible verses.
We didn't give ourselves the trophies? Exactly.
No, that's crossing the line. That's crossing the line in a way you never do. So I'm curious your reaction when you saw that the night before he undermines his support among Catholics.
Hey, I'm a drunkle. I'm right there with you.
By
I'm just saying, this guy, he's peak drunkle. At least we keep it out like,
the Pope. And in the morning,
I don't think that my nephew can necessarily tell the difference.
And Catholics and any Christians depicting himself as Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, it's like he was planning on a third punch against maybe the LDS Church or like the third leg of his stool in the coalition. Yeah. Who else can I offend? My experience having done this now for over 10 years covering Trump, there's certain cues to look for when.
If he was an animal in a movie, he'd totally be a beaver.
The rationalizers, the apologists are really all out.
Like if this was Zootopia, beaver.
Of excuses.
He's a beaver.
Guys.
What's wrong with his face? I don't know. He's got a bad haircut and he looks like a beaver.
And the go-to when there's just nothing else to say. Because you can't defend the indefensible.
Either a beaver or a horse. You just start chucking carrots. It's just like, listen, it's like, why do you keep hitting me with carrots? It's like, it looks like your teeth need something to do.
He was just joking. I was just kidding. Well, I don't think he was joking about going negative on the Pope. And that's what he did.
It's very spooty.
He attacked the Cardinal of Rome, the Bishop of Rome, I should say.
He's got that bad haircut too.
His crime policies. What does that even mean? The Swiss Guards? I mean,
couldn't even go to a Fantastic Sam's.
So bizarre. But look, there's not much for his folks to say. If you're Vance, you don't want to have to go out and explain that at all. Because it's the most thankless assignment in the world. But it does go to the heart, Joe, as you mentioned, of his coalition eroding. Because, look, the dead enders out there are going to find a way to rationalize everything. He was joking around. You guys can't take a joke. He always punches back. That's another good chestnut is if you attack him, he will counterpunch. You always hear that one, too.
All that tacky-ass gold in this thing that he loves so much. I need that thing that I love so much, the golden wing. I need like 80 of them. I just need to put them everywhere that I see open space.
Otherwise, would never vote for a
What
Democrat.
up, Rebecca?
They don't want to vote for a Democrat. Just give them any reason to keep voting with the Republican line, and they'll take it. But they don't want to have to keep apologizing and defending and explaining this behavior because it's embarrassing to them and their families and their communities. They won't say it like that, Joe, but you and I know that is really the issue here. It's humiliating for his supporters.
Yeah, the behavior is embarrassing, and then President Trump's explanation is insulting Susan Page to the intelligence of anybody, including those who voted for him. And it's received widespread condemnation. The Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, who is usually a relatively favorable, Trump ally, she said that she found the President Trump's remarks about the Holy Father unacceptable. The Pope is the head of the Catholic Church, and it is right and proper that he call for peace and condemn all forms of war. And of course, the Vatican there in Italy's backyard. Susan, it's also striking to me that I think that the Pope strikes a particular nerve for President Trump. And we know he doesn't handle criticism well from anybody. But with the Pope, this Pope, an American Pope, I think for Trump, it's difficult for him to understand. Suddenly there's a counterweight out there. There's another American whose voice, far quieter than President Trump's, but carries just as much influence.
You know, two things have happened that we've never seen before. You know, presidents and popes have had their differences before over issues of war, over issues of abortion rights, but we've never had a president take on the pope in the kind of direct and very political way that President Trump did. And we've never had a pope punch back in such a direct way. The pope was clearly not cowed or really taken aback or intimidated by what Trump said. He came back and talked to reporters with cameras about his reaction to the president. And as you said, the fact that he's the first American pope, speaks English, talks directly to Americans in a way no previous pope has ever been able to do, that is an important thing to keep in mind when you think about the political consequences of what we've had now in this dispute.
I think his explanation, too, that this is me as a doctor, I make people better, is a political gift for Democrats. They can touch off that in a number of
Yeah, if they fucking choose to use it, if they choose to engage at all.
ways. Jonathan.
This idea that, like, yeah, I don't know, man. They've already been silent too long. Enough people are starting to even, like, I don't want to say forget, but, man.
And a telling
I really
sign
think
of
that they're
just
just
how
going to win by doing nothing.
far-reaching the criticism of
And
the
I kinda,
president
you know
has
what? If they bank on that and they lose, whatever.
become. My first two sources are talking about the idea of working
God, I wish I was Canadian.
together. Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I have to ask you if you believe that the president thought he was depicting himself as a doctor, not Jesus, in that post.
No, absolutely not. I thought that was blasphemy. As a Christian, I was very offended. And a doctor,
My patience is wearing
President
thin
Trump
with
is
the-
not a doctor. And that picture had him in a robe, as Jesus is often portrayed, with light coming out of his hands. And he talked about healing people like a Red Cross worker. I think there would be many people that would argue with that, you know, saving lives. So I think it was blasphemy. I was offended. I think he should apologize, not act defensive. And many Christians across America and the world were very offended by that.
And Congressman Khanna, when you look at this, that post came after the Pope had said that he wanted peace in Iran, peace in the world. The president obviously viewed that as criticism and said that he was weak on crime. Do you understand why the president is engaging in this attack on the Pope that he says he won't apologize for?
I find it sad. I mean, I respect Representative Greene as a person of Christian faith. We don't agree on a lot of issues. We don't agree on abortion rights. We may not agree on everything related to gun violence. But she cares about the dignity of human beings. That's why she has spoken out
Marjorie
against
Taylor
the president
Greene.
when he says, I want to wipe out Iranian civilization. That's what I'm concerned about more than a social media post. That's why we've spoken out for survivors. These aren't political issues. These are moral issues rooted in our Constitution, rooted in our faith traditions. And my concern with the president is he's not simply arguing ideology anymore. He's made this about a betrayal of fundamental values.
Yeah, that post last week got a lot more attention, where the president said a whole civilization will die tonight. And former Congresswoman Greene, you know, you posted about that after the president had made that threat. He went off on Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, several people who have been pretty big champions of his in the past. And he also went after you. You responded to that post about a whole civilization will die with, in all caps, 25th Amendment and 3 exclamation points. Do you really think that the president should be removed from office?
I think we have to truly question the mental stability of any president that threatens to wipe out an entire civilization of people. That would include all the innocent people in that country that have nothing to do with the war, especially after President Trump said this was about freeing the Iranian people from.
My biggest question is, would she actually have a problem with that if she was still in Congress and he didn't attack her personally? I think that she would be on the other side of this, just fucking running interference.
So for him to call to wipe out an entire civilization of people, it is absolutely wrong. But, you know, here I want to talk tonight about the reason why we're having this discussion is Ro Khanna and I both are willing to say that the current center of right and left that have been coming together for decades have failed Americans. And Ro and I, just like he said, we're completely different. I'm unapologetically pro-life. I'm against a trans agenda on children. I'm against the Green New Deal. I'm for very secure borders and a strong economy and a
Thank you for reminding us.
smaller government. But the current center, right and left that
Pep, did your vertical stream
coalition
crash?
in America
No, it didn't.
have got us in $40 trillion in debt,
fine.
debt, have
Just
funded
read-
foreign
I don't
war
know.
after foreign war after foreign war, and now funding another one, and they will be, and we don't know how long this will
Did
go.
it?
And it's gotten to a point where Americans can't afford life, Caitlin. And so Roe
Yeah,
and
they
I, we
removed it 'cause,
exchanged
as I said,
comments
they're
on
going after
social media
bandwidth
saying
right now,
that
so-
we recognize how for the
No.
left and the right to come together and find issues that we can work together on. But Roe and I did that on the Epstein files, and it was incredibly important. And there's also issues such as funding foreign governments that we share that in common. And we know this is that Americans are going in. So I think this is an important conversation worth having.
Well, and I just want to keep both of you on screen for a second because I think some people might be watching and have never seen the two of you do an interview together before. I'm not sure if
I don't think we have.
I'm not sure if the two of you have, but that kind of speaks to this moment, and which is why we wanted to have the two of you on together because I think you're right, Congresswoman, that the two of you have a lot of things that you still don't agree on, but there are these major issues from the Epstein files to this war in Iran and no end in sight right now. That the two of you do agree on. And so, Congressman Khanna, I think that is a question of what you think this could potentially look like, even if people are skeptical of it being realistic.
Well, first of all, more than the policies, I think it's the way Representative Green and I treat each other with respect, not looking at the worst possible thing either of us has said over the last 10 years and trying to sensationalize
There
it,
we are. You
but trying
keep
to actually have a
funny.
dialogue to understand where the other person is coming
Yep.
from, where we disagree, and where we could have more common ground. You know, most Americans want to do that with their families. They want to do that with their neighbors. They're tired of us being as divided and simply looking to score political points. And when you have those kind of conversations, you realize that when it comes to corruption in government and an Epstein class that abused young girls and doesn't have consequences, well, look, the right and the left can agree that we need to have one tier of justice. When it comes not to having these foreign wars that have spent billions of dollars that could be invested in jobs here in the community here, the right and left can agree that we shouldn't be in these foreign wars. We shouldn't be giving a blank check of aid to Israel, which has a $45 billion defense budget, and we should be investing here. Our vice president shouldn't be going and reporting to Netanyahu before he reports to the United States Congress. And the issue of the cost of living. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has talked about how people don't have health care. Now, I'm for Medicare for all. She may have different ideas on that, but we both recognize that the system is broken. And in my view, unless we start to have these conversations in a civil, thoughtful way, we're not going to actually address the fundamental issue, which is the working class, and many people in the middle class have gotten shafted in America.
Congresswoman, what does that look like for you if, you've talked a lot about what your
Natch, good night. I will catch you later, man.
your former constituents were feeling, as gas prices were going.
Thank you for being here. And also, hope you enjoyed the Pepaganda and today's show.
As inflation was going up, they were still paying too much, despite what the campaign promises from this
I'll be all right,
administration
by the
were.
way.
I wonder what that potentially looks like for you in terms of addressing those still very real concerns from people if you're not in Congress. What would you say to that, to someone who says, well, she's not in Washington anymore? What capacity does she have to directly address that?
I think I have the capacity to drive the conversation and the willingness to do so when there's very few people on the right willing to do that. I completely agree with Roe.
The thing is,
Americans are
everybody
really sick
hates
and
you
tired
now.
of the divide, and they're sick and tired of the political drama in their
This
lives.
idea that you
What they
somehow
expect of their
won,
elected leaders
like,
is to
with
make their
the,
lives easier,
America
to make their
First
lives
bullshit.
more affordable. And they really would like their government to come to a point where it's seen and not necessarily heard most of the time.
Okay.
And I think this is
need some
something
soup.
that I'm willing to involve myself in because I think the political pressure on the outside is actually becoming more powerful than the ability to get things accomplished on the inside. That's what I found firsthand. Many Americans today are getting to the point where they think both parties have fully failed them, Republicans and Democrats. And they're coming to a point where they're saying, do we need an independent party? Or is there even a candidate that can actually represent my interest? Because and it's about really the younger generations, not the older generations. We have real problems coming in the future, and it's the forward-thinking leaders that are going to be the problem solvers for that. Roe mentioned healthcare. It is a real problem. And Republicans refuse to face the issue. They complain all the time about Obamacare, but they're unwilling to do anything to fix it. And I think there needs to be a real solution there. I'm not for Medicare for all, but I am for a strong solution that can help Americans. And I think that involves real work, and it can be hard work, not one that can be solved quickly with our conversation tonight. But it's also younger Americans where, say, parents and people that are married, they're both working and they're still struggling to get by. But we also have to look at Social Security, which is going to be bankrupt in 7 years, and the real problem, which is the devaluation of our dollar, which is affecting all of us, and the growing and never-ending debt that Americans find themselves falling into. So I really think this is something that America is craving, and I'm looking forward to more dialogue.
Soup? Hey. Bringing it back to soup. All right.
Nothing like.
I kind of watched like a few clips on Propaganda of this. Let's watch the whole thing.
Jesus Christ. In fact, Trump is not even a Christian. Trump is very clearly under demonic influence. I think Paula White probably put a spell on him of some sort. I mean, he is surrounded by, ironically, the very thing that he accuses me and Meghan and Tucker of being, because we're calling for peace.
It's not just that he's just a bad
calling
person.
for peace,
No,
and he's like, these people are nut jobs. And then he has
I used to like
people like
him,
Laura
and there's
Loomer, who
reasons that I'm
has
not
been
crazy.
forcibly placed on Site
I put
51
egg in my
Holds
ramen?
as his number one advisor. She's like, I'm advising him. You got Paula White, who's telling him he's akin to Jesus Christ, which is absolutely blasphemous. And he
just
thinks
says
these
under a
people are
spell,
totally sane.
yes.
Again, very scary to be that far in the cave.
because she's trying
He
to.
is so
that's
in
her.
the cave.
That's
He
her out. Is just like I thought he was under a spell.
is so convinced of his own invincibility. It is completely
All right, Steven, I will catch you later, man. Thank you for hanging today.
unhinged that he was deeply upset by the Pope telling him the truth. The Catholic perspective is that this is an unjust war, because it is, obviously. Okay, you can't just decide that you want to take things from Iran, or rather, not decide, but Bibi tells you you're going to take things from Iran, and then you just do it, and you put American lives at risk. It's unjust. Even
It's so
honestly,
weird that
if
she
you
can actually
remove
like get to that.
Catholicism, it's just unjust in general.
be
It's
right.
morally
Again,
contemptible
broken
what
clock.
you are doing in the Middle East. Okay, and forget the part that you went against every single one of your promises, betrayed your base, betrayed the people that were out there trying to get.
Hold on, guys. Having an internet issue.
Votes for.
Oh shit! Is that storm hitting me? Fuck. I just lost stream. All right, hold on. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm getting hit by this. Looks like. Give me a sec. Here it comes. Steven probably reported you. That wouldn't affect my my Twitch. No, I'm having problems with my internet because I have a storm coming in every fucking time. I don't know why. Oh no, we're gonna lose Pep in the storm. I don't think so. What's that wave thing? Thank you for that. Send party blowers. That was cool.
For you, betrayed the Charlie Kirk, you betrayed Becky Kelly, you betrayed Tucker Carlson, you betrayed me.
Like I said, I've also been having this bandwidth problem.
I just so you know could not care less. I am very happy to die with my soul intact. And now you have him just swinging at the Pope, swinging at the Pope.
Send fireworks. It's cool.
This is what he said on X, and his excuse is amazing. He said Pope Leo is weak on crime. Like, this is not a tweet. We're not talking about Hillary Clinton. Okay, he's talking about the Pope. He's not running against the Pope. Pope Leo is weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. He talks about
honestly,
fear
dude. If I was
of
a
the Trump
liberal
administration,
Christian,
mention
this would be
the
it.
fear
I would fucking,
that the
I would lose
Catholic
my shit
Church
at
and
this.
all other Christian
The
organizations
fact that I'm
had
not a
during
Christian is
COVID.
kind of why
What?
I'm able to just
When they
watch
were
this
arresting
from like
priests, ministers,
just
and everybody
kinda
else.
be like,
Why would he
whatever.
talk about that?
You guys deal with this.
He's
You
that's
actually
not
care,
happening
though?
right now. What? He wants him to get into a time machine and talk about what's going on in 2021. Okay. He goes on. I like his brother Louis much better than I like him. Oh, okay. Because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon for the last 25 years, according to Bibi Netanyahu. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States, and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States, because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime
for the
and
$2
creating the
etch.
greatest stock
He is
market in
being very
history.
good right
Leo
now.
should be thankful, because as
I got
everyone
them gems
knows,
from YouTube.
he was
Have
a
'em all.
shocking
Oh, thank you.
surprise. He was not on any list to be pope, and was only put there by the
Oh, we're
church
starting to
because
do
he
that
was an
now.
American, and they thought that that would be
Hey,
the
look, Twitch is
best
back.
way to deal with President Donald J.
That
Trump.
really
If I
froze
wasn't
right
in
as
the
I
White
said it.
House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. I'm sorry. What? look, I'm not here to pretend that I'm a theologian, that I've been Catholic for a long time, but is that what goes on at Conclave? Do the cardinals arrive and they go, oh, well, we were going to do our thing, but like what really matters is Trump's president, and we want to make sure that we can deal with Trump. So we're just going to make somebody from Chicago. That feels like the right thing because he's got a Trump Tower in Chicago. Like, is that what he thinks happened? That he had all of these cardinals arrive, and this was the discussion as people waited for white smoke outside, that is what was happening on the inside. You cannot be that narcissistic. Can you?
Surprise. Can you? Yes, he can.
I think he is. I think that's what Laura Loomer said to him. I think that is, she texted him and she's telling the truth, and she's like, he wouldn't even be Pope if it wasn't for you.
I think I did just lose my other stream.
She's like been very
horizontal might be done.
borderline lately. Like she's like feels like she should probably be put on another
What up,
hold.
Ryan?
But like she's still out there tweeting crazy things. And I feel like that's what Paula White said to him, like in a couple of her blasphemous prayers of like, she's like, the Catholic Church.
Thank you
for Pope Leo the 14th. What?
Yeah, horizontal's down.
What? Is everybody okay? No one around him is okay. And I'm making fun of it, but I want to be clear that he is truly, and I do not say this to be extra, I do not say this to be performative, he is truly under demonic influence. You see that in the prayers, and I have to say respectfully, it was definitely something which I am hopeful, and please forgive me if I'm out of line here.
It was that bandwidth thing, dude.
But I'm hopeful that more cardinals, more princes of the church will speak out.
I like how they roll out this stuff and they're like, yeah, test it for us. Does it work?
Bishops have had
do you like
this
it? Good. We're taking it away from you.
Some of them
Sorry.
have gone too political. Bishop Barron standing beside Paula White during that prayer, and his excuse is, well, I was there. Well, then you should.
Has MAGA officially turned? I'd like to say yes, but realistically, so I think of it this way. She already had a soft falling out with MAGA, right? So I think that was her way of kind of doing this thing where to split the audience off, get the normies in there. Now it doesn't affect her as much because she can get all the soccer moms and all that bullshit, like those, people in, and then she can play I'm not so political anymore. Now I just do like everything a little bit more.
Make a statement.
So I don't know.
After and say,
but it does seem like everybody that was prominently MAGA, that's I don't know how to put this. Except for just like they're a little bit smarter, I guess.
This is wrong. This is wrong.
Yeah, I
didn't mean to be. I didn't know what she was going to say when she prayed, but what she said was wrong and it was blasphemous. And no, Trump. This is Easter, and Trump has nothing to do. He is nothing like Jesus Christ. In fact, Trump is not even a Christian, and so there is a role here that I think the Catholic Church needs to step in a really big way.
Shit, I'm more like Christ than most of you.
There are too many TV bishops.
Not just because I look like the guy.
TV pastors, too many people that have turned, what it means to be a Christian into reality TV. Frankly, you can wear the clerical robes and be presenting yourself as something totally different. There needs to be and there has been thus far a very severe reaction just all across the faith. Everybody, every Catholic bishop, every Catholic cardinal, but Catholics in general, you can't support Trump. You cannot support Trump in this moment. And I have to say, His Holiness was very precise in how he responded to the attacks. If we could just pull up that video of what he had to say. Take a listen.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Now let's cut to what Trump had to say when he was asked about why he attacked the Pope.
These are actually
Take a
good.
listen.
Didn't even need to do that.
Pope Leo on Truth Social.
I don't think he's doing a very good job.
You know, you really don't have to do that in Japan, because the chopsticks there are actually good quality.
Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime
God, he's so
is
fucking
okay
dumb.
in our city.
He's so
I don't
genuinely
like it.
just
I'm not a
fucking
big fan of Pope
stupid.
Leo. He's a
And
very
the
liberal
fact that
person.
his supporters are somehow dumber than him, that's saying a
He's
lot,
a man
guys.
That doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants
He's just, you do understand that this is all it's all word salad, and he's using the same points for everybody.
Guess what?
That could have been
He's
for anybody
literally
else.
trying to stop crime because what you are doing
That
is
literally
racist,
could have been for
criminal.
Hillary
Everybody's telling you
Clinton,
that
the
you've
Pope,
lost
any of
a
it.
large portion of your base.
All
you have
just
lost
his regurgitated, it's fake news.
MAGA.
Unfortunately, during COVID, they wanted to lock everything up. They wanted to lock everybody up.
You've lost Megyn Kelly. You've lost B. You've lost.
You know, I knew this great comedian that was very upset about it. And you know what? He came to me. I said, Theo, I got your back there, bud.
Alex Jones.
Wait, are we not talking about the comedian Theo Von? We're talking about who now? The Pope? Oh, yeah, the fucking Pope.
You've lost.
I thought I was the Pope.
And that's just in terms of.
Wouldn't that be cool if I had the hat and I just was the Pope? Wouldn't that be cool?
Of the commentariat, if you will.
Dude, we let Cartman become our fucking president. You guys understand that?
And you refuse to see reality. You just refuse to see reality. You're so convinced that you can just drop another tweet. And of course, he then dropped a picture of himself as Jesus Christ on top of that. And
he has a vocabulary.
Even backlash from the Protestants who said this is completely inappropriate. And his response, this is the image, by the way, if you have not seen it, obviously, healing the sick. And his response to dropping that was that he didn't realize that was.
I just tried to say that I was the best president ever, that I'm so cool.
Supposed to be Jesus. And that he thought that the AI image was suggesting that he is a healer and a doctor because he is a doctor in his own mind. So that's his excuse for just continuing to be so disrespectful to Christians. Right. He offered, as opposed to just saying, I'm sorry, this AI image was not appropriate. It went out.
Said that I'm not as cool as the Pope.
People were not thinking, thought it was funny, poor taste.
I barely
came
do.
Out with an excuse.
Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God.
Like, ironically, my Trump impression has kind of ruined my Cartman impression.
Doctor, take a listen.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself?
God, he's so cartoonishly just fucking stupid. Look at him standing there. You got fucking DoorDash grandma, who's not even a real DoorDasher. That shit is wild. Finding out that she's a fucking plant that was there for a totally different thing when MAGA needed her. It's just, it is every time that they say paid protesters. Guess what? Every protest has paid protesters from MAGA. They're paying those motherfuckers. They literally have plants. They are every time they tell on themselves.
Depicted as Jesus Christ.
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor. And
I did post it because I thought it was pretty fucking funny. Did you think it was funny?
And only the fake
Look how
news
mad
could come
you
up with
are.
that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, "How did they come up with that?" It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
He thought he was a Red Cross doctor, so that's why he posted it. Because, like, obviously, he was what year was that? Ashley, that he was a doctor, Skylar. I'm sorry, I just need to produce a note. Can we ask Charlie GPT? Okay, when did he?
Oh, it's good.
Wow, where it's not coming up for us that Trump was ever a doctor. So I don't know why he would feel that the image was relating to him as a doctor for Red Cross healing the sick. That seems, and wearing that particular getup doesn't feel to me like he was a Red Cross doctor.
Did you guys see the new meme going around where it's just a bunch of doctors wearing Jesus outfits and they're just like, get out of the way. The new doctor fit is here.
But That's the slop we're getting. It's been a sloppy year, my friends. It's been a Fetty sloppy year. And so we're just going to keep getting
sloppy year. Yeah, let's not do that. Return of post 9/11 propaganda. Damn, there's a part of me that kind of wants to watch it, but also no. I met Erica's ex. I met Erica Kirk's ex and it got crazy. No, let's keep to the AI Jesus thing. Fuck it.
Donald Trump is punishing Iran for refusing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Also, Iran is threatening to retaliate with more attacks across the region, and the United States is also considering launching new strikes of its own. And while there's other craziness in this whole thing, including the Trump Jesus scandal, this is where we are less than halfway through the 2-week
This fucking week has been wild.
ceasefire that went into
Just what are we doing?
effect last week. Or with the latest chaos and confusion coming
Again, and I'm sorry, guys. I wish I didn't have like other stuff going on so I could be more like just passive about this and not get as mad as I did. Like at the beginning of the stream, I will admit it. Like it definitely. Oh my god! That
after the first in-person talks between the two sides ended this weekend with no deal. And so let's actually start there, because American and Iranian officials met on Saturday in Islamabad, which is the capital of Pakistan, whose government has emerged as the primary mediator in negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. On the U.S. side, you had Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys.
All right, what happened there was my cat just jumped onto my lap and he totally missed. So like he clawed and then was like falling. I'm like,
Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. And on the Iranian side, you had the country's Speaker of Parliament and its foreign minister. And it was the highest level face-to-face meeting between the two countries since diplomatic relations were cut off after Iran's 1979 revolution. And before
dude, he actually he put a hole
even as negotiations were underway, you had Trump weighing in on social media claiming that Iran had no cards to play and is losing and losing big. He also suggested that the U.S. was starting the process of clearing out mines that Iran's believed to have laid in the Strait of Hormuz. And you had reports suggesting that two American ships actually entered the waterway during the talks, destroying an Iranian surveillance drone.
Why are you just being
their
such a
mission was
pain in
apparently
the
to get ready
ass?
for future minesweeping operations while also showing commercial ships that you could get through the waterway safely. Though, notably, American officials also reportedly believe that one reason the strait hasn't been open to more traffic is that Iran isn't able to find all the mines that it placed or lacks the ability to remove them. But whatever the case may be there, after almost a full day of nearly nonstop talks as Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio attended a UFC fight in Miami, Vance and co., they left the room empty-handed.
We have been at it now for 21 hours.
I mean, the fact that he was just at the UFC fight while this jackass was there, it's almost like, I don't know, our president should probably be at these meetings, but cool.
And, we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Now, Vance didn't say whether the 2-week ceasefire with Iran would remain in effect, what would happen with the Strait of Hormuz, or if Trump would now follow through with his threat to destroy an entire Iranian civilization. But Vance did suggest that the biggest sticking point was the lack of what he called an affirmative commitment from Iran that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. Right? And similarly, you had Trump claiming in a social media post, the meeting went well, most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. But also to be clear here, while Trump and his administration, they've explicitly argued that Iran's nuclear ambition includes the development of a nuclear weapon, Iran has said for decades that it has no intention of building one. Instead, you've got them insisting that it has a right to maintain nuclear enrichment capabilities for civilian purposes. That said, though, it has enriched uranium to levels beyond what's needed for civilian purposes. But then also, even intelligence assessments that have been presented to Trump have concluded that it wasn't actively pursuing a weapon or close to actually being
Tulsi's aged fucking 20 years in just the few months that she's been there.
To do so. And so the main issue doesn't seem to be whether Iran will agree to not pursue a nuclear weapon, but rather whether it'll stop enriching uranium, give up its stockpile of the material, and shut down its main nuclear facilities. Though also a very big thing is that's not the only issue preventing a deal. There are also questions about the fate of Iran's proxy groups in the region, including Iran's continued support for them and Israel's continued war against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Because the US and Israel, they said that Lebanon isn't actually included in the ceasefire, and the IDF has actually ramped up their attacks there. You got the Lebanese government reporting that the Israeli military
gotta go to the post office. All right, have fun.
1,000 people over the course of the current war, including hundreds since the ceasefire began. And while the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors to the US are expected to meet in Washington this week for talks, those don't seem any more likely to actually yield results than the ones between the US and Iran. Though, I will say Iran's Speaker of Parliament previously claimed that those talks couldn't even get underway without the ceasefire extending to to Lebanon first. So that ends up being just one of the many examples showing that, especially in this conflict, what leaders on either side say in public is not always what they really mean or what is happening. But then also with that said, according to reports, another issue in the talks is Iran's demand that billions of dollars in frozen assets be released. And then, of course, there's the Strait of Hormuz. And with that, after the talks ended with no deal, you had Trump announcing, effective immediately, the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz, and adding, I've also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. And then, even though he just said effective immediately, he claimed that the blockade would begin shortly, and then also claiming other countries will be involved with this blockade. And then you also had Trump repeating that claim on Fox News afterwards.
Because he's a dementia-riddled fucking old man.
Saying that he thinks that numerous countries are going to...
That also, you mix in his bravado and everything else, that it makes it that much worse. Like, Jesus fuck.
us with this, and also saying,
we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on
all right,
selling
Dems. If the Dems don't actually attack his age, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God.
Well, to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that,
Everybody's
but
rooting
at
for Iran.
at a higher level.
But then, as per usual, his claims even
I would like to, I'm actually rooting for peace.
Contradicted.
Like, I would like this to end.
By
That'd be nice.
himself, as well as just
But I hate to say this. It is actually kind of bad now, where it's just like, yeah, but if he does this and the entire summer's, sitting there talking about how he fucking brought peace to the Middle East.
Because you later,
dude,
had him explaining that the blockade would actually only apply to ships entering or exiting.
This is why I'm sick of the Democrats. It's because they're not here. They're not doing anything. They're not saying a goddamn thing.
Iranian ports.
You got idiots like me on the internet fucking freaking out, just going, where the fuck are you?
And also revealing that it would...
And simultaneously just being like, yeah, you know what? I got to get my audience to actually vote blue. That's why, honestly, I don't care. I don't care who you fucking vote
today
for.
At 10 a.m. And then you had the Defense Department further clarifying that its forces would not impede freedom of navigation for vessels.
Trump sounds like me making fun of him. Yes, I know. Every once in a while I catch that where I'm just like, he sounds like my impression of him.
Exiting the Strait of Hormuz to
that's a problem.
And from non-Iranian ports. And so Trump's aim here is to weaken Iran's economy by cutting off one of its major sources of revenue, right? Oil imports, while potentially being less risky than trying to escort vessels through the strait. And actually with this, you had a retired Navy Rear Admiral arguing that it might work, telling the Washington Post, even if Trump was shooting from the hip here, it was a pretty good shot. I think Iranians will feel the pinch for this. But then he also said he doesn't think that it's actually going to be enough to get Iran to return to negotiations, and adding, he's probably going to have to do strikes on their nuclear program, things like that, to get them to the table. And on that note, Trump's reportedly considering resuming limited strikes if the blockade doesn't work, and war crimes are apparently still on the table. Because you have Trump saying that attacks could target the same types of civilian infrastructure that he threatened to take before the ceasefire was announced.
I could take out Iran in one day. In one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. We've wiped
and you've committed war crimes. Cool.
out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit.
And while with all this, Trump said that he predicted that Iran would come back and give the administration everything that it wants. I mean, we've heard that before. And so in the meantime, there might even be a chance that Iran is the one that decides to resume strikes in response to efforts by Trump to enforce his blockade. Or with a military spokesman claiming today that if Iranian ports were threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe. But with that, there does seem to be a chance, at least, of the two sides striking a deal. After this weekend's meeting, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament writing that the opposing side ultimately failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation in this round of negotiation, which isn't super promising, but it does imply that the US could win their trust in later rounds of talks. But now, Pakistani, along with Egyptian and Turkish mediators, are continuing talks with the US and Iran to try to bring them both back to the negotiating table. And according to reports from Axios, all parties still believe that a deal is possible. They're just hoping that one can be reached before the ceasefire expires on April 21st. But also, while that plays out, a lot of questions remain about if, how, and how quickly Trump's blockade could be effectively enforced. Especially because, despite Trump's claims, it doesn't appear that anyone's lining up to help. The UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, Poland, and Greece have all ruled out sending naval forces to support the effort, with Spain's defense minister arguing that Trump's proposal just makes no sense and adding, "Since this war started, nothing makes sense. This is another episode in the downward spiral the world has been dragged into." And you've had at least one expert arguing that Trump is undermining his own efforts by claiming that other countries are going to help without saying which ones. Saying this habit of saying that people are on board with him while not naming them diminishes his credibility, and that does not work well for U.S. standing internationally. And that same expert argued that Trump's overestimating how effective the economic pain of a blockade will be in changing Iran's position, saying Iran is already hurting and they have shown that they are willing to take more than a couple of hits, saying the Iranian regime is not one that cares for the well-being of its citizens, and there is no civil society that can raise its voice against the regime in the face of economic calamity. And while the blockade could potentially lead to more suffering for the Iranian people, it could also just make worse the already massive economic and humanitarian fallout from the war globally. Where this morning, oil prices were back up to $100 a barrel after having previously dropped thanks to the ceasefire news. And you now have the UN Development Program warning that more than 32 million people worldwide could fall into poverty thanks to the war. And while the US might not be the most affected country, the impact, it is very real and it is very significant, especially for those already struggling. We're getting a glimpse about how some of this is playing out right in Asia, which is extremely reliant on Middle Eastern oil. We've seen protests and even violence. And actually now you're seeing the fallout from the war causing major chaos over in Ireland, where the Prime Minister just announced 505 million euro tax cuts on motor fuel amid nationwide protests over gas prices. Because over the last week, protests have erupted across Ireland, led primarily by farmers, truckers, and drivers hit hardest by soaring fuel prices. And these weren't just marches. You had protesters using tractors and trucks to form blockades on major
trying to get in the
motorways,
trash,
including one of Dublin's busiest streets. You also had vehicles blocking tankers from entering or leaving Ireland's only oil refinery for several days. Similar blockades also shut down ports and multiple fuel terminals. And the impact was immediate. About a third of Ireland's gas stations ran out of fuel, and you had government officials warning that the protests and shortages could prevent emergency services from responding. And over the weekend, you ended up seeing instances where police and in some cases the military moved to clear protest sites. Which then brings us to the government's response, which included, yes, the Prime Minister announcing that 505 million euros in motor fuel tax cuts. Also, he condemned the protesters for making the fuel scarcity worse. The government also postponed a planned carbon tax increase and are going to introduce fuel subsidies for farmers and fishers.
Man, Uni was smoking an infused outside. Give me a hit. Feeling pretty good.
But also a huge thing is that this is coming just weeks after the government enacted a separate 250 million euro tax break. So that means that Ireland has now committed over 750 million euros in fuel relief in a matter of weeks. Now that said, the new proposal still needs parliamentary approval. Also, multiple protesters told reporters that it does not go far enough. So smaller protests and traffic disruptions continue today, and key protest leaders have vowed to keep targeting major infrastructure. But then also, it's not just protesters who think that the government is falling short. Members of parliament from across the opposition have accused the Yemen as a ruling party of failing to listen to.
So I just got a notice that there's a tornado watch in effect, which it's a watch, not a warning. We don't. We got the thing where it's just like we might be having tacos for dinner as opposed to tacos. It's not tacos yet.
Or adequately help working
Just,
people.
yeah,
And in
it might
fact, the
be
largest
tacos.
opposition party announced that it's going to introduce a vote of no confidence in the ruling government tomorrow. So if that passes, the Prime Minister and his government are going to be forced to step down. As far as why this matters or why we're talking about it today, it's not just because we have a surprising number of beautiful bastards in Ireland that watch the show. In fact, the Irish oddly have my back more than most people. Rather, because Ireland is a country of 5 million people, thousands of miles from Iran, with no involvement in this war. And they, just because they exist, are now facing fuel shortages, refinery blockades, military deployments to clear protest sites, a €750 million emergency response, and a potential government collapse, all because of the global energy crisis triggered by Trump's war. This is what the ripple effects look like not in the abstract, not in economic projections, in a country where farmers are blocking refineries with tractors because they cannot afford to fill their tanks, and the government may fall apart because the relief that they've offered is still not enough. And if this is happening in Ireland, it's happening elsewhere. And perhaps most importantly, it's going to keep happening as long as the strait remains effectively closed and global oil supply stays 10% offline.
We have ingredients for tacos.
We're going to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor
tacos.
and say,
There we go.
figuring out dinner every night.
And Twitch just crashed.
It's already rough enough. Then you throw kids into the mix, and now you're basically
I'm gonna keep this stream going, and I'm kind of yeah, I've kind of had it. Dude, what the fuck? I swear to God, dude. Yep. No more fucking Twitch, I guess. I guess Twitch is just done. Great. Fucking great. Hail Pep and his messenger stand. Yeah, thank you. Let's see. The thing about Twitch that really annoys me is the fact that it'll restart whenever. Yo, I'm hanging out in the background and listening while I'm cooking. What up? What up, DJX? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Just dealing with shit. Attacks from Pope. We already watched that. Here, let's do the Eric Swalwell stuff. I've barely gotten to any of this.
for Trump devotion syndrome. But then actually to go from that disturbing situation to a very different kind of disturbing situation, we've got to talk about California. Because California's top Democratic candidate for governor just dropped out over accusations of sexual assault and rape. And then in addition to that specific situation, there are also other ripple effects.
What happened with Twitch? My Twitch just crashed.
People are wondering about. But where we should start is with Eric Swalwell taking to social media yesterday to officially announce that he is dropping out of the race, saying, "I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for the mistakes and judgment I've made in my past," and saying, "I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's." Right in that, coming after CNN and the San Francisco Chronicle reported the allegations on Friday. And I guess to some degree at least, he was right, because as reporters spoke with ex-staffers, things did seem worse than his campaign could handle. You had one saying that in 2019, when she was 21, she and Swalwell were driving to an event together, and she said he then unzipped his pants and told her to give him oral sex, which she did.
Again, I felt incredibly uncomfortable, and I stopped and I said to him,
What the fuck is wrong with these guys,
this
dude?
feels really
Seriously, what the
uncomfortable,
fuck?
and
What is with these motherfuckers where they're around a female without anybody else present, and the first thing they do is just like, what
anyone
the
could see
fuck?
us right now. And he said to me,
God damn it, dude.
"You're right. It's probably not good for a congressman to be caught with his pants down."
Did he ask you to send him lewd photos?
Yes.
And did he ever send lewd photos?
Yes. He would send short Snapchat videos of him rubbing his penis through his pants while on the airplane.
Well, that accuser
sexy.
stayed anonymous. We saw a total of four victims coming out with stories that were similar to
Dude,
this. Different
no one
accusers
wants
than the
to
one
see
heard
you
from in the
fucking
clips,
grabbing
and
your
Swalwell
shit.
also sent her nude images on
So
Snapchat in
weird.
2021. She accused Swalwell of sending her inappropriate texts just 3 months after his wife gave birth to their third child as well. And the allegations, they just kept getting worse as we heard more.
The 5 of us were having some drinks. At some point, it was time to go home. I got in an Uber.
Oh, you did?
I
Oh,
was taken to the Aloft Dublin Pleasant Inn where he was staying, and I don't remember what happened that night. But I know that there was sexual contact, because when I woke up in the morning, I could feel that there was. And he said as much too.
What did he say?
That last night was great. It didn't feel great to me because I didn't remember it.
Without getting too graphic, the CNN report even mentioned this alleged victim waking up with bruises and bleeding after a blacked out night in Swalwell's New York City hotel room. They're saying the next day she saw flashes of the previous night with him on top of her pushing him off, him grabbing her.
It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes. I said no. He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next morning?
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room.
So now the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is investigating the allegations. Also, a video surfaced this weekend that didn't help his case. Right, and actually before dropping out, on Friday, Swalwell posted a video to all this.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past. But those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position.
You also had Swalwell's lawyer telling the Times that this was a coordinated effort to undermine his candidacy, saying, "We believe these allegations are baseless and continue to seek the truth." And then also on top of all those allegations, you have Homeland Security also announcing an investigation against Swalwell for employing a Brazilian nanny without a lawful work authorization. But with all that said, in response to these mounting allegations, more than 50 of his former staff members, along with Democratic officials like Nancy Pelosi, called for Swalwell to suspend his run. You had Pelosi saying that it's clear the investigation is best done outside of a gubernatorial campaign. House Democrats also issued a joint statement calling for Swalwell to drop out, and some people have even said that he should give up his seat in Congress as well. And this is a pretty big fall from grace, because Swalwell had made a pretty strong name for himself in the Democratic Party. He beat an incumbent for his seat back in 2012. He had a short run for president in 2019 before then becoming a vocal critic of Donald Trump. And despite the race in California being pretty crowded, Swalwell received a lot of support from other elected officials and California unions, which helped him stand out from the rest.
Sorry,
However,
guys, I'm
many
looking
of
at the
those
weather
supporters, like
models.
Senator Adam Schiff, withdrew their
Yeah, it looks like
endorsements,
we're
calling for
fucked.
him to step down from the race. And so now while we
Yeah,
wait
my Twitch is gone.
to see what else is
not like my Twitch channel, but the Twitch stream is
what comes
gone.
from the investigation, you have many looking, going, okay, well, now that he's out,
One less
where does
thing to
that leave
focus on.
California Democrats? Because there are actually 7 more Democratic candidates, including former elected officials, a former member of Biden's cabinet, and also people have their eye on billionaire Tom Steyer. And so now you have many wondering, well, where does the Swalwell vote go? Because one of the issues is that none of these candidates matter if they do not get more votes than Chad Bianco or Steve Hilton, the Republican candidates who now lead the pack in recent polling. Because in a jungle race, That's the reality. And the stakes here are incredibly high because, I mean, just talking about the two Republicans, while Hilton, he seems willing to work with California's Democratic-led legislature, Bianco plans to go scorched earth, saying, you want to know how I'm going to work with the Democratic legislature? I'm not. I'm going to get every single one of them unelected. Every single day, I'm going to stand on the steps of the Capitol and I'm going to tell the California voting public about the idiots in Sacramento that are ruining their lives. And if either candidate wins, the state...
Listen, as I said, if they play this game with Katie Porter where they're just like, she's too lib for me, fuck you. You deserve everything you get.
Legislature could
seriously
work to block their agendas,
fucking
but also
so
the
tired of
candidates,
this
they
shit.
could reshape their executive agencies, leading
When you
California
see the opposition and this is it,
into a gridlock.
but the first thing you can think of is just like, it's not my candidate.
And both of the Republican candidates plan to maintain a better rapport with Trump than Newsom did during his time in office. For now, at least on this front, we need to see what happens with the polling. And of course, the election, it's just around the corner. It is set for June 2nd. So that's really just leaving a small window for the candidates to either go, okay, I'm going to be one of the top two, or drop out and consolidate their vote to one of the other Democrats. Then from that, as we start to wind down today's show, I've got two more things for you, a congratulations and one more really important story. So first up,
I don't care. Don't care, Phil. Sorry. All right. Mentally unstable. I already played this. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that. Here we go. We got Mehdi Hassan on Piers Morgan. Is it the entire show? No. It's 30 minutes. Okay, cool.
What are we talking about? Wake up. This is the face of terror with Obama, and it's being stopped. President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it should be the entire Western world.
So what's going to happen here is with this tornado that's coming in, that looks like it's going to hit close to us, or tornado cell, I should say, where it can produce wall clouds. Yeah, just going to be very cautious. So it's saying that it'll hit in about an hour. So right after the 4:20, if I have to dip or if I lose power, then hey, you know what? At least we did a complete show, right?
Has an opportunity to stop this before it happens.
I'm here. Katie Porter's not my first choice, but I'll vote for her if I have to. Cool. Thank you. All right. Perfect. Who's your first choice out of the candidates that you have right now?
Monsters in charge of governments, the face of terror, nuclear weapons. Who are we talking about here? Iran or Israel?
I actually
Which
don't
country in the
know.
Middle
I know nothing about the governor race.
Attacked.
Actually, DJX, you're in the position I was in with Kat. Now that we can shift the attention to that.
6 countries in the Middle East last year. 6. It wasn't Iran. It was Israel.
You're in absolute denial, and so is Candace Owens, and so is Tucker Carlson.
I'm not here to speak for Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, who I've been very critical of. I'm not here to speak for Iran, who I've been very critical of. I'm here to talk about facts.
You're defending. You sound like Mehdi Khamenei.
Of course.
We just
go for racist insults.
2014.
That's all you have left.
We murdered 300 terrorists last week, and I think those are your people.
Wow.
Wow.
The people of Lebanon were supposed to be enjoying a badly needed break from the bombing. President Trump had announced a 2-week ceasefire. The U.S.
I love how these guys always prove that they're pieces of shit, and then Pierce somehow ends the show, and they're still just they seem fucking perfectly reasonable, I guess.
Pakistanis were clear initially that it included the Israeli war against Hezbollah. Instead, Israel launched a blitz. Hundreds were killed and thousands wounded by an IDF bombardment under the chilling codename Operation.
It's got a cat that we'd have to coerce out of a bed.
Eternal darkness. The death toll in Lebanon is now more than 2,000, according to the health ministry. As I said on this show 3 weeks ago, for all debate about whether Israel forced Trump to start the war, it will soon be a question of whether Israel is the barrier to ending it. While many Israelis believe the war is righteous and necessary, the damage to Israel's global standing could be devastating. Spain is openly calling Netanyahu a war criminal. This weekend, Turkey compared him to Hitler. And record numbers now look unfavorably on Israel and the United States, where plenty of people think, with an increasing body of evidence, that Netanyahu forced Trump into a disaster. Well, joining me to debate this is Mehdi Hassan, founder of Zeteo News, and Doran Spielman, the reservist IDF spokesman and author of When the Stones Speak. All right, well, welcome to both of you. Doran Spielman, welcome back to Uncensored. The New York Times piece that came out several days ago painted a pretty extraordinary picture of the Prime Minister of Israel sitting in the Situation Room at the White House with the head of Mossad appearing on a large screen and painting a picture of what would happen if the United States joined Israel in taking out the supreme leader of Iran and his top people who are all going to be congregating, that inevitably what would happen is the IRGC, the sort of ruling regime underneath the supreme leader, would collapse. The people of Iran would rise up, and that nobody would care or notice the Strait of Hormuz. That would be an irrelevance to all this. And all that's happened is that, and a lot of people in the room on the American side thought this was fantasy land. And all that's happened is the first part happened. The Ayatollah and his top people were taken out in a successful strike. But the IRGC remain in place. The people haven't risen up. And the Iranians have worked out the Strait of Hormuz can be used as an economic weapon to rival anything that people can do against them militarily and cause enormous global economic damage. Do you accept that the Americans were sold a pup here?
Pierce, thank you for having me. I think actually, Pierce, we're going to look back at this as a war that was as consequential as perhaps if the West had information in 1936 to act against Nazi Germany. We have to put this in perspective. Wars take time. Iran has had 40 years to embed. There's not been a single U.S. president, starting with Ronald Reagan, who I greatly respect, going all the way through Clinton and Obama and Biden, who's been willing to pay the
You missed two Bushes.
Political capital.
Notice how they do that?
To stop the Iranian terror regime, the largest regime in the world, from developing a nuclear
almost like
weapon.
they're disingenuous as shit.
Because it requires a preemptive strike. You have to preemptively stop Iran. If you don't preemptively stop Iran from having a bomb, the alternative is you're only going to stop it when that bomb lands in your soil. And we don't want to have a 9/11 where instead of 2 passenger planes, we're dealing with an atomic weapon. And I think President Trump has been
this fucking 24 bullshit fucking narrative that they are just, dude. And they keep hammering this shit. It's been fucking 7.5 weeks, which past the 6 weeks that they said,
incredibly consistent from the very beginning.
But again, it's not like the fucking Democrats are out there hammering that shit. It's not like anybody is that actually matters.
And here obviously shares a value with Israel.
Fucking A.
Which is that Iran cannot be a nuclear regime. It's very, very simple.
Maybe Mehdi will get this, but I don't know, man. Mehdi sometimes, he really does the thing where he engages, like we watched that whole thing about engaging with idiots. Well, he tries to actually like win.
Have an Iranian terror regime that instead of blocking the Straits of Hormuz with ballistic missiles, they can block the Straits of Hormuz with a nuclear weapon. You can't have a regime that when they shoot at Israel, which we've had more than 6,000 of their weapons, both from Hezbollah and Iran, we've had over 1,000 over the last 12 months, any one of them loaded with a nuclear weapon. And we have to take a step back here. We see the face of the regime. They're an evil monster. They're hitting their own allies. How could we even conceive that we would not take the opportunity to eliminate this before it grows? And the shock, Pierce, is that I have people like Mehdi, who's going to join us shortly, and people all over these kind of this liberal fantasy land that you can transplant what you hear in the Oxford corridors if you just act nice and you kind of reason with them. Well, maybe they want a bomb, but they're not really going to use it. It's only for civilian energy. What are we talking about? Wake up. This is the face of terror with a bomb, and it's being stopped. And therefore, I think President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it should be the entire Western world, has an opportunity to stop this before it happens. And I think
Palestine. Fuck yeah.
Anything, it's praiseworthy.
The Teflon Don.
Praiseworthy.
Made of Teflon, not even sure what it is. Is that the sticky stuff?
Okay, Mehdi Hassan, it's praiseworthy.
I heard they made that in space.
Well, it's not praiseworthy. The entire war has been a disaster. I think everyone agrees.
Welcome to the,
even the Israeli opposition.
Hey, welcome to the show, man. Hit that like and subscribe. Stick around and yeah, let's chat.
Agrees it's been a disaster the way Netanyahu and Trump have handled it. I think
we agree, but
objective person can look at the state of this war, even if you are pro the U.S. government, pro the Israeli government, and say it's been a success. But let's put that to one side. I want to take on board what Doran said across the board, because a lot of it was pure projection. I mean, I'm hearing him talk about monsters in charge of government.
It is man.
The face of terror.
Yeah, man.
Nuclear weapons. Who are we talking about?
Hope you're having a good day.
Iran or Israel?
Try not to spam caps.
Israel.
I know that you might be doing it to see.
I would ask a few questions.
For got rules. I got rules, but if you can sell me on why you would need all caps,
viewers
then
to consider
maybe.
today as they listen to Doron. Which country in the Middle East has nuclear weapons? It's not Iran, it's
I just prefer you don't.
Israel. Which country in the Middle East has not
way.
signed the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty?
Well, welcome to the show, man.
It's not
Appreciate having you
Iran,
here.
it's Israel. Which country in the Middle East is defying a UN Security Council resolution calling for that country to open up its nuclear facilities to IAEA inspectors? It's not Iran, it's Israel. Which country in the Middle East attacked 6 countries?
Oh, tell me that fucking Twitch
in the
is
Middle East
fucking
last year.
restarted.
6. It wasn't Iran,
No,
it was Israel. So
no,
Iran, for
don't
all its
start a
many
new
sins and
stream.
crimes, is not the
This is why I was pissed.
nuclear
Thank you. I appreciate that.
in the Middle East right now.
Hey, man. I really appreciate that. Shout out Teflon Don.
That country is Israel. As you said
It's that
Piers, in
easy.
your
You see?
introduction,
You see?
global
You see?
public opinion has made it very clear that they see Israel as the threat to regional and international peace
example.
right now. You pointed out, Piers, that it's Benjamin Netanyahu dragging American Republican presidents into
on.
wars of choice.
Figure out what
Iraq
you're doing
in
here.
2002-3,
Either start or don't.
and now Iran in 2025-2026.
Yeah, I mean, Doran Spellman, the flaw in your argument is just a bunch of woolly liberals who didn't want this to happen. If you look at actually the reaction from American conservatives, you know, you got Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. You've got Trump supporters like Joe Rogan, Theo Von, and others, the big podcasters who helped get him elected. There's a massive cross-section of very influential people, many of whom are conservative Trump supporters historically, who have condemned this war and want nothing to do with it. So I don't think you can just bat it away as, oh, it's just a bunch of
Extreme rules. Thank you.
Liberals throwing their toys out of the pram. It's not.
You know, I love the word projection because
because you do it all the time.
Projection is used by people who don't live in the real world, because the alternative to a projection when it comes to a nuclear weapon, when does that projection end, Mehdi? Does it end when Iran is trying to develop enriched uranium, and already back before the JCPOA had already developed 6 times, and now they've developed almost 90% of enriched uranium, which is 20 times the amount you need for an atomic weapon? Is that for civil uses? Is that still a projection, or is it when they actually press that little button and it lands in the U.S.?
Well, let me ask you. Well, let me before.
Hold on, Pierce.
Hang on. On that point, Doran, on that point, given you said
projection that 22 civilians have been killed
but let me
from
ask
ballistic missiles, and we've had 600 warheads on Israel. We've had warheads
22?
land on the
You've killed
UAE.
2,000 people in Lebanon and 3,000 people in Iran.
And regarding, this is so funny. Regarding Iran, you know, you put them on the court bench. Let's just, you call in someone for a character reference, comparing Iran to Israel. Who's Iran? Well, they've developed a global terror regime that stretches from the Middle East through Latin America into Europe. They have the Houthis who stopped shipping and have fired missiles and weapons both at Israel and U.S. assets. They created Hezbollah, the world's largest terror organization. That is also one of the largest drug organizations.
Actually, you created Hezbollah by illegally invading Lebanon.
Who committed October 7th. They just killed 30,000 of their people in the streets for protesting. I mean, do we need such a projection? I mean, only an idiot would actually say we need a projection to understand what Iran's intent is. We don't even need to try. They keep shoving it in your face, Mehdi. You're in absolute denial. And so is Candace Owens, and so is Tucker Carlson. And President Trump, thank God, is
I'm not here to speak for. I'm not here to speak for. Hold on, Doran. Let me respond. You said a lot there. I'm not here to speak for Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, who I've been very critical of. I'm not here to speak for Iran, who I've been very critical of. I'm here to talk about facts. You say projection. Let's just deal with your little speech in 2 ways. Number one, even if I were to accept your premise that Iran's nuclear program was a threat, even though the IAEA and US intelligence say it wasn't, but let's accept your premise that it was a threat. This is not the way you stop a nuclear program. We had the JCPOA, which Israel opposed, Donald Trump opposed. Iran was enriching at 3.67%, had no pathway to a bomb under the JCPOA, as every major disarmament and nuclear expert said at the time. It was Israel, Netanyahu, Trump that opposed this, and now we have them at 60% enriched uranium because of the actions of Israel and Donald Trump. So if you claim to want to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon, you've done a very bad job of doing that. In fact, if you're the Iranian leadership now, you probably want a bomb more now than ever before, because you've been attacked by Israel 2 years running. That's one point. On the point about projection, the point I'm making is this, Doran, and you dodged it, so let me ask it again. The only country in the Middle East right now that can put its finger on a button and fire a nuke is Israel. The only country threatening to fire the nuke it has, Ben-Gvir smiled and nodded the other day when an Israeli journalist suggested nuking Iran, is Israel. Why is your country, Doron, you're a spokesman for the military,
follow me on Twitch,
in violation of
you never know.
UN Resolution 487?
I have no idea if it's
passed,
true. I heard that Israel said that Turkey is next after they're done with Iran.
Including...
The thing is, dude, they're gonna they want Greater Israel. Greater Israel is literally from the river to the sea.
By the Reagan administration in 1981.
They want to go to the Nile, man.
Calling for Israel to open up its nuclear facilities.
They want to go from the Nile to the fucking the Red Sea or whatever the fuck. I don't even know.
Yeah, why would you allow IAEA inspectors to look at your illicit secret nuclear weapons program?
First of all, I think
say
you and I
that.
both
Yes,
know
they
that there are no
did.
binding United Nations resolutions against Israel. Not in
Yes,
any
there is.
sphere.
UN
and
Security
not in the
Council
nuclear
Resolution
sphere. No,
487.
There's not a
You're
single
wrong, Doron.
Series
You're
7
wrong,
binding
Doron.
UN resolution.
You're wrong.
And there is a
You're wrong.
number of
You're lying.
binding-
Everyone
there are
can Google it right now.
Series 7 binding
UN Security
resolutions
Council Resolution
against Iran's
487.
nuclear
People
program.
can
Now,
Google it.
Mehdi, you just said it
You
yourself.
can talk
I mean,
over
you
me.
basically just
UN
made the case
Security
for
Council
Israel.
Resolution
You're saying that Israel...
487.
I'm sorry, Mehdi, one second. We
You
can't
can
both
talk over
at
me.
the
I'll
same
wait
time.
and make my point again.
Okay,
Well, let me just make one
go
point,
ahead,
and then
go
I'll let
ahead.
you speak indefinitely. UN Resolution 487. You can Google it right now. People can watch it at home. In 1981, the Reagan administration voted for it. It calls on Israel to urgently open up its facilities to IAEA controls. That is a UN Security Council resolution which is binding under international law. Israel has been in violation of it for 45 years. Why are you in violation of it? And do you accept that Israel has nuclear weapons? If you won't accept that, why should we take anything you say seriously on anything else?
It is not a binding resolution. However, I want to get your point because I think you just answered it for me.
It's not a binding resolution, but yet
has been in
again,
violation
can't let
for 40
those
years.
other
So therefore, you're assuming
people-
Israel's had a nuclear weapon for 40 years. Can you tell me one time, Mehdi?
It has.
One single time.
Are you
where
denying
Israel
that?
has threatened
Hold on, are you denying
another
that?
country with
Doron, are you
nuclear war?
denying?
Can you tell me, Mehdi, one time when an Israeli prime minister
Last
who
week.
under an entire
week.
command center
Last
would
week,
have the
Ben-Gvir
ability
threatened
with
nuking Iran. Last
massive
week.
controls. Just one second.
answered
to
your
do that.
question.
That is
Last week,
referred
Doron.
to another country. Hold on, Mehdi. Another country, as you and I both know, that Iran, who you have projections about, the supreme leader, right? Ali Khamenei, which I'm very curious why you defend him and his entire regime. Ali Khamenei refers to Israel as the little Satan. And we both know, how he refers to the United States, meaning this spiritual leader. You've called him a spiritual
But Doron,
leader.
you're not. Let me jump in here.
Even from you.
Doron, let
The
me jump
spiritual
in.
leader,
Let me
Ali
jump in,
Khamenei, calls
please.
America the great Satan.
Let me jump in,
and you want to
please.
give him a nuclear
Doron,
weapon?
stop
Israel
talking.
and the U.S. are fighting together
Doron,
against
please
terror
stop
regimes.
talking.
You're
I am
comparing us?
here. I am here. And I am moderating this panel, much as you both like to just get off without me. Many raises a point I have raised with the number of pro-Israeli guests in the last few weeks.
Come again, Piers?
Why is it that Israel does not admit it has nuclear weapons? And are you prepared to do so now?
Israel, as we all know, is a state that upon its very founding...
Boy, will you stop whacking off behind me?
face
I got this janitor whacking the floor. He's whacking off.
an existential threat
All right, that was
from
trash,
7
but
countries
still.
that attacked it. We also know that in
Hey, not everyone can work.
1967, Israel was attacked by 3 countries, followed by 1973, followed by the Gulf War in 1981, followed by Hezbollah and Hamas. There's probably not been another country
It's dystopian. It's dystopian shit, but it explains everything they're trying to do now. Yeah.
on Earth.
What's this got to do with you being...
I hate assholes like this. Why don't you just admit that he wants Israel to finish their conquest? Because he doesn't have the balls to say that, because he knows that America would be like, wait, what conquest?
I'm going to answer you. According to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Israel has...
So you're telling me that this fucking country that's just about the size of New Jersey wants to, out-country us and use our money to do it? I don't know. That seems kind of whack.
Not signed, and therefore is not...
Seems like something that Republicans and Democrats could all agree that's kind of fucked up.
...bound by. Israel, if it maintains a nuclear arsenal, it has not used it, and if it maintains it, it is because it
Why are you
faces
saying if?
existential
You know
threats.
the
Hold
answer.
Hold on. And since the Holocaust, which today is International Holocaust Day in Israel, it's Israeli Holocaust Day, and we are mourning tonight 6 million Jews that have died. Israel maintains the ability never to rely on anyone else, and therefore, Israel is not bound.
Yeah, and then you became the monsters. Good job.
by the Nuclear
listen to yourself.
Proliferation Treaty. It didn't sign on. Who is bound? The United States is bound, and it has followed it.
Yeah, but how
And
can
guess
you
what?
demand?
Iran,
How
hold on,
can
wait,
you
wait,
demand?
wait. Pierce,
Yeah,
Iran,
Doran,
I answered
Doran,
you.
you're
I
not
answered
answering
you.
my
It's because of
question.
an existential
Doran,
threat. I just want to say Iran has signed it and violated it.
Doran,
have you subscribed to the channel yet? If you're enjoying the show,
Doran,
2002,
how can you, with
really helps out my channel, and I really appreciate
a
it.
straight face, defend Israel's determination for full transparency by another country over its
They were like completely
nuclear
honest.
weapon ambitions when you have
Like I
so
said,
far steadfastly
More than happy taking our money and taking our weapons, but second we try to tell them what to do, oh, shame on you.
my very simple question as to whether Israel has its own nuclear weapons. And if
I have not ducked your question.
Do you
I'm
have them
answering
or
you,
not?
Pierce, and I explained to you that while I
Do you have
do
them?
not have firsthand knowledge of Israel's nuclear facilities, like you, I've heard the foreign reports.
You don't
and
know-
would
you
assume
don't
that
know.
It is, hold on, I'm answering.
As a
Pierce, that's my
reservist
answer.
IDF
And I would assume
spokesman,
it's
you
highly
don't know if
likely-
Israel's
I need a hoodie. It's
I would
fucking cold
assume
as
it is highly likely, as do you, that Israel has a nuclear program. Israel never signed the NPT, and the reason Israel never signed the NPT, I would assume, even though I wasn't in the room, is because Israel maintains its individual right to defend itself. To compare that now to Iran and a potential nuclear program in a regime that is the world's #1 global terrorism, or they are not just terrorism, they engineered the idea of terrorism. They represent terror that has killed 241 American Marines. They have killed 85 Jews in Buenos Aires. They have killed thousands of U.S. soldiers with roadside bombs. They have carried out 22, according to MI5, mass casualty attempts in England since 2022. They just killed 40,000 of the protesters. Israel has a protest about cottage cheese. Israel's protests every day. How can you compare the
All
idea
right,
that
let
Israel would
me
have a
respond.
nuclear weapon and Iran, the potential of Hitler?
Let Mehdi respond.
I noticed that Doran said that Iran killed 30,000 of its people a few minutes ago. Now he's saying 40,000. By the end of this discussion, it'll be 100,000. It's funny how they inflate the numbers of people killed in Iran, but never recognize the 100,000 people you killed in Gaza, that your military killed in Gaza, 100,000 people minimum killed in Palestine, which are actually verified numbers by international organizations like the Lancet Medical Journal. You deny those. But let's put that to one side and deal with some of the stuff you've been saying. Number one, just
That looks like a literal worm.
some fact checks.
Just
The UN
realized that.
Security Council resolution is binding under international law. The Reagan administration voted for it, and you've never
That
followed it.
awkward moment that you resemble a penis more than a penis, like than your own penis.
You proudly,
like I bet his penis.
Say you haven't.
I don't want to picture it, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and just say that it looks very much like his face.
Signed the NPT. People watching at home will laugh their heads off. You're
I just called him a dick face. Zing.
basically saying, because we didn't sign an international treaty, we don't have to follow international law. So then why doesn't Iran just pull out of the NPT? Why doesn't everyone just pull out of the NPT and do what Israel did? You say Israel reserves the right to defend itself. That old chestnut. No other country in the Middle East is allowed to defend itself. Israel is the country that bombed, count them, 6 countries in the Middle East last year. I can't think of a single country on planet Earth, aside from the US and Israel, that bombed half a dozen countries in the calendar year 2025. That is your country that you're defending, a rogue nation that bombs whoever it sees fit and then claims to be a victim. You
All the time.
say that, for example, you mentioned in your comments, you said 1967
You see
we
what
were
they're
attacked.
doing in the West
Complete
Bank,
flat
and
falsehood.
honestly,
Israel attacked first in
that's
1967.
enough for you to just be
Everyone
like,
knows that. It's a documented fact. You can call it a preemptive war, but you can't just lie on here and say you were attacked. You were not. You said that Iran pioneered the use of terrorism in the Middle East. Actually, that was the Zionist gangs. That was the Stern Gang and the Irgun who blew up British diplomats, bombed the King David Hotel, hung British sergeants, attacked British civilians and military and Arabs. It was actually Jewish and Zionist terror gangs that pioneered terrorism in the Middle East 100 years ago. So a lot of your facts are just completely wrong, and you're dodging Piers' central point, which is that you do have nukes. You know you have nukes. You're not allowed to say you have nukes, which makes this whole conversation so absurd. But the idea that you would come on TV and go after someone else's civil nuclear program. Remember, the US says Iran did not have a weapons program, while you yourself have weapons. That's the US intelligence community's view. They said last year. That is what the US said last year. The US annual.
Then why do we need the JCPOA?
Let me read out the quote to you.
Program that you support.
Let me read out the quote to you.
A JCPOA,
let me read out the quote to you. If you stop interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you, Doran. You spoke for a while. In 2025, this is what the Director of National Intelligence said. We continue to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. A country that doesn't have nukes is being lectured by you, a country that does have nukes. It would be funny if it wasn't so tragic and you hadn't killed so many Iranian kids as part of your supposedly disarmament program.
Oh, let me ask you, Doran, let me ask you a question.
Can I respond?
Doran, let me.
Okay,
you can respond.
Can I respond?
You can respond, but let me ask you.
Let me ask you another question. Like Israel wasn't attacked in '67. That Israel.
Actually, the thing is, let him respond. Then you can ask him another question. This is the thing. Write down. If you have a question, just write down. Just write it down.
Is basically
this idea that you need to get it out right then. It's like, dude, I'm a stoner idiot and I can still pull this off.
You
launched the '67 war. That's a fact.
What Mehdi does is he tells a fantasy story.
It's a historical fact.
Israel woke up one morning 2 years ago and said, you know what? We're a country of 9 million people.
Honestly, I don't care what year a country started at this point. I really don't.
Let's go attack.
Because I was thinking about that. What if a new country starts? Is it like one of those? It's kind of like the NHL. I'm not trying to like bat for Israel here. I'm just literally saying the age of a country, does it really matter? Because like, for instance, I'm Czech. Well, I'm, I'm Czech descendant. But still, the fact is, Czechoslovakia wasn't technically a country for a long time, and then it was the Czech Republic, and then now it's Czechia. And then you also just look at if you have a new country that, hey, what's up, Diggs? So if you have a new country, is it kind of like the way that the NHL gets a new hockey team where you're like, you feel, oh, you guys just got here. Oh, what the fuck? Especially if they go on to, I don't know, theoretically go to the Stanley Cup, like the first year that they're a team, like the Vegas Knights. Or so is like my thoughts on that like valid as far as just being like, yeah, fuck them. They're not even like a real team. What the fuck, man? They've only been a country for like fucking couple of years. Or is it kind of like, I mean, they do have a right to be a country, I guess.
6 countries throughout the Middle East.
Not 2 years ago, Dora.
Israel's a little touchy. I understand this. This is why I would say, like, I would prefer to use a different example, but I don't have a good one right now.
Not 2 years ago.
Because we just
78 years ago, you've been bombing your neighbors.
By the way,
so 78 years you've been bombing your neighbors from the very beginning.
For a very, very, very long time. If
and you interrupted me, Dora.
I assume that you want to hear my answer. That's why we're here. October 8th.
You interrupted me when I was trying to read out the threat assessment, remember?
October 8th, there was also a war.
It's the same shit. They got Mehdi on a delay.
That war began.
This guy's not on a delay. They got Mehdi on a stronger delay. I don't like that I don't like the way they do that.
When Hezbollah saw Israel weaken on October 7th and launched a campaign of 6,000 rockets at Israel, and then Israel responded.
Oh, shit. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that.
Iran fired
500... 32 $5. Always remember the only countries that voted against access to food as a basic human right was Israel and the United States.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Ballistic missiles, which has been attacking Israel consistently.
Are we the baddies? I mean, God, that's been overused at this point.
Decided back then with the United States that it is time to deal with the number one.
We're such trash.
Terrorism.
We really are. We're just such a trash ass country. So is Israel. Like we're just such trash
in the entire world. And what I hear from you, Mehdi, is you make an incredibly compelling case, diverting the conversation away from stopping Iran's nuclear power by hyper focusing on the Israeli democracy that you yourself admit has had nuclear weapons for 40 years and never used them. And you were essentially getting a get out of jail free card for Iran. Mehdi, are you willing, if there's a possibility in your projection, if you projected that Iran would have a nuclear weapon, would you be concerned?
All right, well, I want to ask a question based around that, which is, hang on. If I could just ask a question of Doran now, which is if the whole purpose of this war was to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon, do you concede now that if you don't get the enriched uranium, either voluntarily handed to you by Iran or by seizure, which would require the use of ground forces, that the whole war will have been a failure? Do you accept?
No, it wouldn't have all been a failure because obviously...
Hey, thank you for subbing, Poking.
We will not get the most important thing. which is to remove the enriched uranium from Iran, and that is the number one. The
so
number
it would be
one
a
goal.
failure if you don't get the uranium.
If we do not get the uranium, the number one goal of this war will not be fulfilled, and it's going to put the war in a sense of
goalpost moved successfully, I guess.
Stagnation, which I think will probably continue. And
don't ever, if you call anybody that starts calling you just a fucking asshole and you go, oh, you're anti-Semitic, it's like, no, you're an asshole. I didn't bring up you being Jewish. I didn't even bring up you being Israeli. You're just an asshole. You're moving the goalposts. You're ignoring the fact that you committed a genocide in Gaza. Then you're also ignoring what's happening in the West Bank and the fact that you guys are like this. You're trying to become this empire, which, again, hey, Don, you want to fucking maybe wake up to that?
Until that happens for one of two reasons.
Does the great Donald Trump, does he not fucking understand that Benjamin Netanyahu's playing him like a fucking fiddle?
Either Iran is going to develop a nuclear weapon and threaten the rest of the world, and the world will.
I always like that song, Cotton Eye Joe.
Will then try to stop them. Probably too late, or at some point.
What you got there, baby?
In the future, I don't know when. Either the U.S. or
what's up, Amanda? How you doing?
Israel will try to make that happen. However, this war has been incredibly successful for a very simple reason. We have destroyed Iran's nuclear production capabilities. Its launching timers, its hard fuel, all of the many things that go in order to take that bomb, put it on a warhead, and shoot it have been destroyed. Their ballistic missile program has been weakened.
But
as
how
of
do we know? Because last summer,
just one second, their leadership and the planning mechanism has been destroyed.
Doran, with respect, last summer, after the 12-day war, we were assured that the whole nuclear capability of Iran had been put back decades. It was done, flattened, it was over. 8 months later, a massive war was launched against Iran because it turned out that was all baloney. Now you're spewing, what many people will say is exactly the same rhetorical baloney again. But you're also conceding that if the enriched uranium remains in Iran, this war's a failure. And I don't see how you get it.
I said it isn't a failure because you'll set back a terror regime that operates with ballistic missiles, operates as
but the regime remains in place.
Hamas, you'll have taken, again...
The Supreme Leader's son is the new Ayatollah, right?
Pierce.
Yeah?
Say this again, I'm sorry?
The Ayatollah, the Supreme Leader who was killed, his son is his replacement. The IRGC regime remains in place. There's been no protests from the people of Iran, and the Straits of Hormuz have become a massive weapon for the Iranians to use economically, as they also simultaneously attack all their Gulf state neighbors. So the idea that my point is the idea that at the end of this, Iran keeps its enriched uranium, you would have to admit, in that eventuality, the war's a failure.
No, because a war, Pierce, it's very rare that you get a victory, what's called, unconditional surrender of any enemy. I don't think it's happened since World War II. What you get in wars are cumulative gains. Again, this is not fast food. It's like a McDonald's drive-through. The woman says, what do you want? You say, I want, then the Iranian regime. This is a process that began.
Never ordered that from McDonald's.
A number of months ago with the 12-day war, and what Israeli intelligence.
Excuse me, can I get that Netanyahu regime with a side of fries, hold the salt?
And U.S. intelligence saw is as soon as that war ended, Iran went right back to building the nuclear program, developing the nuclear sites.
Can I also get a sweet and sour on the side?
Digging forward the uranium that was there. They refurbished their ballistic missile sites and were expanding it from 2,500 to 7,000. And like you said, that now that we see Ali Khamenei has been killed, what do we see happen? They have not reformed. They put in another member of the exact same family, meaning this regime is evil and has to
you have done this.
Now.
Hold on, can I actually say
many respond
to
now.
Stop them, Pierce. It's the idea of good standing.
Blah. All right, penis breath.
So what both of you are missing, to an extent, is it's not really about.
Man, that's one I haven't brought. Man, I haven't. Penis
what uranium is left in the country. It's about intent. You have left, the Israelis and the American government have left the Israelis.
That's straight from my high school days.
Left the Iranian government, not just in place, there hasn't been the regime change that Netanyahu lied to Trump and said would be easy in that situation remedying. They've not just left the Iranian regime in place, but they've left the Iranian government with the clear intent
once in a while
to
you
want
bring
to
one
have
back,
to defend
like,
itself, to use Doron and the Israelis' favorite phrase, their right to self-defense. If you were in the Iranian government today, would you not want to get nuclear weapons? Would you not think I've been attacked 2 years running by people I was in the middle of negotiations with? Every time I'm in a negotiation with them, they kill our negotiators, they kill our top foreign diplomats, they threaten to kill more of us. Every time we're doing it.
Well, I mean, they're very entitled to everything that they do. So yes, the answer is just yes.
Deal, whether it's in Geneva or Vienna or Oman, they attack us, which is what the Israelis did last year. Why would you not want to get nuclear weapons? Why would you not look at North Korea and say, no one dares touch North Korea because they have nukes? Why would you not?
They use subtle psychological manipulation by using talking points and the fact that most people won't do shit about it.
Listen to Doron speaking on Piers Morgan saying, well, we didn't sign the NPT.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off about guys like Mitty, though. Is like, for how smart he is, he sure is a dumbass for not being able to just catch him at that. That's what I hate about myself, is the fact that I watch enough of this. I've done debates. That's why, like, some of the debate tactics didn't work on me, because they couldn't break through to me, but it was like they couldn't get me to fall for the shit that they wanted me to fall for, where I was just like, all right, that's not your original point, though.
So we don't have any obligations not to have nukes. Why wouldn't Iran say, well...
And then they also let him sit there, like, they never just call out, like, all right, dude, like, you can sit there smiling and just nodding, but, like, that's all you're essentially doing here is just smile and nod, smile and nod.
We're going to pull out of the NPT. We're going to do what North Korea did, and we're going to do it because the world saw us get illegally attacked 2 years running. Doran asked me, do I want Iran to have nuclear weapons? No, I'm anti-nuclear weapons. I'm not like you. I don't support nukes and have a secret nuclear weapons program. I supported the JCPOA, which in the very first paragraph, Iran affirmed never to build nuclear weapons, which said that Iran could only enrich to 3.67%, which got rid of a lot of their highly enriched uranium. You, the Israeli government, Netanyahu, stopped the JCPOA, wrecked the JCPOA. You helped Iran enrich to 20 and then 60. You brought us to this situation, the Israeli government and the Donald Trump administration. So don't lecture the rest of us about nukes when you have nukes and you've now incentivized Iran to get nukes.
Yeah, the Europeans need to understand that Israel will eventually invade them after they gain full control of the Middle East. Yes. They're not going to just stop.
Every year.
No, that's literally, like, that's part of the problem, man.
There's no doubt.
And everybody is just like, but they're only as big as New Jersey, you know. If
there is a resolution. Let me just finish my point, Doran. You and Piers spoke for a very long time. Let me finish my point. You said you don't like interruptions. I'll finish in a moment. The UN General Assembly votes every year to have a weapons of mass destruction free zone in the Middle East. Iran votes for that resolution. Everyone in the world votes for that resolution. 2 countries don't vote for that resolution. That is the US and Israel, because Israel wants to be the only power. Well, Iran doesn't have nukes, and you do.
You are so naive, Mehdi. It's unbelievable. I'm listening to you.
You can't even tell. You can't even tell. Doran, you can't even tell the viewers today whether Israel has nukes. You can't even say what.
Honestly, the only these are getting old. Like the ones that like take place in person, those are a little bit better. But this shit,
Mehdi, you're defending.
Like specifically Piers Morgan, where he does like this is what we call a train delay. So like it's purposeful. You know what I mean? Like they set a delay for about 4 to 6 seconds. So in radio, for instance, if you had a guest on that was a little more unpredictable, you would put their mic on a trained delay of 4 to 6 seconds. So, you know, your producer could dump out, but also as the, like, knowing that you weren't on it, you did have to, like, kind of cadence yourself.
Why should
or, like, you had to, like, meet a certain cadence. So you would have to pace yourself.
I don't believe anything you say.
That was a weird thing to train to actually do. Like, that was...
No, I'm not actually.
Program is
That's one of the things I wasn't that great at.
It's Ali Khamenei. That's your leader.
No, the US disagree with you. And the IAEA.
I mean,
there's no evidence.
Which one are you? Because you're defending. You sound like Mehdi Khamenei. We're a nice program. We vote against nuclear weapons.
Of course.
We just want
go for racist insults.
In 2014,
that's all you have left.
We already had 20% in.
Yeah, but God forbid you fucking call him out on his shit.
Uranium. I mean, who are you speaking?
Anti-Semitic.
Doran.
As an American citizen,
and yet,
as a British citizen,
hold on. You're going back to 2014, Doran?
2014.
Who are you speaking as? You're speaking as the Israeli military.
And it was reported before the JCPOA.
And exactly. When did the JCPOA get signed, Doran? Do you know what year?
2015.
Do you know what year the JCPOA was signed?
2015.
Exactly, the year later. So why are you going back to 2014? It was resolved in 2015.
And, they never had
and then you and Trump came along and wrecked it. No, the Trump administration vouched and said Iran was complying with the JCPOA. So when you keep saying, why do you trust Iran? Iran did what it had to do. It, according to the IAEA,
let's unpack the JCPOA first. Maddie, you tell us.
Yeah, 500 gigabytes of Epstein data was hacked from the FBI. I get the feeling that Israel's going to blackmail up a storm and get exactly what they want.
No.
Maddie, tell us the
makes
conditions of
sense.
the JCPOA.
It also makes sense why Trump keeps doing this thing where he's like, I'll make a deal with you. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Tell us all the truth.
I do know, and I'm telling you now.
Guy on the right is a propagandist guy. Hey, you know what? This guy's a propagandist.
The JCPOA allowed Iran to enrich at 3.67%. When did they start enriching?
They are propagandists.
To 20% when you and your friends in the Israeli government and Donald Trump tore up the JCPOA. Jim Mattis, a general in the American military, who was defense secretary, not under the JCPOA. No, they did not. As every IAEA inspector vouched for.
What do you think happened?
By the way,
which one?
By the way, what?
Wait, is it true that one of the guys from the Boys? I don't know who you'd be talking about.
Doron, what enriched uranium does Israel have? Because I
know that Gal Gadot was part of the IDF, and dude, I was watching Death on the Nile. She is such a bad actress. I have no idea how she got the Wonder Woman. Like, she was kind of piss poor as Wonder Woman now that I think about it too, where it's just like, oh.
aren't allowed into.
I guess Wonder Woman just is a character that kind of works for a bad actress because she doesn't really require much acting.
Israel. So why don't you tell us? You say we're naive. Everyone watching
again. You're comparing
about your own
Israel
countries,
with Iran,
nuclear weapons.
Which is
yes, I am.
Which is
I'm comparing the country that has attacked.
Which is more.
Frenchie was in the IDF. Oh no shit.
Insane. Israel's not closing the Straits of Hormuz.
Why? You're worse.
International shipping.
That sucks. I like Frenchie.
Morally worse
Israel's
than Iran.
Frenchie was my favorite character in the comic too.
I'm morally worse than Iran. You bombed
Israel
6
doesn't
countries.
target Marines.
You bombed 6 countries.
Israel does not target Marines
countries
or
last year.
Hezbollah or Hamas.
You bombed
or
6
kill its own
countries.
people in the streets, even though you think it does.
I did not.
Israel
You
is
just
an open
murdered
democracy
children
with
in
a
Lebanon
leadership that
last
you don't
week.
I gotta stop watching The Boys just because of that shit.
Doron, your military just killed 300
if Frenchie gets it, not when.
people in a single 10-minute span last week. You blew up children in strollers. You killed a 1-year-old at a funeral. You killed 300 people in Lebanon in one day last week.
That battlefield,
you filled up the hospital.
Honestly, if The Boys wants to do it right, then Butcher's gonna be the only one left alive at the very back end. It's gonna be him and the dog walking into the sunset. I hate the comics ending. I always have hated the comics ending. I hope they do nothing near what the comics ending is.
Who created that battlefield?
You did. You violated the ceasefire with Hezbollah 15,000 times. Yes, you violated the ceasefire.
But I get the feeling that they're gonna, because they've already toyed that Black Noir is not the same Black Noir.
1,000 times, according to the
Hezbollah. That was
Doron, I know you don't like facts, right? But you haven't brought a single fact to this discussion.
Iran wasted
15,000.
Although I think the podcast with him in the deep is hilarious.
And they killed him in cold blood. Israel
Why did you violate the
people of southern Lebanon, please move out of the way.
We'll talk about that in the fun half. That's coming up here. Actually, I got to prepare for that. I'll be right back.
Why did you kill 300 people in 10 minutes? Why did you carry out Lebanon's October the 7th last week?
You know what? It's not about you. It's not
Why
about
did you carry out Lebanon's October the 7th last week?
Oh, right.
Why did you kill 300 people?
And I think you should listen to what
300 people 100% because I didn't think anyone would actually go for it.
But your military massicared 300 people in 10 minutes. How do you sleep at night?
I'm sure it is true. I'm sure it's true many Lebanese people would like Hezbollah gone, but it's also true that many Lebanese people right now are running terrified for their lives because of the bombing raids over them.
A million people displaced from their homes by
have been
Israel.
displaced from their homes. And there's a horrible familiar pattern that follows what happened in Gaza.
Pierce, if we don't displace them, then I go on this show and we're accused of killing civilians, right? And if we do displace them, then we're accused of displacement.
You told them they can't come back. Don't lie, Doron. Don't gaslight us. You've told them they can't come back. That means it's ethnic cleansing.
I have one question for you. Does Israel have a right to respond to Hezbollah after they shot 6,000 rockets at us unprovoked on October 8th, 2023, one day after October 7th? Do we have a right to respond?
Any country has a right to defend itself. Of course it does.
Does Israel have
does
a right?
Lebanon have a right to defend itself from Israeli invasion?
How?
Hold on. Doran, you always start these timelines. You start these timelines in weird places. You say 2014, ignoring what happened in 2015. You say October 8th, 2023. You ignore what happened in 2024, Doran. Let me remind the viewers of Piers Uncensored. There was a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah since the end of 2024. According to the UN, according to UN peacekeepers that Israel keeps attacking, you keep attacking Irish and Nepalese and Indonesian peacekeepers. The UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon say Israel violated the ceasefire, not 1,000 times, not 5,000 times. They say you violated the ceasefire 15,000 times over the last 18 months. So please don't come and tell me about unprovoked
I don't know
rockets.
about your
you,
numbers.
Israel,
However,
violated that ceasefire.
I have one question.
You killed,
Why did
well,
Israel,
you can
what
Google
were
is
the
your friend,
conditions of
okay?
our agreement?
400
Wait,
people.
There was one basic condition.
You can't say I don't know my
Guys,
numbers.
we've run out of time.
Numbers are from the UN.
We've run out of time.
Southern Lebanon.
I'm sorry, we've run out of time.
You murdered 300 people last week,
Okay.
including a baby at her father's funeral.
We murdered 300 terrorists last week, and I think those are your people.
Okay.
A one-year-old baby is a terrorist? I think that speaks volumes about your view of Arabs.
The one-year-old baby was put in harm's way because Hezbollah
I'm going to leave it there, gentlemen.
At a funeral?
I
They were put at
appreciate you
harm's way
joining
at a
me.
funeral?
We've run out of time. So
Wow.
thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers.
There's been a lot of talk, including from the White House, about a historic victory in the Iran war. In response, many of the war's critics say it's a humiliating defeat. So which one is it? Is it really possible or meaningful to declare a military victory if the general narrative is that you've not achieved very much at all? Joining me to discuss this are retired US Army officer and a military intelligence expert, Major General James Spidermarks, and Jim Hansen, US Army Special Forces veteran and chief strategist for the Middle East Forum. Welcome to both of you. Major General Marks, is America with Israel, are they winning this war? Or
my neighbor must have had a really bad day. I just watched him slam his truck door and just like start pounding on his fucking hood.
Is, as some people are claiming, the asymmetrical war being waged by
Blizzy's
Iran
what's up? Squishmallow Dragon.
Strait of Hormuz.
How's it going?
Actually
so happy to see
turning out
you.
to be more successful.
Well, I see a lot of
Also glad to see that you're over on Twitch, which is back. Told you.
Vietnam
It's gonna
wrapped
pop up
in this
randomly again.
contest we're involved in right now.
Crazy.
We're winning immensely on the battlefield. We have crushed Iran's ability to exercise command and
Jihadists.
control.
I mean,
we've
do understand that we got our own.
To exercise.
We got Pete Kegsbreath and his, Crusader squad, which is no better.
I would think the domestic
It's
requirements.
actually
of
the
a
same
legitimate
shit,
government.
essentially. Hey, who are these assholes?
We don't know who's in charge. I don't think
know.
the Iranian people know.
Wow, Mehdi, you got very what all of a sudden, and what in the Don? What I don't even know. What is? I like the jacket actually, but what's it? That bothers me. All right, here's how parents are creating the stupidest generation. Let's find out.
But then kids are the purest form of philosophers. They don't just accept the world, they question it. They are driven by curiosity, raw,
out as fucking Cambodia,
untamed, fearless.
You're forgetting that you're outside the country.
But then something happens. That curiosity begins to shrink. Not because children lose it, but because it gets tamed. Tamed by parents who were never taught how to think for themselves. Parents who don't raise individuals.
He probably filled up. Oh, he did. Oh, I wonder, because like he is driving his work truck and he tows a fucking very large trailer,
but unconsciously create smaller, dimmer versions.
Because it's an F-350
of themselves. Without realizing it, they suppress questions, punish curiosity, and reward obedience. And slowly, the child stops asking why and starts learning how to fit in.
Yeah.
And the tragedy?
This is so actually my therapist brought this up about me, where she said that I do have something that like I never stopped asking why.
More than 90% of parents are doing this without even knowing it.
That's why I think that the ODD actually like when they say that like oppositional defiance disorder is diagnosed young and how it like can carry on and like essentially dissipates out of your life. That's why I still kind of hold it.
And the result?
Mall canvas looks dope. Yeah, it is. My wife made that for me.
Creation of the stupidest generation ever. And this is exactly what Friedrich Nietzsche warned us about too. So let's get into this. Friedrich Nietzsche despised what he called herd morality, the instinct that pushes individuals to obey authority and follow the crowd without question. Many parents, he argued, unknowingly teach their children exactly this mindset. As he writes, "Thou must obey someone, and for a long time.
It's wildly overdiagnosed. That's what I
Otherwise, thou..."
Yeah, like when my therapist, like when I got diagnosed with it from taking the DSM, even she was kind of like,
wilt come to grief and lose all respect for thyself.
Her first question was, how much of that is ODD and how much of it is just your personality? I was just like, well.
This line from Beyond Good and
I kind of brought it up where I'm just like, so you're telling me every punk rocker has ODD? Like, every conspiracy theorist has ODD, which I could kind of see that.
Evil reveals what he saw as a deep moral imperative of nature. Through this, parents instill a fear of disobedience so deeply that children begin to equate safety with conformity. They learn early on that survival in society depends on accepting authority, religious, cultural, or political, without question.
Kid was hammered too, based on the rosy cheeks.
Obedience becomes not just a habit, but a condition for self-worth. Over time, the child stops thinking independently and starts seeking approval.
Every punk rocker has ADHD? Well, I do.
Nietzsche warns that such an upbringing narrows a child's vision and limits their intellectual growth.
I'm proud of it. I'm all right.
He writes that culture
one of the
teaches
OGs, 90s kids, ADD worked for me.
Hate, too great freedom,
became
and implants
ADHD,
the
and I had
need
to
for
get used to
limited
that.
horizons, for immediate duties. It teaches the
I
narrowing of
was kidding.
perspectives. In such environments, children are never encouraged to explore beyond what they are told. As a result, they grow up believing that obedience is natural and that disobedience leads to catastrophe. One tragic outcome is intellectual cowardice, a child who is as quiet as a lamb, unafraid of the wolf, yet unwilling to question the shepherd. They may appear disciplined, but their curiosity has been silently crushed. This critique echoes earlier philosophers who warned against raising blindly obedient individuals.
Yep.
Plato, in the Republic, argued that rulers may lie to children for their own good, shaping their beliefs through controlled myths so they obey the state. Nietzsche would see this as a perfect example of herding. Similarly, John Locke warned against blind acceptance of authority. He imagined an educator who teaches a child to entertain a thought without accepting it, encouraging independent thinking rather than passive belief. This stands in sharp contrast to rigid, authority-driven parenting. Nietzsche goes even further, arguing that obedience itself often disguises the most fatal piece of stupidity, a dangerous ignorance passed down from one generation to the next. What appears as discipline may actually be a suppression of thought. In this way, parents unknowingly pass on intellectual limitations. Friedrich Nietzsche argued that one of the greatest mistakes parents make is entrusting their children to a mass educational system that suppresses individuality. He believed such systems ruin the exception in favor of the rule, producing conformity instead of excellence. In Twilight of the Idols, he declares, "All superior education can only concern the exception. All great and beautiful things cannot be a common possession." In this context, Nietzsche criticizes how public education manufactures mediocrity rather than nurturing greatness. He believed that true rigorous education should be reserved for the rare individual, the exception. For the majority, standardized schooling often produces individuals who are trained to obey rather than to think creatively. As he harshly puts it, such systems create foolishly manufactured public school masters who lack originality. This perspective echoes earlier criticisms of education, particularly from Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In Emile, Rousseau famously writes, "Everything is good as it leaves the hands of the author of things. Everything degenerates in the hands of man." He suggests that children are born with natural potential, which is often corrupted by rigid schooling and forced discipline.
You know what? I'm going to just say that when I was like 6 or 7 years old, for For real, though, I did actually have like this thought of it's almost like the Nickelodeon brain thing where you do kind of feel like you're so misunderstood. Because you remember like the way that for my millennials out there, if you watched Nickelodeon where they were like, yeah, it's a network for kids, but they also did this thing where it's like, yeah, parents just don't understand us, bro. Then you kind of had like Rugrats and shit like that. But like for real, like the main message was just like, these adults just don't get it, man. Like I started growing up and I thought, yeah, you just kind of grow out of that. But then I started thinking back to that time in life and I was like, yeah, but that was the time that we were asking it without bias. And then, the adults in our life started seeing that and they were just like uncomfortable by it. So they just decided to kind of like quadruple down on just fucking trying to make us conform. So
Nietzsche would agree with this deeply. To him,
this is the one regret that I have about not like really wanting kids, or like knowing I'm not really going to have kids, is the fact that it's like that, where it's just like, well, I would like to see how like my kid would navigate that, but now I get to do that with my nephew, which unfortunately the outlier there is his parents that I'm just going to say it. His parents are fucking dumb.
Blindly trusts the educational system.
All they care
to
about
shape
is finances. They are so dull.
their child into something respectable, perhaps a doctor or a professional.
Squishmallow, welcome to the vertical stream. I think this might be your first time here.
While
Holy
ignoring
shit.
the child's unique nature. Instead of cultivating
Ironically,
individuality,
Twitch just went back up.
this approach often suffocates it. Both Rousseau and Nietzsche emphasize that education should develop the child's uniqueness, not erase it.
Oh, severe
In practical terms, this means that many parents place their children on a conveyor belt of average schooling. They push them to memorize, conform, and fit into societal expectations rather than question or excel. Nietzsche was especially critical of institutions like German universities, which he described as involuntary forcing houses.
Oh yeah, you're a mod.
For the withering up.
Well, I made you a mod on the channel, so that should carry over.
Of the instincts of intellectuality.
You.
By contrast, Nietzsche admired unconventional paths of learning, self-education.
I don't know how much you lurk anymore.
Mentorship.
I mean, it's always good to see you though.
And deep engagement with culture. He would
actually, it's crazy. Two of the dragons today, Pendulous and Squishmallow.
Remind parents of Plato's idea that only a few
Look,
exceptional individuals should receive higher intellectual training.
Wet paws.
True growth,
What were you
for
getting
Nietzsche,
into?
cannot be mass-produced. Rousseau's wisdom also reinforces this idea. He advises, nature wants children to be children before they are men, suggesting that growth should be natural, not forced.
Oh, his water
When
dish.
parents
He was
impose
doing
rigid
this.
systems on every child, regardless of their individuality, they produce what Nietzsche mockingly calls
You've been here on YouTube? Oh,
young
okay.
doctors
I
and
guess- I
old
guess I missed
children.
it. Oh, well.
These are individuals
First time for me to notice.
who may appear successful on paper, but are emotionally and
Yes.
intellectually
Thank you.
stunted.
Yes, I've noticed this. Maybe it's because I don't have kids. The one thing I will say is that this guy takes Nietzsche a little bit too serious.
Friedrich Nietzsche believed that another defining trait of foolish parenting is the encouragement of dependence and fear rather than independence. Many parents, driven by a desire for security, teach their children to avoid risk and distrust the unknown. Nietzsche would describe this as the domestication of the soul. He explains how conventional morality and religion narrow the horizons, conditioning individuals to accept limits without question.
He's not wrong about this.
In parenting, this appears in phrases like, because I said so, where rules are imposed without reasoning.
Yeah.
Over time, children begin to associate obedience with safety and questioning with danger. For Nietzsche, true growth comes through struggle and confrontation with the unknown, not through constant protection. He compares society's moral systems to forms of discipline that shape the individual, but at a cost. As he notes, much irrecoverable strength and spirit had to be stifled, suffocated, and spoiled.
He sounds like he identifies with Nietzsche. He kind of does.
In the process.
No, and this is my problem with this channel. I've watched a lot of his videos, and I can say, yes, he does definitely He has more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, fuck it. Yes, he idolizes Nietzsche.
Applied to parenting, this means that overprotective parents who shield their children from danger or uncomfortable ideas may also rob them of intellectual strength.
All sprawled out.
By protecting a child from the wickedness of life, they risk instilling fear, passivity, and blind trust instead of resilience and critical thinking. This idea strongly echoes Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Critique of Parenting.
You better not get sick on me.
Rousseau observed,
this little fucker was, I caught him chewing on balloons for my wife's birthday, and he was eating the ribbons from them.
That many parents rush to control their children through discipline and instruction. He writes that fathers often try to scold, correct, threaten, promise, instruct too early, believing this will shape the child properly. Nietzsche further argued...
Yeah, but that's like, think about Republicans. That's like their whole thing, because a lot of these people see it as legacy, and their legacy is that they need their kid to be just like them.
...use that such parents...
What up, Brian? Dude, so good to see you. How are you, man?
Parents fill their children's minds with comforting illusions
I'm doing okay.
rather than truth. In parenting...
Tornado watch for like the 4th time this year.
This translates into teaching children to rely on cliches like be humble or respect authority, instead of encouraging honesty and self-expression. Parents may also enforce rigid religious or cultural beliefs, turning them into unquestioned truths. Nietzsche observed that instinct or faith often overrides reason in moral thinking, reinforcing this cycle.
There we go.
As a result, the child grows into an adult who fears intellectual independence. Nietzsche warns that people are taught to believe that too great freedom is dangerous, something to be avoided rather than embraced. Ultimately, such a child becomes what Nietzsche metaphorically described as a camel or a herd animal, someone who carries the weight of tradition without ever questioning it. They follow inherited beliefs, not because they understand them, but because they were never taught to challenge them. This kind of upbringing leads not to strength, but to quiet conformity and unexamined living. Friedrich Nietzsche argued that one of the most damaging forms of parenting is passing down beliefs as if they were unquestionable laws of nature. Instead of encouraging inquiry,
give the cat his own.
Parents often present traditions and opinions as eternal truths. Nietzsche captures this sharply when he writes, "Nature is stupid. So far as we are nature, we are all stupid."
He just realized that's there.
Stupidity calls itself necessity. Statements like, "This is our tradition," or "This is how the world works," are treated as final answers. These are not truths, but
my wife have cancer? Yes.
Assumptions. What Nietzsche would call the superstitions of the herd. By labeling
I wouldn't have marked it that way.
Such beliefs as necessary, parents transform ignorance.
My dog also has cancer, if you need to know.
Into something that appears virtuous. Nietzsche warns that every
just found that out on Saturday.
Virtue.
I've been toying with fucking putting that up there, but
inclines to stupidity, meaning that even qualities like obedience, humility, and faith can become blind when treated as absolute. In such households, a good child is one who never argues and never asks why. Over time, the child begins to equate obedience with moral goodness. Questioning becomes a flaw, and submission becomes a virtue. In this way, the parent's unexamined beliefs quietly become the child's identity. What begins as guidance turns into intellectual confinement.
I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm actually just trying to let you know that my dog got diagnosed with cancer on Saturday. I'm not trying to be like, bro.
In contrast,
that wasn't me being a smartass. I was actually just telling you what happened. No, I have very bad luck. My wife and my dog have very bad luck. I'm not the one with cancer, okay?
Nietzsche presents a radically different ideal in Thus Spoke Zarathustra. He describes the highest stage of human development as the child, innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a wheel rolling out of itself, a first movement.
Yeah, it does.
A sacred yes saying. This sacred yes represents openness
it really fucking
to
does.
Life, creativity, and the courage to affirm existence without inherited constraints. A wise parent in Nietzsche's view, would protect this spirit of curiosity and independence. But most do the opposite. They replace the child's natural wonder with rigid answers and unquestioned rules. Instead of encouraging exploration, they teach acceptance. The child who once said why now says because I was told so. This transformation is subtle but devastating. The living, questioning mind is replaced by a passive one that simply repeats what it has been given.
Just promote your channel. I hear you, man. Just keep your audience informed. Sorry. No, I appreciate that.
The child learns not how to think, but what to think. And more importantly, what not to question. Nietzsche saw this as one of the cruelest
toxoplasmosis
cycles in human life.
What are you saying? I have like mouse crap all around
Children are born with fresh minds, yet are shaped only to inherit the confusion of previous generations.
Fortunately, I have lived in shitty apartments that did have fucking, you know, we had a mouse infestation in one of my apartments, and I've always worried about that.
They repeat.
I know you're trying to make jokes and shit, but I'm just sitting here. I'm like, I don't know.
Cliches and more.
They say that it shows up randomly too. It's scary.
Slogans without understanding, continuing a chain of intellectual stagnation. For Nietzsche,
so if I did, would that make me somehow, I don't know,
modern
less qualified to be doing what I'm doing?
Morality itself reflects this pattern. He describes it as the product of declining cultures that preserve meaning by turning their own ignorance into truth. Parents, often unknowingly, pass this same mindset to their children.
I was going to dip, but then I'm like, it's almost here.
Reinforcing the cycle.
All right, so I got a fun video lined up for this one.
In summary,
and then we're also, you know what? I want to laugh. So we're going to do... Wait, you know if you had cat scratch fever?
Nietzsche's critique of stupid parenting rests on 4 central failures: promoting conformity, enforcing standardized thinking, instilling fear of freedom, and elevating blind tradition to unquestionable truth. Each child is born as a possibility, a sacred yes to life, but is often taught to deny that potential. For Nietzsche, the real challenge of parenting is not to shape the child into something familiar, but to allow them to become something entirely new.
All right. For dementia chess.
As you can see here, you have the initial Iran blockade. The United States sets up a second blockade. Looks like Europe could set up a third blockade. China with a fourth blockade. Maybe Russia comes in with a fifth blockade. Yes, blockading the blockades. Blockception, baby.
I hope that he, like, catches wind that I'm making fun of his intro and he just kind of shortens it up a little bit. Because it's a little much.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody.
Like, we get it, bro. You work out, you shoot.
Buddy, for
you got a big truck.
Another episode.
All right. Do you need to be like? I mean, trust me, this is coming from a fucking stereotypical stoner. But I don't know. Do you want to be stereotyped? That's not the worst.
Episode of The Shart of War by Don Zhu, where Diaper Don has just enacted his new strategic plan to open the Strait of Hormuz by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, one of the dumbest plans in modern history, edging us closer and closer to World War III, is Donald Trump is now threatening to bomb Chinese ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So
Scratch fever.
That's great. And while the rest of the world shakes their head at how dumb this is, uneducated MAGA are cheering on the fact that this is actually going to increase your gas prices at the pump even further. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. What happened? So yes, it is official.
Why? I don't understand what it is where it's just like, you understand that if this guy wasn't such a homophobe and like transphobe, he would probably be a leftist. But nah.
Donald Trump.
But then he does the most homoerotic opening that I've seen on YouTube, and it's just like, yeah, don't judge that.
Has unleashed his plan to blockade the blockade. Yes, per Donald Trump.
You wear a fucking muscle shirt. Shut the fuck up.
The United States to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports on April 13th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
I love dudes that have something to prove.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It's fun.
Yes, Donald Trump decides, well, if you can't beat him, you might as well join him, and decides to actually assist and help Iran in keeping 25% of the global oil shut off. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, how is the United States going to stop China and Russia from entering and exiting the Strait of Hormuz? Are they going to literally attack Chinese and Russian ships? Well, no, of course not, and that's why China is already being allowed to continue transporting oil through the Strait of Hormuz, even with this U.S. blockade. So all we've done is further shut down oil for the Western world while leaving China just as emboldened. The shard of the deal, baby. Now, also per Donald Trump yesterday on True Social, he says Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. Then immediately after that says what we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we do not consider them much of a threat. So Donald Trump in 2 sentences claiming that he's completely destroyed Iran's navy while acknowledging he has not completely destroyed Iran's navy. Now, I got to be honest, Donald Trump seeing instant and amazing success for this incredible plan, posting about it himself on True Social. Donald Trump said yesterday 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began. Absolutely incredible. 34 ships making it through the strait in a day. That is fantastic for the United States. Well, the problem with that is those 34 ships that went through the strait are Chinese and Russian oil tankers, and the only Western allies that actually made it through had to pay the $2 million toll in Chinese yuan per ship. So Donald Trump is
Bandit, what's up? Good to see you, man.
Now bragging about making
actually, dude, good to see you.
Iran close to $70 million.
Been a bit of a day
in one day. What a victory for the United States.
And I hope you're doing well.
All right, so Don Zhu, of course, with his amazing strategy to blockade the blockade. Let's look at the fallout we're already seeing from this decision.
My cat's all high on catnip right now.
All right, first things first, and this is probably the thing that's going to have the biggest effect on the global economy if it goes through. God forbid if it does.
Did you hear so there was a right winger that was just like, why can't we just blow up this little bit right here and just open up the strait a little bit more? I was like, oh my God, they really are that stupid.
And that is that Iran is now threatening to seize the Mandab Strait with the Houthis if the U.S. makes a move on the Strait of Hormuz.
I was expecting
now, that's an additional 10%.
But seeing it's a different thing.
Of the world's oil supply that will also be cut off.
Sharing
we
is
will then
caring.
be looking at close to 30 to 35% of the global oil trade completely shut down, which will most likely ramp up your prices at the pump by another $1 to $2 a gallon. And now that the United States has decided to blockade the blockade, the rest of the world is considered getting in on the action. As you can see here, you have the initial Iran blockade. The United States sets up a second blockade. Looks like Europe could set up a third blockade. China with a fourth blockade. Maybe Russia comes in with a fifth blockade. Yes, blockading the blockades, blockception, baby. And even though Donald Trump has threatened to attack any ship that tries to travel through the Strait of Hormuz, of course, what two countries?
All right, it looks like the tornado actually moved north, so now it's just a thunderstorm.
Shit, and are still traveling through with escorts from their
Finally
own
got that
navy
confirmed.
now, Russia and China. Because no, the United States does not have the balls to try to sink Chinese or Russian ships. And if we did it, it would immediately cause World War III. But that hasn't stopped Donald Trump, the king of fake threats and chickening out of everything he ever says. He warns China, big problems if it ships arms to Iran. Oh, yeah, okay, Don, you're going to attack China now. Yeah, where we're already stuck in a war that we can't win with Iran. Now we're going to escalate that to World War III with the next biggest superpower. Oh, yeah, good idea. But of course, with Donald Trump, while he is threatening China, he is also begging China to please come buy oil from the United States or Venezuela instead of trying to go through the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which they're already going through. China directly responds to Donald Trump saying Chinese ships will continue moving out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have traded energy agreements with Iran, which we will respect and abide by. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and has opened it to us. There's also reporting that Russia has moved its navy into the strait and is personally escorting its own oil tankers past the U.S. blockade. Not much of a blockade to the blockade, it's turning out. Because here's what the actual blockade is. We're blockading Iranian ships.
There are tornado warnings in effect today, not just in your area.
It doesn't mean anything.
I'm watching
because the
weather-wise
ships come to Iran to buy the oil.
Mostly it's like Wisconsin area
China,
right now.
from Thailand, from Australia, from the
least the
Philippines,
one that
from
I'm looking at.
Indonesia. The list goes on. They send
you
their
moved the
own
cat.
oil tankers to go buy the oil to take it back. So it's not even Iranian ships that are going through the strait to begin with. And since we don't have the balls to actually stop China and Russia, this changes fucking nothing. And what are some other major effects from this? Well, while the Asian world is completely shut off from oil and we're absolutely destroying our allies, our own allies are starting to turn to China, just like I told you they would. And for the first time in over 10 years, this just happened. Taiwan's opposition leader and President Xi Jinping have met for the first time in over 10 years.
That's not good.
Now, why?
That's not good at all.
Why is this
not for America
such a big deal when we're talking about the potential that Taiwan?
That's dude, I hate being right. When it comes to this shit, I really do. God damn it, man.
China just decided
this actually hurts. Like,
to
fuck.
Diplomatically reunite,
dude,
because
this is what I mean about the American empire just being over. He's single-handedly, he doesn't understand that he's being worked.
Taiwan is,
and even if he, like, that's the scariest part, is that he knows he's being worked. He just wants to make enough money to die with a lot of money. Dude, he knows he's on his way out, and he's sitting here just hoarding at the very end. What are we doing? Why did we let this happen?
With the United States doesn't make sense anymore, since we've utterly destroyed all of our Asian allies' economies. And what's some potential fallout from
fucking
reunification
insane,
here?
but
Oh, wow.
here
Well,
we
let's
are.
think about it. The fact that the entire AI bubble is dependent on super chip semiconductors that come strictly from Taiwan for the most part. If Taiwan and China reunify and they decide, man, we're not selling these to the United States anymore, well, you can expect that AI tech bubble to disappear overnight and the stock market to probably fall over 50% in a week. So this is not good for the United States. But don't worry, at least according to Donald Trump, our allies are coming to help. So yesterday at 9 a.m., Donald Trump says countries like the United Kingdom are sending warships to help with the Strait of Hormuz. 2 hours later, Keir Starmer says the UK will not be involved in any blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, Donald Trump just out there fucking flying by the seat of his pants, making shit up like always. And in fact, no. Not only are none of our allies coming to help, all of them have turned it down. We now have allies like Spain and France who have completely shut off from the United States from even using their military bases. And in some cases, like Spain, we've cut off all trade.
Oh, there's a tornado in that town that we covered yesterday.
As well. So yes, as the United States actively
Rockford,
works toward
Illinois,
abandoning all
and
of our
Chesney
allies
Park.
except for the greatest one, so it can be us. For
Hope Gordy's okay.
World. Yay. So where does that leave us? Okay, well, obviously, as we know, the blockade is doing literally nothing other than closing off even more of the world supply of oil, driving up prices even further. So, yay, great, short of the deal, right? Again, Iran wants the strait closed. We are now helping them keep the strait closed. So we are actively helping our enemy in the war. Very bizarre take. Very bizarre strategy on this one. But
yeah, it's because it's about the markets. It has nothing to do with strategy. The strategy is literally about the fucking...
may have seen this story.
It's crazy how you get tornadoes. Dude, I don't want to... Yeah, it's been bad.
Talk about it.
It's been really bad.
We've already debunked it in episode 2.
I'm lucky that I live near,
ago.
like...
But that is the new Fox News story that's coming out. Now, if you're looking for a masterclass in ignorance...
They tend to dissipate once they get to the lake, but I don't know, man. We had a scary-ass one. It hit us, what was it, 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
It's in a 5th grade education.
Fuck, dude.
Here it is.
They were talking straight up like we were about to get a tornado in dead center of the city. We were just like, that hasn't happened since like 1908.
The Strait of Hormuz, in effect for nearly 2 hours now. A ship tracking firm reports 121 empty oil tankers are making their way to the United States of America. 68 of those 121 vessels are very large crude carriers capable of carrying 2 million barrels apiece.
Oh, she is so excited. Can you hear it? This changes the game. This changes everything. 121 ships, even though she acknowledges only 68 of those are actual oil tankers. 68 ships headed to the United States. It's going to change the game. The entire global economy is going to be fixed from this. Okay. Again, we already debunked this story. 1, it's not true. B, let's do some hypotheticals. We'll pretend it.
This is why the stock market fucking rebounded today.
Is true that
on a lie. Again. But yeah, play Polymarket.
68 oil tankers are headed to the United States.
Seriously, bet your entire fucking life savings, because you might actually, but if you do that, make sure that you take all those winnings and you just stop there.
States to fix the oil crisis.
Because goddamn it, dude, I'm telling you.
Well, again, those of you who watch my previous...
Like, the fact that they can just lie this openly, and then just the next day just be like, yeah, I mean, so...
video, I would suggest you go watch it. There's a great
crazy
section on macroeconomics in that video. What we showed you in that video is that, okay, if you want to send oil tankers from, you know, our Asian allies like India all the way to the United States to get oil and bring back, it takes about 3 months to do that. That's going to be important, okay? Because again, Fox News super excited about 68 oil tankers. But let's break down the actual numbers so you can understand how fucking dumb and ignorant this is. Okay, so we talked about this before. Here are the, again, global oil shipping routes, because yes, there's actual routes that they have to take. They can't just sail wherever they want, all right? So what we're talking about here is, again, all of our Asian allies that are supposedly now coming to the United States to get oil. Okay, what's the big problem here? Okay, typically they get their oil from the Strait of Hormuz here. If you're India, that is a couple day turnaround from sending your ship to get the oil to coming back. Very, very short distance, right? For our Asian allies, that oil comes out of the strait, comes down through the Strait of Malacca and supplies the rest of Asia, right? Couple week turnaround at most. Now what we're talking about is, again, a 3 month
Yeah, it's a
round
3 month
trip
trip
all the way around the world and back to get oil. So what we need to understand first is
what you need to, it's also going to fucking result in surcharges.
how many is 68 oil tankers? Okay, so for those of you who didn't know, on average, before the Strait of Hormuz was actually closed, just on a regular day, about 50 oil tankers a day pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So what we're talking about is a little over 1 day's worth of oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz is now headed to the United States, which will take 3 months round trip for that oil to get back. But understand, if that oil tanker is taking 3 months to go round trip to get oil instead of a couple days, think about how many trips it could make in that 3 month time frame. This is the actual loss of how many oil tankers that is in that current 3 month period. So if we have 50 oil tankers on average per day that travel through the Strait of Hormuz, and we multiply that by the 90 days that it's going to take that one oil tanker to travel
Oh my God, don't use AI for this.
the way to the United
Dude, just put it in a calculator.
States.
Oh, I hate
back.
I hate this timeline. I hate this timeline so fucking much.
Here's how much
What are we doing? We let Skynet just become a thing and then just tell us that we're awesome, and then we're just like, thank you, Skynet.
you're actually missing out on. Now, you can see that typically there would be about 4,500 ships that are traveling through the strait in that 3 month period. Now what we have is 68. And what does that give us for a total loss of oil tankers traveling out of the Strait of Hormuz in that 3 months? 4,432. So do you think 68
ChatGPT sucks at math? What is he doing? I know!
ships in 3
Which, how does a computer suck at math?
months is
What are we doing?
gonna make
I don't like this timeline at all. They ended up being right. We're right back in the cycle where it's like, oh, so ChatGPT is just gonna do the wrong math for me? I have a calculator in my pocket this whole time, you lying sacks of shit.
difference of the global oil trade. It's going to do literally nothing. Well, actually, it's going to.
The only difference is the generation behind me doesn't actually know even how to like do the equation. So it's like when they go to do like 4 plus 7, they're just like 4 plus what's the 2 lines?
Do a little bit more than literally nothing, because you're also going to see the dumbest.
We're so cooked.
In posts in your life like this. Every day the strait remains closed, America sells more
so
oil
fucking
and
cooked.
gas.
What are you doing to make your kids better than this? Because honestly, like, if you got kids, do better, please.
Funny how no one's
I'm just begging you, please do better.
thought of that.
Make them better. Don't let them fall into these traps.
Except Trump. No, the United States.
Tell them that AI is just making them profoundly dumber.
States won't sell more oil and gas. It will sell its current amount of oil and gas to a new market, the Asian market, which is now willing to pay way higher prices than the United States because their oil supply is completely cut off. So, and if you watched that video before in basic supply and demand, what does that mean? You massively ramp down the quantity of the global supply of oil. What does that do? Ramps up demand.
Yeah, he could have used Claude, but GPT, what the fuck is he doing? That's what I was thinking.
Remaining supply of oil, the United States' oil. So what does that mean? Oil companies like Chevron, Exxon, and Mobil are going to make out like bandits because of this, because now they're going to be able to sell their oil and gas to foreign countries that will pay way more than the United States, and they want to maximize profits. So what does that mean? Well, for the United States consumer, guess what? To match the increase in prices that's going to our Asian allies, now you get your gas prices ramped up through the roof as well. So I want to be very clear, whenever you see some dipshit say something like this, like the United States is going to sell all the oil to other countries now. Yeah, okay, that is going to directly fuck the American consumer. So just understand that every time you see one of these idiots post something like this. Because what people don't understand is, well, the United States has more oil than everyone. Yeah, in the fucking ground. You still have to pump it and refine it. And by the way, we don't actually pump and refine the exact same oil as the rest of the world either. So that the idea that right away the United States is going to become some...
Guys, David by the Seas just pointed out that I only have 27 viewers, even though I said 24. Wow, sorry, 23. Well, it's 27 now. Guess I should quit. I guess I should stop doing YouTube altogether. I'm sorry, guys. I failed.
Global supplier of oil, and it's not going to have effect on domestic markets. That's not how anything fucking works. Which is why, as you see at the gas pump, your prices are still going up.
No, I've never done. Attacked any creator for some shit like that. I think that's some like profound loser shit right there.
Damn.
Like, you can call me a loser all you want, but coming into my stream when we're just kind of chilling, and then you do that, like, that's fucking crazy.
Donald Trump admitted this himself.
Studio 2.7K subscribers. That's pretty good.
He came out.
Well, according to, again, these are assholes that, like, they watch streamers that get like 10K, right? So that's what they think like the aggregate is. They don't understand that it's like, no, that's actually not. The average of any streamer that, just kind of does like a 2 to 3 hour stream, funny enough, is like maybe 10 viewers.
And said yesterday that gasoline prices will probably be even more expensive.
You know how I know this? Because I get analytic reports.
By the time of the midterms. As you see here,
Wow,
Trump says gas prices
to tell that guy to fuck off.
will likely remain high
18.27 Australian dollars. Go away, David.
Nice.
through November, as he just ordered a U.S. naval blockade
Someone just paid me to tell you to fuck off.
on the Strait of Hormuz. He's literally telling you gas prices are going to go up from this decision. But it's not even just oil prices. And again, we've just begun to see the shock of this. It's also things like the global trade of fertilizer, which of course is obviously needed to...
Was that an aggregate count from all platforms? I have 27 right now on YouTube. I got fucking 2 on Twitch.
Agriculture and not having...
I don't give a shit.
World famine.
I really
and here's a
don't.
great breakdown of this.
Getting bigger numbers is great, but
going on in Iran might just
I'm just happy with this. Dude, I've been doing this for 2 years. I thought I'd have maybe 5 people here.
affect our economy. We are in Iran, and this is going to cause a...
Although I did recently find out at a party that I have friends that watch me that kind of fucked with me, where they were just like, yeah, like they brought up some pep lore. I was just like, that's
global reset, or at least it could.
Crazy.
Has a lot to do with nitrogen, but at first it starts with fuel. Here is the cost of a barrel of oil right now, and if you can look real closely, you can see February 28th, before the strait was closed, in comparison to
actually
now.
One of my friends
Imports,
is a Twitch streamer.
Anything that has to be delivered, flown, driven
He does
is going
gaming.
to be more expensive.
Keyskate Auburn.
Manufacturing costs are up, as well as the gallon of gas in your car. Food, the nitrogen. There is a lot of nitrogen that comes out of the GCC. Here are their main exports. You're going to see things like ammonia, you're going to see nitrogen, and you're going to see this thing called urea. The thing about those exports is urea is created from nitrogen, and urea is used to create ammonia. So all of those wrap up into nitrogen, and all of those wrap up into the main use.
All could be done just by using cat piss.
For urea, which is fertilizer. Here is the price of urea right before the strait would close. Here's the price now. The tractors, the tilling machines, the big sprinkler guys that roll around, the giant sprinklers, all of it needs to be fueled, and all that fuel is more expensive. And the farmer's going to have to make a decision. Do I pay more for the more expensive fertilizer and inevitably have to sell my crop for a higher price? Or do I simply make less, and if there's less food supply, we'll run into bigger issues, but one of those issues would result in higher prices at the grocery store. Whether or not they create less food or pay more to create the food, you're going to end up paying more at the grocery store for
those gaming streams tend to get heaps of views.
Based off that lack of supply, if not America, other countries will indeed suffer some form of...
That's why I would love to see them grow.
Famine, and that is disgusting and needs to be prevented.
Again, great point there, showing that this has far more effect than just the gas prices you see at the pump.
I mean, Smoke a Tide Pod's doing kick-ass right now. He doesn't.
And again, that's going to continue to ramp up.
Like,
but we do have the slinky effect in supply
chains. Got 41
again,
people
a lot of this
watching.
food, fertilizer, gasoline was
so
already being shipped out to different countries before the Strait of Hormuz got shut down. We will hit a point in the next couple months where all of that stock has been sold off, and now we're going to feel the real real effects of all of this. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a peace agreement in the next month or so, because again, we're now ramping up escalation. So where does this leave us? Second.
Yeah, real quick. This is my boy. This is Smoke. This is Smoke a Tide Pod stream.
Dedicated to all y'all crazy motherfuckers.
This is what he does. He watches like random shit. Got toasters and shit flying around. Got a dancing Arby's boy. Yo, that is music. Sorry, bud, but I tried. I did try to fucking at least give him that.
Aid the blockade and continue the war. Well, the price of oil and gas is going to continue to increase, as well as all of the commodities that are coming or were coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Most likely going to lead to some sort of global famine if it goes on long enough, and potentially you're going to see gas prices as high as $10 a gallon. Especially if something like the Strait of Mandab gets shut down, and then you're looking at 30 to 35% of the global oil being completely cut off. And when Americans are super confused at why the number on the gas station continues to go up day after day, even though Donald Trump is telling you that the United States controls the world's oil, well, at some point people will learn how global commodities work. And we'll just have to see what will be the break point. How high do gas prices have to get for MAGA to officially abandon Trump? Well, I don't know. Probably pretty high.
Yeah, $10 a gallon, because they would somehow still be convinced that it's just like, it's short-term pain for long-term gain.
Because if depicting himself as Jesus...
Dude, they would have to literally, like, lose every fucking penny in their bank account specifically to something that he did. But then they won't even listen. They'll blame Biden. No, dude, this is why I've given up on those assholes.
This wasn't bad enough. I'm not sure how bad the economy has to get to force these people to capitulate. But we'll just have to wait and see. Again, we'll be live at 5 p.m. Pacific for...
Sweet. All right, guys, this is the most important thing. We've all asked this question.
This question comes from Jack, who asks, what would happen if I dug straight down at the speed of 1 foot per second? What would kill me first? Today's topic is the reverse of the video, which asked how you'd die if you rose steadily at a foot per second. Digging at the same rate would kill you more quickly. After you get through the Earth's surface layers, temperatures rise pretty steadily as you go deeper, a trend that continues all the way to the core. In some areas where the hot magma is closer to the surface, the ground gets hotter more quickly. The Southern Methodist University Geothermal Lab has produced some superb maps showing the temperature of deep rocks in different parts of the United States. If you look at the map of the 3.5 kilometer layer, you see that at that depth, most of the US is colored a faint yellow, representing temperatures somewhere around 100 degrees C. With one glaring exception. In northwest Wyoming, there's a circle of ground colored bright red where the rock is much hotter than normal.
You know where that's at?
Normal. That circle is the Yellowstone volcano. The SMU maps for progressively deeper layers showed that even if you avoided digging in Yellowstone, you'd quickly encounter temperatures too hot for an unprotected human. The ground typically gets hotter at an average of about 35 degrees C per kilometer. So at a rate of a foot per second, which as we recall from the previous video is roughly a kilometer per hour, at a 35 degrees C temperature increase per kilometer, you'd encounter lethal heat within an hour or two. But wait a minute. Let's say your hole is about 1 meter wide. At the rate you're digging, you'd have to remove roughly a half a metric ton of material every second. No human would be capable of lifting the first foot of material out of the hole so
thank you, the reference frame.
Quickly.
Hey, good to see you. Also, thank you for joining Pep Talks today.
And it only gets worse after that.
Or for joining Pepaganda. God, I forgot the name of my own show. It was awesome.
After a minute of digging, you'd be 60 feet down, and every second you would have to lift that much rock and dirt 60 feet vertically to get out of the hole. The power required to do that lifting just after the first minute would be roughly 100 kilowatts. After
it's my favorite part where you're just like, at some point you wouldn't be able to throw the dirt out.
10 minutes, 600 feet down.
It's like,
lifting the rock to the surface would require over
there you go.
A megawatt of power. And after 2 hours, it would take over 10 megawatts, which is enough to heat a metric ton of rock 10 degrees Celsius every second.
Then it gets hot.
Even if you aren't doing the lift.
Dude, I love how like simple this is where it's just like, it gets hotter.
Yourself, Jack, the way your question is worded makes it pretty clear that you are in this hole.
Yeah, you're in the hole. Exactly. So you gotta wear a suit.
Whatever process you're using requires huge amounts of energy to lift all that rock. And that energy is inevitably going to result in the hole being heated somehow. Even if the layer you're digging through wasn't hot when you started, it will be soon. What if we assume you're protected against both the heat from the ground and the digging mechanism? Well, in that case, the pressure would start to become a problem. As you go deeper, air pressure increases. Below about 15 kilometers, the pressure, not from the weight of the rock, just from the atmosphere above you in the hole, is high enough that oxygen itself becomes toxic. This is something that scuba divers, astronauts, and neonatal intensive care units have to worry about, as they all use either high pressure or oxygen-enriched air. So what if you're protected against the heat, digging process, and the pressure? Well, at that point, we've redefined the rules so much that I'm not sure it makes sense to try to calculate an answer. The question, what would kill you, if you kept digging downward, has left the realm of physics and become fantasy.
I mean, dude, this is what happens every time. Which it's like, yeah, you get to the boiling point where you, like, all of a sudden, yes.
Come to think of it, makes the answer perfectly clear.
You shall not pass. That's a fun little video. I like this. Fun little video right now too.
If I walk around my neighborhood, I see the same shape repeated over and over.
You guys know what this is about?
Over again. It's mostly on doors, front doors and screen doors, but also shutters and little architectural details, and garage doors. So many garage doors.
Yeah.
It's even in my shop. I go through this door 20 times a day, and I never think about this shape right here. It's so common that you might
Really
never
got it right here.
noticed it. But it's the same thing every time. A square or rectangle with beveled edges and a sharply defined center section, and the whole thing is captured inside a frame. It's called a raised panel, and it's not decorative, or at least it didn't start out that way. The raised panel solves one of the biggest problems in construction: wood movement. Wood is always changing shape. It absorbs moisture out of humid air and expands, and when the air dries out, wood loses water and shrinks. Even wood that's been painted or sealed still does this. It's always expanding and contracting. And the shrinking and swelling is bad enough, but wood also warps. It can bow along its length, it can crown across its width, or it can twist, so the ends aren't parallel anymore. And if you're trying to build something out of wood, this is all pretty inconvenient. One of the earliest ways of solving this problem was just nailing stuff together, like on this nailed chest. Nails can flex, so they allow wood to
By the way, this is the shit that I usually watch when I'm not here.
shrink and swell, but
you guys know
nailing
this.
boards together keeps them from bowing or twisting. This chest is over 400 years old, and
I've just
still
started like saving a bunch of these for you guys where I'm just like, you know what? I found this interesting. You might find this interesting. Let's watch.
Square and solid, but I bet you
That knows about wood.
can see the problem.
You love a good oak.
It's that lid. Centuries of shrinking and swelling have warped it horribly. It doesn't even close anymore. It's the same problem with doors. You can't just have a plank of wood floating in midair. It's going to move and warp and stop working.
Yeah, especially
if
as it
only
dries
there
out,
were
yeah.
a way to put a frame around that door or lid to hold it flat. Well, early
400-year-old chest. Fuck the
woodworkers
world.
were pretty smart, and they started doing exactly that. Take the piece of wood,
Beavers would find this
for a
interesting.
door, shrink
So that guy from MSNBC from earlier would just be like,
it a little bit, and then put it in a frame. But
softly quivering teeth.
And here's the real killer innovation. The
He's
frame
sitting
is
there sweating with his bad haircut.
at the corners with joints and glue, but this center section, which we call the panel, isn't attached to the frame in any way. No nails, no glue. Instead, there's a groove around the inside of the frame, and the panel sits a little loose in the groove. So when it gets humid and that panel expands, there's
Yep.
room. But
Yeah,
the frame
I got a door that doesn't do this right.
also
So every time it gets a little humid, you're just like, why won't you shut?
Holds the panel flat, so it can't bow or twist. Once you get the concept down, it's pretty easy to see this as the door or lid for any piece of furniture, or even the door to your house. But then you might look at it and think, wait a second, why not just make a whole piece of furniture just from this construction? Historically, nails were expensive, so if you get rid of the nails and make the whole thing from panels in a frame, you'd save money. It also looks cool. Imagine a chest as a set of boards. Now, shrink the boards and make them into panels and put a frame around each one.
Yeah, toy box that my grandpa made me that was so built like
Compared
that.
to a box that's just nailed together, this
That's
is
cool.
much more elegant.
Yeah.
If you're making furniture professionally, you can charge
Wow, so my grandpa actually knew what the fuck he was doing?
more money.
I mean, I knew he was like a carpenter, but like they always say he was like an amateur carpenter. I guess he's not so amateur after all.
Money for this because rich people will want it.
Yeah, he knew what was
Early
up.
frame and panel stuff just had a flat panel with no decorative edge because that's easy to make. And the flat panel is also a classic look. But you also want to use a pretty thick panel because that's more durable. You've just got to thin down that edge, just enough so you can jam it into that frame. You might think woodworkers would make a neat little shelf on that edge. We call this a rabbet, and it would fit that groove perfectly. But time is money, and that's actually too much work. The easiest way to do it was just hack a bevel into that edge with an axe or a hand plane. It doesn't matter if that edge has a slope as long as it's thin enough to fit into the groove. So early furniture makers would just take whatever tool and
that actually makes sense. I have some antique furniture that kind of is built that way.
Enough material
Or he
to
was
get
like,
it
"This is a
fit.
little loose."
This was rough work, and no one thought about making those bevels look good. Remember that chest we just looked at? Check out the inside of the lid. Look at those sloppy, uneven edges. This was normal for a long time, from the Middle Ages up through the Jacobean period. Oh, and I'm thinking about turning this video into a whole series called The Secret History of Wood. If you'd like to see more videos about, like, who invented dovetails or where did sandpaper come from, go ahead and leave me a comment down below. Now, this rough beveled panel with a flat face was the standard for centuries.
I watched a dovetail video.
But eventually, someone made those bevels even
I don't know why I'm interested in this shit. I have no
crisp corners. And that woodworker thought, hey, we should flip that panel around and show those details off. Introducing the raised panel. It's exactly like the flat panel, but flipped around to show off those smooth, even bevels. It adds a ton of visual interest with roughly the same amount of work. This type of panel became especially popular in England in the 1660s, when Dutch influence made furniture much fancier and more stylish. But there's one more step in the evolution of this style. Here, the border between the bevels and the center of the panel is kind of fuzzy and indistinct. The last thing is to add a sharp edge all around the inside of the panel. Now, that inside section is called the field, and the whole thing is called a raised and fielded panel. And this classic look is everywhere in Western culture. It isn't just on furniture and doors. You can find entire rooms built from raised and fielded panels. And all of this made perfect sense when we were still building everything out of solid wood, and wood movement was a constant problem. But what about my shop door? I mean, it's not made out of wood, not even close. Why does it still look like an antique wooden door from an 18th century house? Well, most of it is just looks. I mean, you can buy a plain flat door, but it's really boring. If you just mold in some of these frame and panel details, the whole door looks a lot more classy and elegant, not
I'm literally looking at it right now.
Like a cheap fiberglass door, which is what it actually is. These details just give a subtle feeling of
thank you, Weather App. Thank you, Weather App, for fucking freaking out for me.
class and dignity to something that would otherwise
I got my cat, I got my dog.
be very
My wife and my other cat are upstairs. She said that she's gonna coax them out and come down here if there's anything up. So
bland and boring. But there's another super important reason that the frame and panel style keeps hanging around. Light. Early furniture builders were masters of light and shadow. They understood how light falling across certain details could create dramatic effects. Look at this single panel from my garage door. It's a classic raised and fielded panel, and we've seen it a million times. But look at how the morning light separates the shape into distinct sections and creates shades of color. The whole thing is white, but that slanting light creates a brilliant white, a softer and more cream-colored white, a subtle gray, and a dark gray that's almost black. The raised panel shape interacts with natural light to make a whole palette of colors. It gives huge visual interest to something that could just be a boring,
goddamn,
flat surface. I think most people go through more or less their entire lives without ever noticing raised
yeah, you don't even think about
panels.
it. I mean, I do, because I get stoned and I'm just like, thought of that shit.
They're all around us. But
and then I watch a video like this.
What's cool about
and bring it to you guys.
This detail is once you see it, you can't unsee it. And now I bet you'll look around your home
Rex
in
is
your
a common sense guy.
and
He's
see
cool.
raised panels everywhere. It's actually cool once you learn how to look for them. And if you're new to this channel, we mostly teach accessible, low-cost hand tool woodworking. So when we come back, our next video is going to be a complete tutorial on how to make raised panels in frames with basic low-cost
I hate to say, I kind of want to watch that on the next stream.
tools, mostly a jack plane and a rabbit plane, but not a jackrabbit plane.
Also, Mel Gillum, welcome to the stream. I really appreciate you being here. Also, Curbzilla, you've been here all day. If you guys have not already hit the subscription button, I really appreciate that.
Which is,
and also like the stream.
An actual tool. Gee, that got kind of weird.
Please.
Anyway,
that would really help.
You might want to see more videos in the secret
Feeling less stressed. Yeah, no, I'm feeling better.
history of wood. We're thinking about turning this into a whole series. Turns out there's all sorts of crazy, interesting details that even most woodworkers don't know about the history of woodworking. And I didn't know about any of them either until I started reading books about the history of woodworking. I could do a bunch of different stuff. So let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see more of these videos.
Cool. All right, that's fun. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. All righty. Yeah, we got the stand here. All right, I'm gonna hang for just a little bit. Oh, thank you, Reference Frame, for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Thank you. It's always cool to see this spacer come and subscribe. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I can make you proud. Pep, have you ever checked out the debate channel I told you about the line? I think I did. I feel like I did that last week, but here, let's see. Guy who runs it, Jimmy Snow, is also a woodworker. Oh, wait. Sylvie, you weren't here. He checked out my channel. He was here. He actually asked me not to give him too much attention. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, he has over 300,000 subs. That was yeah. No, not sure if he subbed. Yes, no way. There it is. Let's see. The storm. He was here and I missed it. Damn. I mean, yeah, he was here. He was commenting because I noticed they had the check mark. I was like, what the fuck? And then I followed his channel. Yeah, he said he does debates and stuff like that. But that's about it. I hope that I didn't do some content that might have gotten me, gotten him a little disinterested in my channel. That's what sucks about me being me is, it's like when I do the poop talks. I don't know many other political streams that take themselves very seriously. That's my other problem is, I can't take myself too seriously. It's not what am I going to do? An interview with Ro Khanna and then just be like, all right, guys, now we're going to do some fart jokes. Oh, God. Never heard of him. I mean, yeah, it happens, but he's a very knowledgeable socialist. Hey, I mean, I would like to do a collab with him. I would like to be on his channel. Fuck, especially if he's a leftist that has a debate channel. Fuck, man. Speakeasy was cool. He's a cool dude. He was cool to me. And then everybody on his channel was pretty cool to me. We got Rowdy that follows here and a few other people that kind of, I don't know, they haven't showed up in a while, but still. Realistically, it was cool, but I would like to do a left, somebody that's more left leaning as far as a moderator. Cause yeah, I'm sick of the blood sport shit. Jimmy Snow. It was Jimmy Snow. He does more, I would call it fair debates. He really does. Poop knife polls. Yeah, exactly. Poop knife polls. What's the current one I even got going here? Oh, yeah. I said somebody huffs Trump's undies or some shit. This content for his channel, you could probably get connected. Oh, really? Shit. Yeah, no, I'll, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, he checked out my channel. He was here, which was cool. And just in general, cool. I like being out there as far as just, yeah, cool. If you can vibe with the content, sweet. Ah, oh, smoke just went offline. God damn it. I was gonna rate him. Let's see, who else we got? Galactic Streamlord. God. Should have just been a VTuber. That could have been more fun for me. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, why is Manda saying free Pinkerbell? What'd you do, Pinkerbell? What'd you do? Wait a minute. Wait, Pinkerbell, are you in trouble on his channel? Ooh, do we have spies? You want to share spies? I want to know spies. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Jeff Curry's in the house. What's up, dude? Good to see you, brother. I'm gonna still try and make it to your kid's show. We'll see, though. Unfortunately, I saw the night is a Tuesday night, and then I kind of figured out what I had going on that very specific Tuesday night that I was like, oh, that's what it was. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, if I can get some stuff moved around, well, I should be able to. We had enough time. But, yeah, I want to see your kids' band live. And it's an underground venue. Like a literal underground venue. It's going to be sick, so... yeah, if you guys don't already... Actually, here, you know what? Fuck it. I haven't done a Hang Your Hate bit in a while. Do it. I'll play Hang Your Hate in the background here. I won't do the video, though. Genre? Hard rock. Oh, you're going as far as planned? Oh, shit, really? Oh, Jeff. That changes things. Might make it a little easier for me to just be like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I got a viewer there. I got, now I got people expecting me. Just hate when people plan shit on a day that you're supposed to go somewhere. Like paranormal, this might be of interest and it's fun. I don't think I've heard of it. Like, paranormal, is that something? I just kind of caught the song. I'm like, I don't think I've heard this one. Fuck it. Maybe I will play the video. This is a new Hang Your Hate song. Welcome to WPP, where you can find some of the newest indie music. We have the newest of Hang Your Hate. You can follow it here. Go to their channel. Please like the video and also subscribe to their channel. Hang Your Hate is a friend of Pep Talks and has been since the early days of the channel, so you guys can definitely take heed in the fact that these people are good at what they do, because only the good prevail on Pep Talks. I like the video. I was watching it over here, I was just like, you know what, fucking hate, this video's fire. That's a nice bass. Oh, shit. This is a cover? Originally written by Mac Miller and Pharrell Williams. Oh, shit. Oh, well, I'm going to call it there for that one. Here's an original that I usually play. I didn't know that. Hang Your Hate. There you go. This is the band we're watching. This song rules. Here, I'll turn this one up a little.
Big waves, sharp pains, blocking all my ability to safely say something.
Let's make sure they play this one, Jeff, because we kind of have an affinity for this song. This one's on my normal playlist, so they made it there. Feels like it would fit in my high school day. I think it's good. No, I like it. I like that. Stone Sour smart, but Hoobastank flow. Well said, Mouses. All right, you know what? I'll give that to you. Nothing wrong with that. Actually, I saw Hoobastank at a fucking festival a few years ago. I just realized that this is kind of comfort music at this point. Fuck it. This is a good thing. Son just told me thanks for giving a fuck. Oh, dude, tell him I love his dude. His music's fucking sick as fuck. He's got to keep it up, man. This YouTube game sucks though, so I try to get him out there. 25K views though, hell yeah. This is cool. Perfect way to end the song. I also gotta say, man, there's the with how much I've been running into some AI music, I gotta say, man, it's a breath of fresh air with this. Although we got Kirk, you know what? Fuck it, I haven't played a Kirk in a while. Let's also play a Kirk. Man, I haven't done WPEP radio in quite some time. God, it still takes me to this fucking Charlie Kirk page. What the fuck, man? I hate that. I think it's all one word. Well, I know that's not him because Joe Thundercock. Although, you know what? The dude, that sounds like something Kirk would do. Just saying. Yeah. Ooh, Soflex. I haven't heard this in a while.
said she keep it fine, and no, she said she love me, yeah. I ain't stupid, I'm a savage, best to wise up like a match. She been wanna pull up on me, fucking came about to pay. Look,
They got a short saying AI can make music, but they can do this live.
money, yo, she said she wanna stay. I was about to do it, she know that I've been on her every day. She just on that need some money, I'ma calling up my bank. Look, that's a flex that I'm on a host taste, so flex, that's dope. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, yo, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, yo, you ain't my baby.
Cat just keeps staring at me, he's just like...
That's right, so flex. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. So much bag, I can't waste this, ay. Peep the chain, now come take this, ay. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. I said you always feeling down, now you winning. And I ask you if you used to stacking bins, man. That girl changed my mind. I said she want me, but she could do me out, it got me and my family. If you flex, you want it bad, best play all the time. But you know I'm stacking racks here all around. When she ain't all about me, say she be gone. When she step to me, that's no fun at all.
There we go.
So flex, that's dope.
Found this lyrical video and I was like, what the fuck? Why couldn't I play?
She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, hey, she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex.
Oh, here's the Josh Johnson video that I want to play, but I don't have time tonight, so Shofo it is. All right. Yeah, I'll do the Josh Johnson video tomorrow for the wrap up.
Yeah, got my eyes made out in soap. My whip drive like a pole. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands.
Yeah, and if you guys have not already followed Kirk,
you wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I'm
this dude does fucking sick music. Funny part is he got called out for doing AI, and then we had somebody that knows how to break that down, and then we found out that no, he's not using AI. Although he does for the images. That one is guilty of.
Ain't got no money for that product, so I rock plain white tees. My wallet fatter than my homies from the bus overseas. You know I'm fly. Got so much room in my Levi's. Got girlies dropping like they flies. Cause I smell like a homeless guy. Got my eyes made out in soap. My whip dry like a polo. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man.
Where's Kirk been? He didn't chat yesterday. He's been busy. He's got that business that he runs. So, we always got love for Kirk. Like I said, it's been a minute since I played some of his music. So, This song's a fucking... It's fire. Just, there's no doubt. It's fire. Actually, here, I think that we might have New Kirk. Well, newer Kirk. That, yeah, we do. This one we do not have a music video for, though. This one's just audio only. So, I actually think that what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my head on right since I was young. G settled all the pain by crushing perkies in my codeine. Good in the bed in my head, fighting running from the old me. A bullet in my brain, feel like the only way.
He's got a past. I actually really appreciate how open he is with it, and like how he even said he's like, this was an outlet, and also like for him to tell the story.
I thought it was right that I maybe. It's because I seem like I'm crazy. Like all of these drugs got me feeling so fucked up and no one around.
He catered the barbecue ribs. Nice.
Barbecue ribs. So damn cold. Fuck all these hoes cause they never wanted me. So I'ma drink till my ass falling down on the floor. I'm getting high, fucked up on perkies, this ain't how I wanna live. None of my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive. What can I say? I'm on the one way to hell and I'm loving it. There comes a day when I won't wake up overdose on a lot of it. Better recovery, I'm so damn ugly. I keep a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me, please won't you fuck with me. I need the lottery, popping around in my head sound like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely. You broke it all, gave me no choice but to answer the call. My plug got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hit from my goal. So high can't relate to these people that you never really know who the real ones really is. Maybe someday I can say that I got homies who would give. Feel I'm floating out of space, shit just lonely as it is. If I really up and left, I'll be the money that they miss.
I needed this. Actually,
this works. Got a whole lot of paper, burning a hole in my bank, bank, bank. Put up a lot, but I'm still up for driving insane. You don't know me, I'll break. 40 on me, I'll break. Ay, ay. 4-5 perky on the ground. Ay. 45 perkies in my hand. Ay. Chew my perkies, I'm your man. Bullin' with the fam. Catch me if you can. Ay, ay. Billy's on my mind, I'm not sober most of the time. I'm like Ricky in my prime, fucking drooling, but I'm fine. I move OCs on the gram, old school bushy on my trams. Big old titties in my face, cause you know ballin' is my brand. Hey, fucking came about to pay, look, I'm out here every day, look. A piece up on my side like a Billy Kid, I ride a bang, look. No feeling on my mind, Glock come with me all the time. Only fuck with if they find. You gon' miss me when I die, look. I'm getting high, fucked up on perkies, this ain't how I wanna live. Under my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive. What can I say? I'm on a one way to hell and I'm loving it. There comes a day when I won't wake up overdose on a lot of it. Better recovery, I'm so damn ugly. I keep a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me,
and so you guys know, this one's not on his channel. This one is...
like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely. You broke it all, gave me no choice but to answer the call. My plug got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hear from my goals. So I can't relate to these people, oh.
Hell yeah. That was Kirk Official Music. If you guys haven't already followed Kirk Official Music, please click on the link that I just listed in the chats. If you're over on Twitch, just did it, and I'm about to do it again over here on YouTube. Hit that link right there. Go to his channel, follow my man Kirk, and please get him closer to that 1,000 subscribers. I really appreciate all the help over there, and I also appreciate Kirk for just doing some great music. And also, a little surprise for all you that are not in the know, Kirk does my opening and closing. So you're about to hear his music because I am going to take off here in about 3 minutes. So, yeah, we're going to be closing out the show here. I do appreciate y'all hanging out today. This was... despite the fact that, yes, I have been a little stressed. I think that it may have gotten to me a little bit today. What is the name of that song? That song is called Billy the Kid. Like I said, that one might only be a Pep Talks exclusive for right now. But when's the last time I had my hair cut? Shit. 2 years? I don't know. I'm about to get it cut again. I'm about to take off like about this much. Bring it back down. Bring it right about here. You know? Just been, lazy and just haven't really prioritized it. Because once your hair gets to a certain... Whoa! What the fuck, dude? You okay? You just give him a look? What the fuck was that? Anyway. My fucking cat was just like, no, not dealing with this. But like I was saying, I don't even remember what I was saying. Just in general, I think that we had fun. I had a good show yesterday. I think that today was a all right, great show yesterday. Today was a good show. I had to do a rating, which, you know what? For as much as I do this, that's not bad. So, what happens if you order a pizza, let it get cold, then time travel back to when it was hot and eat it? Wouldn't that mean it never got cold and you never time traveled? Well, no, you definitely time traveled because, like, that's just part of it. But then you can just acknowledge it's like, yes, this pizza is so much better fresh. Or, I mean, you could just save yourself the time travel and just buy, another pizza. Like, what you do is you just get yourself a small pizza, a hot pizza. You eat that hot pizza, and then you're just like, ooh, I could go for another hot pizza. You go get yourself another small hot pizza. You know how I know this? Nietzsche spoke of pizza time travel. Yes, he did, didn't he? Depends on the time travel theory you're working with. Right. Multiverse theory? Multiverse theory, anyone? Because every time you go back in time for that one piece of pizza, you're creating infinite more pieces of pizza. What? Infinite pizza? Fuck, yeah, let's go. If a tree falls in the forest, then do you still see that bear shitting in the woods? I don't know. Do bears shit in the woods? That was the other question that I've always had. If the bear does not shit in the woods and the tree does fall, and do we smell the bear shit? Do we hear the tree fall? I don't know anymore. I'm just asking questions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is every right-wing podcaster and about as much value as they bring to your lives. I think that's pretty fair, right? Yeah, it's pretty fucking fair. All right, folks, I am going to take off. I do appreciate y'all hanging out tonight, and if you do want to hang tomorrow, consider dropping by earlier. Wednesdays, I start at 2 p.m., so come and join us for a little bit of an earlier show, and I will see you guys there. Take care. Love y'all. See you later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.